nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Back out of pop, even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off, shit just don't hit the same.
I am the nigga, young dog.
Yeah, what's up, Tim?
Man, I just wanted to ask Johnny boy, man.
Hey,
I'm 3 years much older than him, and
yeah.
my thing is like, why is it that you turn down many opportunities?
Oh, that's a good question.
That John may present you to you, and you just turn them down. Like, why is that? Like, is it like a
Hold on for a minute, Lieutenant. Can you hear that?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, you got a question for you, Johnny boy. Go ahead.
I said, you know, you a man that's 35, I'm 38, and, you know.
What? Hold on. You can't hear him?
Nah.
What are you hearing then?
I hear you.
Huh. Say something, Lieutenant.
You.
Hold on.
I mean, I don't want you to take offense or anything. I'm just wondering, right? So, you 35, I'm 38, and I see that John, you know, may present to you some opportunities, and I wonder.
Hold on one second. Hey, put some more beer in the refrigerator. You're gonna drink one. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that, Tina.
All right. I was wondering, why is it that, you know, getting paid $7 a week and John gives you better opportunities? Why is it that you may turn John down and seek other opportunities elsewhere?
That's a very, very good question. You want to answer that, Johnny?
I guess I'm trying to be self-sufficient. You know, not really, you know, trying to be asking people for things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but John is giving you the opportunity. It's not like you're asking him.
Very true. Very true indeed. Honestly, I don't really know.
But shit, don't I offer a path to self-sufficiency if you're going to get there? About as equal what the damn Salvation Army was offering you. I don't have those onerous conditions on you that the Salvation Army put on you when you were living in my house, right? I let you live there for free. I didn't tell you what time you had to be home. I wasn't drug testing you, anything like that, right?
Nah.
But you chose them, and I think that's what he's asking you. Like, why would you choose to go there when you had the freedom and everything of?
I guess I thought it probably was a better opportunity in some ways.
In what way? I'm really curious. You know, what way did you think that was going to be a better opportunity?
You know, they had like the counselors and whatnot and stuff like that. You know, going through the little things that I was going through.
Yeah.
You know, basically what it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting.
But I come to find out that they were just really using people.
You think so?
And saying that, hey, we know we're going to do all these wonderful things for you, but in order to get there, you got to go through this and you got to do this and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Jump through a whole bunch of hoops.
Yeah. Yeah, Latino, you see that? Oh, Latino, you there? You should be there. Maybe dropped off on the shirt. Then why would you, like when you left my house, I'm like, why the hell did he leave? Pay rent and give that up to go take a chance with someone else.
In my decision, it was like, hey, why suffer through this when, you know, you can go there and, you know, I guess probably, I don't know.
That shit had to be rough fucking living over there, boy. That shit had to be some rough living in that motherfucking 4 niggas in a room. Jesus Christ. And you had your own room. And you chose to go live over there amongst all them people. Jesus Christ, man. What were you thinking, John?
Thought it was a better opportunity.
Yeah. Opportunity. Like, what was your end goal? Like, to get a job?
Was to get a job there and get the housing from them. That was the end goal.
Yeah.
But it's like them people, they show favoritism a lot to, you know, those they like. Like, again, like pretty much all of the workers there went through the program. So like, oh, you know, instead of giving this guy the opportunity, I see him working, I see his work ethic, and, you know, he's doing what he's supposed to do, but I like him better because he's my friend, type of thing. You know,
was there any like sexual impropriety going on in there, over there?
I mean, they've had some gay people come in there.
And what happened with it?
Times, this one dude that came straight from prison, and I don't know how, but some kind of way he found a way to get a dildo and shit like that. So they kicked his ass out. They called him doing.
What they call to do it? What?
He had like baby oil, not baby oil, baby shea butter or whatever, and toothpaste, and he was doing some weird things. He got caught a couple times. And then after,
wait a minute, how did they catch him?
Because like they have like little classrooms and stuff like that, and then, you know, when it's lights out, they gotta walk the building, you know, to make sure everybody's where they supposed to be at. And he just so happened he wasn't. He was in one of the little small classrooms.
What, putting the dildo up his ass or something?
He was doing something with it.
Well, ain't no other orifice unless he put it in his mouth.
Yes. Yeah, so, but you would never think that person was like that.
Why is that? Why would he? I am the urban landlord, John Gar. We have so many clips from this channel. So we got a couple of things we're going to cover here. Hopefully we won't be here too long today. It depends on how it goes. The conversation flow, people in chat, people want to hit the panel. First thing first, a new guest announcement. I was talking to my buddy this morning. He was telling me some amazing stories. And he said, man, we should get these stories on your channel. I think it'll be very informative for your listeners to hear. And so I'm going to give you some highlights of someone. He's had a very good career here in America. Started out working, you know, you've heard him on the channel. He started out working in the House or the Senate, wherever, maybe both. The White House, he's working in the White House, corporate companies, stuff like that, working with AI, all that kind of stuff. So he has a lot of background on AI. I think many of you people that are entering the workforce or already in the workforce want to know how to be more productive with AI. He'll be our point person here on the channel. But he also is a real estate investor like myself. We've been friends for a very long time. And so we share our real estate battle stories. And so I'm going to share one that he's having currently that he's going through. And so you'll see the difference in what laws make and how laws keep people honest, different jurisdictions. And then you start to ask yourself, well, you know, if one jurisdiction clearly is operating efficiently this way and the other one is operating inefficiently the other way, then they must want to do that, and they must be doing this for a very good reason, reason that they may not be sharing with the people. It may not be visible to you, but you should be able to figure it out just by logical inference or deduction. So I'll start off with that one, and then I guess that will suffice for our guest announcement. So he'll be talking about AI tech, a long professional career in corporate America. He also has some government experience, so you can talk about that as well. But right now he's working in cutting edge AI. And for those of you that are interested in that, you have questions, how you can get into the field, how he got into the field, he can explain all those things to you better than I can. So I think that'll be very interesting. Then I did a video on the New York City ghost departments. I'm not sure how many of you know what a ghost department is. You know, most of you may not even have heard of a ghost department. And I'm going to highlight here. It's kind of a real estate edition today. And so here's kind of an explanation of ghost departments in New York. And while you're watching this, some of the things aren't going to make a lot of sense to you. And I'll see if I can explain it to you. So here is one video. And we'll start out looking at this one first. Hopefully it'll get into the meat of the matter of what we're discussing. New York City ghost apartments.
Allowing rent-stabilized apartments to remain vacant for.
Antoine Lewis digs into how often it happens and what's being done to increase transparency.
Rent-stabilized apartments are highly sought after in New York City, but the number of those available for renting is the subject of a just-released report from the nonpartisan New York City Independent Budget Office. The IBO says that more than 13,000 apartments sat vacant for at least 2 years between 2021 and 2022. Sarah Stefanski's team analyzed the data.
There's been a lot of speculation around rent-stabilized apartments sitting empty for long periods of time, but not a lot of underlying data behind that discussion. There could be multiple reasons. It could be a property owner is in the process of renovating an apartment. A property owner is looking for a particular tenant that they haven't found yet.
The IBO says last year landlords listed more than 42,000 rent-stabilized apartments, which for a city struggling to make affordable housing available wide scale is eyebrow-raising for some.
Owners don't want those apartments to sit vacant. It makes no sense. A vacant apartment helps nobody.
Frank Ricci, Executive Vice President of the Rent Stabilization Association, says from their perspective, a number of vacancies are the result of changes to the law in 2019 that restrict rent increases for stabilized units, especially if significant repairs are needed to make an apartment habitable.
And it could be anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000, depending on the size of the apartment. But under the current law, the owner is only allowed an $89 a month increase. So let's say you have a $700 a month apartment, you have to put in $50,000 to get $89 a month back. Your rate of return is going to be 30 or 40 years.
Landlords are not required to say why an apartment is empty, but a more detailed registry of New York City empty apartments is part of a bill recently introduced by Brooklyn City Councilman Lincoln Ressler.
And if apartments have been vacant for extended periods of time, then we ensure that the landlords provide information. Is it habitable? Why has it been vacant? So that we can enact the necessary policies to maximize every single available apartment in the city of New York.
Okay, so I want to stop there for 1 second. So you just heard them say that right now there is no registry of vacant apartments. Okay, well, what does that mean? It means there are a lot of apartments sitting vacant. The city doesn't know where they are. And this guy is saying we need to know where they are and why they are vacant. If you've been paying attention to what Mondami is saying, Mondami he's squeezing the landlords on one side by saying, hey, there's no rent increases for the next 2 years. I've explained that process to you. A typical New York City resident living in rent stabilized housing, every year they get an option, two options, 1 year, 2 year lease. The first year lease may be a 3% increase. The second year lease may be 2 year lease may be a 5% increase. If a tenant plans on living there for quite a while, they'll sign a 2 year lease. If they're unsure, they buy the 1 year lease. What Mondami has done is he's made the 1 and 2 year option both zero. In other words, you would have no incentive to sign a 1 year lease. Everyone is going to sign 2 year leases and basically tie the landlord's hand for 2 years. Even if they don't plan to live there, they could always arbitrage the apartment and sell it to someone else. A family member could move in and they take advantage of that 2 year rent freeze. So that's what's going on the ground. And so the landlords are saying, hey, man, I just won't rent the place. And so here are some landlords talking about these ghost apartments, and we'll get to that article. And so a lot of apartments are just sitting empty. And the landlords are saying, it's not worth our time to even fix this place. And here's one landlord saying that this will bankrupt me even to fix it.
The Independent Rent Guidelines Board.
26, 1 and 2 year renewal leases on rent-stabilized apartments will be frozen, impacting 1 million units in the city. It's easy to understand why a lot of New Yorkers voted for this policy. Rent in NYC is notoriously unaffordable. The implication is that landlords are to blame. They're evil capitalists sitting on piles of cash, exploiting their vulnerable tenants. But the truth is much more complex. This March, I visited Jose Tor, a 31-year-old Cuban American who's a landlord of a building in Washington Heights. He complicates this simple oppressor versus oppressed narrative Mamdani's team would like us to believe. Jose's grandfather, Jose Antonio Tor, came to America after escaping the Cuban Revolution. At 50 years old in 1979, he started over.
He was doing a side job painting around the neighborhood, and a lady told him, hey, listen, you should stop by and take a look at this building because they're giving it away, essentially. Wow. He met with the owner and was able to finance the building. He eventually put down a $25,000 down payment and dedicated his life to these buildings. This is my grandfather and I, and we're replacing a large marble step here. This was about in 1999. So he would always tell me, you know, never do anything unless you do it with love and you really, really care about it. And he loved the work, but it was led by his passion.
His grandfather was eventually able to buy another building across the street with 45 units, which
wow, this man did really well in New York. 45 units.
Is what Jose now runs.
What year is this building?
This is 1915.
So when they talk about vertical patrols, you heard the other day where some of the public housing residents were saying we need vertical patrols. This is what would be considered a vertical patrol, going up and down the hallways in, say, New York City apartment buildings.
1915.
Yeah, so 100 years old.
This is where guys would be hanging out in the hallways, you know, selling drugs, hanging out, smoking cigarettes, whatever.
Jose is weighing whether he should stay and continue his grandfather's legacy or sell and get out, because he says years of oppressive housing policies, of which Mamdani's rent freeze is just the latest and most extreme, are pricing him out of the family business. In 2019, for example, a tenant protection law passed in New York State, capping the amount landlords can raise rents on rent-stabilized apartments at 2%.
Today, the tenants will win.
Thank God.
The problem is that most rent-stabilized apartments have the same tenant for decades and are in need of serious repair.
This is how he left the apartment, yep. Which we cleaned it up a little bit, but you can see how terrible of a tenant.
So one of the things I want you to pay attention to is this apartment. It's dirty, no doubt. It's very dirty. This is a ghost apartment in New York. This is what would be considered a ghost apartment. And I'm just looking at this apartment. I'm saying, well, you know, a little elbow grease in a tight housing market, you got something. From a tenant's perspective, it's sitting empty. You go to the landlord and say, hey, man, you know, I don't mind putting in a little sweat equity here for a cheap place to live, particularly if the rent is going to be above whatever he would get in the market stabilized type housing, the rent stabilized housing. And so what I'm guessing is that there is going to be an informal gray market for ghost apartments forming in New York. When you look at the condition of this apartment, it's not terrible from a landlord's perspective. It's not terrible. No, what I mean by that is that if I had to go and pass inspections for the city, it's terrible. I've put too much money into it to make it livable. But for people down on the ground who may not have as high of a standard as the city, the government, in terms of inspections, this may be very well acceptable to them with a little sweat equity, a little elbow grease, cleaning up the place, particularly if they're handy. So again, pay close attention to this apartment. It's not as bad as it looks. Now, it's not worth this guy playing within the formal market where he goes and he gets the apartment inspecting and things like that. It's not worth doing that, but it still has value to someone. And my assumption is the gray market is going to form where people are going to, the best tenants will be able to go to these landlords and say, hey, man, forget about the city regulations and all that. Let's work together, get this apartment up to speed, and I'll pay you above market of what you would have received if this was still rent subsidized. Hell, I'll give you more than what you were getting otherwise, and we can do this off the books, outside of the purview of the government. And this is where I think the gray market, this is what I think Mamdani has created, a gray market for ghost apartments.
The guy was...
Well, no appliances.
See, look, there's nothing really bad there. This is just a cabinet. These are just cabinet doors that are missing. To the outsider looking in, this may look bad. But in reality, this is just cabinet doors missing. If you take it even further, to replace the cabinet, it's not very, very expensive. There are a lot of people in New York, I guarantee you, a lot of those immigrants would take this apartment in the state that it's in and pay the rent. Furthermore, there are a lot of tenants in New York, a lot of the immigrants will take this apartment and rehabilitate it and still pay the landlord. This is the ghost market here, coming full bloom in New York City.
Did you have to take them out after he left? Were they destroyed or?
They were destroyed, roach infested.
Roach infested. And that's all you got? Roaches?
They serve no use.
Right. And then like bathroom isn't usable.
There's nothing wrong with that bathroom. You know, the tile looks halfway decent. Yeah, I'm talking about this is for low income housing. And what do they want? Marble? They just want a basic place to live. A bathroom vanity is $50 at Home Depot. The door is broken off of it. Hell, you probably could replace the doors even cheaper. The toilets are about $120, $200 to install. If you get a handyman, maybe you know someone that can replace a toilet. Maybe you rent it to someone that knows how to replace a toilet. Basic handyman stuff. This is not rocket science in terms of construction. This is basic handyman. Assuming all of the plumbing is in place, this is basic handyman stuff here. This apartment sits empty because the landlord is not willing to put the money into it because of what the government would require him to do. But in the gray market, where there is no government intervention, someone is going to take this apartment. This is not a bad looking apartment.
Kitchen's not usable.
If an apartment was rented for, say,
I rent places that don't even have kitchens. So if you're trying to find a cheap place to live, they don't need a kitchen. They'll get around it. They need a microwave. Put them a microwave in their room.
$800 back in 1970, raising the rent to just $816 a month in 2026 would make it impossible for landlords to cover their expenses. So instead of fixing them and bringing them back up to code, landlords will lock the door and never rent them again.
Have you gotten quoted for what it would take to bring this apartment back on the market?
Yeah, I mean, on a very low note, doing the minimal amount of work, probably $30,000.
You 45 units?
Right. I mean, you know, I see what you're saying. Landlords list empty apartments as a loss on taxes, sure. But how, you know, that's a tax basis. But losses can only offset profits. Sooner or later, you got to make money. You have to make money. You just can't play a tax game. Hey, I get to write this off on my taxes, all these losses. But ultimately, you're going to need gains, you know, some profits to offset those losses. Otherwise, they're just losses. Unless you're a big conglomerate and maybe you have another business that those losses can be attributed to from a tax basis. You just run the business from a loss standpoint. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. It would make more sense for this guy to rent the place. He's not in the tax credit business.
Yep. How many of them are empty like this right now?
6.
6.
So you hear you saying he has 6 empty apartments. You figure at a minimum rate payment of $1,000, that's $6,000 a month, that's $72,000 a year that he could easily get from the gray market. He could furnish these places and, hey, you need a place to live. The way niches of the world, you hear all these phone calls. You don't think those people exist? It will say, hey, man, I need a place so badly. And what they've done is they've constricted the rent subsidized where the landlords aren't renting those anyway, and no one's building them. So you have a constraint on new supply. No one's building market subsidized housing, rent regulated housing. The current landlords are saying, I don't want to deal with that. You're in this guy. He has 6 vacant units out of 45. That's $72,000 a year at a baseline. That can't hold. There are people on both sides of the equation that are seeing meat on the bones there, and they're going to pick it. And who's going to be able to take advantage of this? One might ask, I would say, as I've been saying all along, is the better placed tenants. Either you're handy and you can do the work yourself, or you don't mind paying a contractor to come in and put in a new toilet for you. As I said, a toilet's only $400. A bathroom sink, $50 to $100 on the low end. The kitchen cabinets, a couple $100. Installation, maybe a few $100. You got your damn near kind of an updated apartment at a subsidized rate that you probably could not have found otherwise, because there are 60,000 empty ghost apartments, as they call them, in New York City. And this guy with 45 units has 6 of them.
Yep.
As we've reported in the Free Press, an estimated 50,000 ghost apartments currently sit empty because of this law. In a city experiencing a housing crisis where there's never enough apartments to meet the demand, this outcome is catastrophic.
And that just translated into vacant apartments, you know, a significant drop in values in terms of property values, more sales, less dollar volume. It makes it worse for everybody because I would love to give everyone a good quality, comfortable apartment that's up to code, that doesn't have, you know, broken floor tiles or cabinets that needs to be replaced. But we are put in a position where we can't do that.
After taxes, building maintenance, insurance, and other costs, Jose's left with just $43,000 in profits. But that razor-thin profit margin can disappear quickly. When the war in Iran caused gas prices to spike in March, Jose estimated gas prices for this year would cost $30,000 more than last year. When Zoran Mamdani decrees he's not allowed to raise the rents, he's left with no path to recoup these sorts of rising costs.
So are you in touch with other landlords in this neighborhood, and what are they saying about all of this?
They are not happy. They want to get out. They want to sell in most instances because it's just become such a world where you can't even do what you need to do because of the government and because of obviously the costs. And we're put in a place where we're pretty much like useless, and the government has more control than we have of our own property.
If nothing changes, what's going to happen in like a year or 2 years?
I think more landlords that are in very tough financial shape will turn the keys over.
To who?
Back to the lenders.
Okay.
Buildings will continue to fall into disrepair. Mold gets all over. It has to be eliminated and abated by not anyone, but, you know, an EPA registered contractor that costs, you know, 3-4 times what someone else would pay to do it. And then you have violations that follow with that. So then you're being fined because you're not completing the violations, and it just spirals out of control where that landlord is just pushed up against the wall, and they don't have the means to do it, even if they wanted to. Even if they were good landlords, they would have no other choice but to, you know, hand it over.
It's in this context that Mayor Mamdani has announced a new city policy to seize the property of bad.
And see, that is the next thing. You squeeze them on one side, say, hey, no rent increases. The apartment must be up to a standard that these people wouldn't require on their own. And from that standpoint, he says, if you can't keep it up to our exaggerated standards, then we'll just take the building away from you. This is a very tricky situation for the landlords to be in. No rent increases, no ability to maintain their properties, very difficult to get rid of their tenants, the bad tenants, who can run out the good tenants. And now the city is saying, we'll take those buildings off of your hand if you can't maintain them.
Bad landlords who don't properly keep up their buildings.
When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for
End of the day, the question becomes, replace them with whom?
For buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards.
Responsible people.
In other words, when landlords like Jose can no longer make the numbers work, the government of New York City will seize their buildings.
When my grandfather was alive, and you know, he was really echoing when Castro came in and the regime started to take shape, gain control, and then really put the stronghold on business owners like him. Like, he was a ship merchant, right? Castro was sweet talking.
Well, you know, you asked the question, there are over 20 empty homes for every homeless person in America. America could use 3 weeks of its GDP to house every homeless person. They won't, though. Why? Okay, well, let's assume someone owns those homes, a bank, or, you know, an individual, or a company, a small company. If that person can't pay rent and you just let them live there, then you incur all of the risk of them living there. If they fall down, going up the stairs, they break the hand railing and fall down, you're required to fix that, even though you're letting them live there for free. You say, well, hell, why don't they fix it? They're living there for free, but you incur all of the responsibility for letting someone on your property, even if they're not paying. So, of course, you're not going to allow homeless people to come live on your property and incur all the risk with no reward. That's the way it works in America. If you don't like that, then I think you should push for the laws to be changed where you're not liable if someone's just living on your property. They should be able to trade off liability for free rent in that case, but I don't think that's going to happen. So this is the reason why you're seeing this guy Jose. He's saying, hey, there are government rules that keep him from even renting his place, and his place is a more habitable than many of the empty homes that you're talking about.
And everyone into believing in his ideals and his agenda, but then, you know, things turned when they essentially went up to my grandfather and said, now all of this, your ship, your property belongs to the government. So he saw that there, lived through it, survived it, escaped it, and then essentially came back into another environment that evolved into what he lived through back in Cuba.
I texted Jose the moment I heard about the rent freeze. He told me, more pain. I'm barely making it this month. Tax bill due at the end of this month, water bill the following. I'm postponing payments to all vendors because I don't have enough money in the bank.
And, you know, the water bill thing really strikes a chord with me because you'll hear me all the time say, hey, is it you and your girlfriend? Because is it just going to be you using the bathroom, or is it going to be you and your girlfriend using the bathroom? You're going to have company over regularly. All of you guys are going to be using the bathroom. That water bill is not fixed. It goes up and down every time. It goes up every time someone flushes the toilet, washes their hand, takes a shower. And oftentimes those things come in conjunction with each other. You flush your toilet and you wash your hands. There's a double dose of water being used, and the sewer costs that go along with that. It's very expensive. The water bills, particularly in New York City, where you may have people double or tripling up inside of an apartment, but you can't charge them for that. And that's why in many cases, the landlords want the tenants to go. Yesterday, I went in one of my properties, and here in DC, we have very high electricity costs. They are trying to push people away from natural gas, so that it's pushed the electricity costs up here. So one of my tenants, I found out he has a portable refrigerator in his room. I said, hey man, the way that we keep the rent low is we don't want everybody to have a damn kitchen in their bedroom. So I need you to get that refrigerator up out of there, or you're going to get your rent raised to accommodate you for that extra utilities that you're using. Otherwise, we'll take the refrigerator out and let everybody just fend for themselves to get their own refrigerator, one or two. But this is the stern hand you have to come down with these people. Because again, every one of the tenants will end up with a damn kitchen inside their bedroom.
October 1st, when the freeze takes effect for leases, I have no way to keep up with rising costs.
What's your hope for the Mamdani administration?
That they work with us, that they work with the real estate industry to actually see how things can be improved, that they don't categorize us and simply ignore us because we're simply capitalists and landlords, essentially, right? It doesn't make any sense. If we are providing over 30% of the budget, you know, via property taxes to the city,
That's enough about this guy. Here's another ghost apartment. Again, these apartments aren't just terrible. They're livable. With a little sweat equity, they're more than livable.
$111 a month. So this is a one-bedroom apartment in the Bronx that rents for $811 a month. That's if the landlord were to actually put it up for rent. This is a rent-stabilized apartment, but look around. The landlord says there is so much work that has to be done here to bring it up to code that it doesn't make financial sense to rent it out.
The owner is deciding to lose.
And so what he's saying is bringing up the code. That's the government requirement. The government is setting standards higher than these poor people have. You understand? I'm telling you now, people don't believe me. I've been doing this so long. There was a large number of New Yorkers that would take this apartment, and I've lived in New York. There's a large number of New Yorkers that would rent this apartment as it is right now, as you're looking at it. But the city, by way of its laws, has made this a ghost apartment. There are plenty of people right now would come in there, paint it, fix it up a little bit, decorate it, and would be happy to live there. But as it stands now, this apartment is off market for them. but it's not off market for everyone. That is my guess, that these landlords who are hanging on by a thread, they're going to find out a way to monetize these ghost apartments.
Lose less money by just keeping it vacant.
Chipped and peeling lead paint, an outdated bathroom, and that red carpet.
Take it up. How hard is it to take up carpet? I've taken up a lot of carpet in my days and never put it back down. So it's very easy to take it up and throw rugs all over the floor. If it's just nothing but the plywood up on there, just have throw rugs. If you're desperate to get out of a homeless shelter and you're working, you might take this.
Chipped and peeling lead paint.
It's nothing but a lot of it's easy to just scrape it off, paint over it.
An outdated bathroom.
Outdated bathroom. I would bet you that most people in America, their bathroom don't look much better than
money by just keeping it vacant.
Chipped and peeling lead paint, an outdated bathroom.
What's wrong with that bathroom? I'm still trying to figure out what's wrong with the bathroom.
What's
wrong with the kitchen? It's just a basic kitchen to me. I don't see a lot wrong with this kitchen. The job and responsibility of elected officials to work for their constituents is not capital exclusively. People having homes creating a passive income. Well, how do they have homes? And you're assuming that the income is passive. That peeling paint, that doesn't passively get fixed. And all of the other things, the outdated bathroom, that doesn't passively get fixed. There's a lot of active work to create what you think is passive income. You see me here, guys see me here all the time. I'm on the channel, and you see, hey, he's just smoking, he's drinking. But long before I get here, a lot of times, early in the morning, I get up and I go clean up houses behind people. I don't film that some of the time. Sometimes I do, but for the most part, I don't film that. Nothing's passive in this world.
By just keeping it vacant.
Chipped and peeling lead paint, an outdated.
I'm looking at this bathroom. I don't see anything wrong with this bathroom. Outdated, hell, if you down on the bottom and you're poor, what the hell are you expecting other than an outdated bathroom? Right? What the hell are you expecting? But an outdated bathroom. Would you want a glamorous bathroom, a bidet? Well, like, what are these people expecting when they don't have a lot of money?
Bathroom.
But these are the standards that the government has set for these people. I guarantee you right now, in New York, if there's at least 1,000 people that would take this apartment as is right now. But the government has made it to where no one can rent this place. No one can rent this place. So again, I think that these landlords being crafty, as the city councilman said, they don't know where they are, why they are not being rented. I'm guessing some of them probably already rented. They're not really ghost apartments.
And that red carpet, far from luxurious.
Not exactly the red carpet people want to walk into.
Kenny Burgos is the CEO of the New York Apartment Association and advocates on behalf of landlords who own rent-stabilized apartments, like this one in Mount Eden. It's been vacant since the last tenant moved out around 2021. Why is this apartment still vacant so many years later?
Because the law today says that when the tenant moves out, you still, of course, before law and after, you would have to upgrade and renovate this unit and bring it up to the current housing standard of 2026. Mm-hmm. The difference is now the law says we don't really care what you spend. You cannot change the rent from the previous tenants.
Right. So if you listen to what he just said there, typically, if I were to show you, say, a New York City apartment layout, I guess here's one right here. If you can see that, any one of these layouts. Let's see if we can find a smaller one, smaller apartment floor plan. You may see this right here. Here's one to the left here. There's living room, bedroom, and a little kitchen or whatever over here. Bathroom somewhere. Here's the bathroom right here. And so there may be another apartment, adjacent to this apartment. Well, what they may do is knock out this bedroom wall and then make it a 2-bedroom or something like that. And then now they will escape the rent stabilization laws, and this would be a market rate apartment. Or back in the day, if they had this apartment, they would just renovate this apartment, go to the city and say, hey, we renovated this apartment. We should either be able to escape the rent stabilization laws and it should be market rate, or we should be able to get a higher rate on the market in the rent stabilization market because of the substantial renovations that we made. That's how the jig works. So I'm guessing that a lot of these landlords, and it's been reported on, would buy buildings with rent stabilized tenants in hopes that they could get rid of them. You may look at the demographic of your tenants and say, oh, this one, maybe I can get rid of this one. He's behind on rent. Maybe I can get rid of this one. This one's older. Maybe I get rid of this one in hopes of moving these rent stabilized apartments to the private sector market, to the market rate apartments. And so that's how it works in New York.
A 2019 change to the state's rent laws got rid of the 20% vacancy bonus, where landlords could hike rents for new tenants.
It's really a crisis.
Assemblywoman Linda Rosenthal, chair of the Housing Committee, voted for that bill.
We found that with the 20% vacancy bonus, it was an incentive for landlords to harass tenants out. Finally, we righted the scales. Landlords didn't like that, and what they said immediately after we passed it was, we're going to keep apartments off the market.
What do you say to that?
I say, what do they then say to landlords who have already gone bankrupt, who've already been in foreclosure?
Something definitely wrong here.
The tug of war between landlords and tenants advocates leaves lifelong New Yorkers like Troy Williams caught in limbo.
I live in a tier 2 shelter right now, and that's why I have a voucher now, you know. And I'm really trying to, get back to where I was this time 2 years ago.
So just how many rent-stabilized apartments are sitting empty with low rents that need extensive repairs? Well, we actually just got an answer from the city's Department of Housing Preservation and Development. A survey found just under 2,500 units that have been vacant for a year or more, needing extensive repairs with rents below $1,000. Of course, these are units sitting empty when so many are desperate for an affordable place to live.
And so that leads me to
You are a renter in a rent-stabilized apartment in New York City.
For landlord here in DC, and again, he's going to be one of our regular panelists, hopefully, as time permits. So he was telling me he has to evict a tenant in South Carolina. He's also a DC landlord, and so he was explaining the differences between evicting a tenant in DC, which he's had to do, and evicting a tenant in South Carolina. And we were joking. I said, "Damn." With those kind of laws, I wouldn't be surprised if the blacks start moving north. That is correct. You probably heard me say I don't go to court. I think if you go to court, you're losing. And so I think I even mentioned that on this channel, Chris Haskins. I think I mentioned it on his channel. I want to say maybe it's not there. But anyway, so in South Carolina, which is very interesting. So he says to me, and I can't quote it back word for word from him. He says, in South Carolina, if someone's late on their rent, basically 5 days, you give them a 5-day notice. And I mean, within like 2 weeks, they're out of there. They're gone, like 2 weeks. And he was just telling me like the difference between landlord in DC and say South Carolina, a conservative state. So he goes down to fill out the eviction paperwork. And the lady, the clerk was so helpful in helping him evict this woman. Now you juxtapose that with, say, DC, where everyone, once you go down into the landlord-tenant court, everyone is on the side of the tenants. Everyone. They're on the side of the tenant. They're working for the government, but they're on the side of the tenant to keep them in your house for free. But in South Carolina, he was saying, man, it's just like a tale of two different cities. Well, yes, it is. It's a tale of two different cities where he's saying the clerk was explaining to him not only how to evict a tenant, which you rarely ever see, you will not see in a DC courtroom where someone is going to be explaining to you how to best fill out the paperwork, and I'm going to explain it to you. But she also explained to him how to put this in your initial lease where you don't even have to serve notice, the 5-day notice. The missing of a rent payment, and maybe he'll call me back and he can explain it. The missing of a rent payment alone is enough to trigger the 5-day notice. And you don't have to do all this chasing the people around, just put it on their door. That's all South Carolina requires. And then they start to add fees on. And I said, damn, and he said, yeah, that's one of the interesting things about DC versus, say, South Carolina. South Carolina allows punitive fees for not paying their rent. He says, when I evicted the person in DC, I couldn't do it. I can't put any fees on them. So there's no consequence for them living in my house as long as possible. In South Carolina, there are consequences to continuing to live there. And he was saying how, the entire process is more balanced in favor of the landlord. And here's one of the interesting things he told me. And he was talking about, let's see if I can pull this up. He was talking about the South Carolina laws. And I'm going to pull them up. And here's some of the laws that he was referencing. And then I'm going to contrast those with DC. The tenant may be ejected upon application of the landlord when the tenant refuses to pay rent, fails or refuses to pay rent, when due or when demanded, the term of tenant or occupancy is ended, or the terms or conditions of the lease have been violated. So in DC, this right here, the second part, the terms of tenancy or occupancy is ended, it never ends. It never ends. So we don't have this. Your year lease turns into a month-to-month lease. That's why I don't rent to people month-to-month or year-to-year, day by day, week by week, every 2 weeks. This is how it works. For residential rental agreements, non-payment of rent within 5 days of the date due constitutes legal notice in and of itself to the tenant that the landlord has the right to begin ejection proceedings. I think in DC it may be 30 or 60 days. They could have the money, incur no punishment, no penalties for 30 days. They could be sitting there with their money, smoking, drinking, having a beautiful time. But within 5 days, it constitutes legal notice to the tenant that the landlord has the right to begin eviction, ejectment proceedings under this chapter if a written rental agreement specifies in bold, conspicuous type that non-payment of rent constitutes such notice. This is what the clerk informed my buddy when he went to evict the lady. She told him, hey, if you put it in your lease, you don't even have to inform these people. It kicks in automatically. That doesn't happen in DC. This requirement is satisfied if the written rental agreement contains the notice specifying there's a notice. Ejectment proceedings. Any tenant may be ejected in the following manner, to wit, upon application by the landlord. Any magistrate having jurisdiction shall issue a written rule requiring the tenant forthwith to vacate the premises occupied by him or to show cause why he should not be ejected within 10 days after service of a copy of such rule upon the tenant. 10 days. 10 days. Service of rule. This is also very interesting, very different from Washington, D.C. and liberal cities like New York City. The copy of the rule provided for may be served in the same manner as in provided by the law for the service of the summons in the court. The methods of service described in the sections may be used as alternatives to the method of service. When no person can be found in possession of the premises, oftentimes these people will hide from you. And so the law has written in provisions for that. You want to hide blacks, you want to hide behind the back door, don't want to let the landlord serve you properly. When the landlord cannot find the tenant and the premises have remained abandoned as defined in section whatever for residential rental agreements for non-residential for a period of time, the copy of the rule may be served by leaving it affixed to the most conspicuous part of the premises. This is on the front door. When services provided in subsection A has been attempted unsuccessfully 2 times in the manner described, a copy of the rule may be served by affixing it, both it and documentation of the 2 service attempts to the most conspicuous parts of the premises, and mailing a copy of the manner of the rule in the manner described. Very easy. It's easy peasy. This is a landlord talking to me and saying, man, this is easy as pie. Each of the 2 attempts to serve the defendant must be separated by a minimum of 48 hours and must occur at times of day separated by a minimum of 8 hours. The person attempting to serve must document the date and time, blah, blah, blah. Tenant ejected on failure to show cause. If the tenant fails to appear and show cause within the aforesaid 10 days, the magistrate shall issue a warrant of ejectment, and the tenant shall be ejected by his regular or special constable or by the sheriff of the county. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. And there was one other thing that he showed me. Effects of the verdict. It's one of the things he showed me here. But now I want to contrast that to Washington, D.C. The same buddy, he had evicted black in Washington, D.C. This is what's interesting. And this is what had him real heated. He was very, very angry. And I'm going to show you something. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. In Washington, D.C., all eviction-related notices must be provided in English and Espanol. If the landlord knows that the tenant's primary language is Amharic, China, French, Korean, Vietnamese, or any other language covered under the DC Language Access Act, the notice must also be translated into that language. Failure to provide these translations can do what? Invalidate the eviction. So let's say you got some low IQ black. You rent an apartment to him. You provided him a lease in English. Every time you talk to that Negro on the phone, it's broken English. It's Ebonics. But when you go to evict that Negro, you got to provide that Negro translation in English and Spanish. This nigga can't hardly understand English. You've only talked to him in English. The least that you wrote him out that he barely could even babble back to you was written in English. But my buddy Philippe, he said when he went to evict that black, who he had only ever spoken to in English, they said, wait a minute. You didn't give us a Spanish, you didn't get that nigga a Spanish translation too? Come back in 3 months. We're gonna let this dumbass black live in your house for free. Because he might know Spanish. His girlfriend might know Spanish. And both of them need to be able to read this damn eviction process. So it got to be in English or Spanish. Default. Even if the black can't even fucking hardly understand English. So there's 3 more months. Put on the wait time for him. And of course, every clerk that goes down there that you deal with, they're black and they're tenant advocates and stuff like that. And so this is the big difference between renting to people in, a conservative state like South Carolina and Washington, D.C. And this is a very big kink that he did not consider. Just the mere fact that he didn't have a Spanish translation version had him waiting another 3 months there just to evict the tenant that had no intention of paying, that was already behind on rent. And I think he said the tenant ultimately owed him $20,000, of which DC does not allow any penalties. They don't allow you to penalize these people. So it's very, very interesting, very difficult to rent to these type of people because of all of these different conditions that the city is creating. That's making it very, very difficult, I think, on the ground for the lower class people. And so anyway, it's a very interesting topic for me. And I hope you guys are excited about my buddy Philippe. He's going to be joining the channel. Hopefully we can get him up here as often as possible to talk about some of the things he's seen in AI and tech and stuff like that. He can also talk about some of the things he's seen within the industry, some of the dynamics that he's seeing. He's also seen some of the undermin dynamic, even in AI, people that have made it fairly high into corporate America. They still find that AI may replace them. And so these men are, and women in some cases, are very resistant to AI, even though they are working in the AI industries. That's how they are making their living. And so it was a fascinating story he told me about some of the blacks that work in AI and feel threatened by AI. And I'm sure it's not just black people, but in this particular instance, it was black people. So he was telling me the story about this. Anyway, so here's another story about New York City's housing shortage and the ghost market, ghost apartments. The city struggles with massive housing shortage. Tens of thousands of rent stabilized apartments are sitting empty across the Big Apple. You know, what's interesting is I've never met anyone in New York that lived in a market rate apartment. Never. I remember seeing them being built like over there, Hudson Yards and all that. But I've never known anyone that lived there. Those are very expensive apartments, typically, if it's going to be market rate. And so a whopping 57,000 rent stabilized units sat vacant across the 5 boroughs in 2025. That's basically a 6% vacancy rate that is up from 3.7% a year earlier. The vacancy rate ticked up to 7% in 2021, a year into the COVID pandemic. All boroughs, and this is also interesting if you're familiar with New York City, all boroughs but Manhattan saw vacancy rates climb between 2016 and 2025, the latest year for which data is available. Vacancy rates, which mean that the apartments are vacant. The reason why I would imagine that this occurred in New York City is because, in Manhattan, I should say, is because there probably aren't as many rent stabilized apartments relative to the other boroughs in Manhattan. And so I'm guessing that is the reason why that occurs. One expert, I'm not sharing the right screen. I'm looking at the screen, but I'm not sharing it. One housing expert, Brendan Mitchell, director of the real estate and finance at the Bronx-based University, suggests that the vacancy spike rate is a hangover from the pandemic. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. This guy probably doesn't have a lot of real estate experience, with courts finally clearing out backlog eviction cases after the moratorium lifted. However, not everyone agrees. Michael Johnson of the Apartment Association of New York told the Post that would have been a huge surge. That would have meant a surge in evictions early this year, which he says wasn't there. The increase in vacant units is entirely tied to the fact that the economics do not work in these cases. And adding, there's massive demand for housing, and only some stabilized homes whose rent is higher can be spruced up and rented to a new tenant. Others with slightly less rent could take more time to renovate and rent out, with not as much a return on investment, while the least expensive ones sit empty with no luck recouping any cost of renovation. Again, this is a situation that I think, from my economic understanding, will create a gray market. And for those of you saying, what the hell is a gray market? How many of you even know what a gray market is in economics? Gray market economics. The gray market sits right between, I guess, the kind of an informal market. But here is the gray market. And I think I've talked about this here on the channel. The gray market is the trade of legitimate, trademarked, or financial securities through unofficial, unauthorized, or unintended distribution channels. While legal, these apartments are legal. It's not drugs or anything like that. These transactions circumvent the manufacturer's established supply chain. Well, if you replace manufacturer's established supply chain with the government's established rent policies and guidelines, you will also see that I bet you that there have been some studies on rent freezes and the downstream gray market consequences. A rent freeze forces landlord to keep rents at or below market levels. This severe supply and demand mismatch frequently gives rise to what John Galt has predicted there: a gray market, unofficial or illegal transactions where desperate renters and profit-seeking landlords like John Galt bypass regulations. And this is what I'm explaining to you. What the politicians in New York City have created: a gray market that will only serve the best of the best breed of tenants. How the gray market operates under rent freezes. When a rent freeze is enacted, such as New York City's policy covering approximately 1 million stabilized units. That's probably 4 million people in total. Landlords are blocked from raising tenants' rents to match inflation or rising property expenses like taxes and insurance. To bypass these restrictions, gray markets exist in several ways under the table. So what I told you guys, under the table payments, landlords might demand key money. It's going to cost you $1,000 to make this key. You want a key made? $1,000. Hidden administrative fees. I got to activate the code for you to enter the front door. That's going to be $100. Artificially high prices for secondhand furniture. What does that mean? Oh, we get down into the nitty gritty of this. We're really getting down into the nitty gritty of this. You're seeing how the landlord can play a lot of games. He can say, hey, man, I'm going to rent you this apartment at this low rate. But you're going to have to rent this furniture from me for another $1,000 a month. You like that? It's gray market. Mob tactics. This is what they've created. The gray market where the mob-like tactics will prevail. Landlords might demand key money, hidden administrative fees, artificially high prices for secondhand furniture. And what they're saying is hey, you got to buy this furniture. Got to buy it. It's part of the deal. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Right? The rent is cheap, but I just sold you some cheap-ass furniture as a condition to get the lease. You see this? Selling a $5,000 chair as a condition. Ooh, who you think gonna have $5,000 to get the chair? Huh? Who you think gonna have $5,000 to get that chair? You understand this? This is John Galt telling you how it's all gonna work out. Illegal subletting. Tenants with rent-frozen leases legally hold on to their apartment, but sublease it to others at massive markups. Right here is where they basically scalp the landlord's head. They arbitrage the apartment. For those of you that don't understand what arbitrage in the apartment means, arbitrage. 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 And what that means, rental arbitrage is a real estate strategy where you lease an apartment long-term and sublease it to a short-term or corporate guest, pocketing the difference between your rent and the nightly revenue. A lot of that happens in New York City because these people are on artificially low rent. So they end up taking advantage of the landlord by renting out rooms in the apartment. Now they're doubling up the use of the water. The landlord can't recoup that. He doesn't get a part of the jig. He just has to pay the extra water while the tenant is making money. Illegal subletting. Tenants with frozen leases hold on to the apartment but sublet it to others at massive markups, essentially becoming an unregulated shadow landlord or shadow slumlord because they don't have the money to renovate that apartment. It's already, in need of renovation. But there's so many people out there willing to live in these apartments, and none of these apartments look terrible that I showed you. The average person probably lives in a place not much better than what you saw in these ghost apartments. And so the tenants take advantage of that because they know it. Down on the ground, they know. Because the official rent is so cheap, individuals might hold on to apartments they do not even officially use, such as a weekend crash pad after moving to the suburbs. All these things happen, reducing the available pool of housing. Conversion and warehousing. Landlords often convert rental units into condos to escape regulation or intentionally leave units vacant, warehouse them to avoid long-term below-market rents. Economists generally criticize broad rent freezes because they treat the symptoms of a housing shortage rather than the causes from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And so that is what we're seeing happening on the ground and the shadow gray market occurring. And I think it will be a boom for the people who are able to take advantage of it. The people who are able to buy that $5,000 chair from their landlord in exchange for a discounted rent for this market that otherwise would not, for this property that otherwise would not be on the market, it becomes a win-win for everyone. And that's more or less how it should be. And I'm guessing that these shadow market rents will approach what the natural market rate should be. And if you were to look at that, gray market prices versus regular market prices, versus black market prices. What you see, the market price, that would be the official price. That is the, in the case of subsidized housing or the market regulated, market, what does they call it? Housing subsidized, whatever it is. That's the market price, but it's under market for many cases, these housing stabilized people. The gray market, parallel market. And for the gray market, the pricing is highly variable. It's typically lower than the market price for overstock goods. However, in highly coveted categories, oh, I don't have that on screen. In highly coveted categories, with supply shortages, that gray market becomes that dope, that raw, uncut dope. And what you will likely see in New York City is the gray market prices will easily exceed the market price because they've artificially set the market price too low. This is John Galt explaining real estate economics to you. And now what about the black? Well, here's an example. Market price, luxury watches, limited electronics. Gray market prices can skyrocket to premiums of 30 to over 100%, 200% above retail. Retail is market price. These items often lack manufacturer warranties. In the case of housing, what is the manufacturer warranty? The inspection, the government stamp of approval that it's okay to live there. Some of these people say, I don't need the government stamp of approval. I just need a real place, just need a place to live. I don't need the government stamp of approval. I'll take it as is, just like the way people buy houses. And so this is, again, the explanation of the gray market in the real estate. Example, buying that same Rolex Submariner from an unofficial secondary dealer for upwards of $14,000 to meet immediate demand, or buying a Swiss market Coca-Cola imported from Poland at half the normal retail price. And you're gonna say, black market, what is this? The trade of contraband, stolen, restricted, or entirely counterfeit goods, completely detached from official value. That's the market value. While counterfeit goods are usually priced significantly lower than significant market prices, authentic market prices. To entice buyers, black market prices for strictly forbidden or highly restricted real goods. That's in economics, real is a term, it's a real term. That's not just the word like, hey, he's real. No, it means real goods like tickets, controlled substances, drugs can surge far above official prices. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? Let's say that New York City wanted to start punishing landlords who rented out those gray market apartments, those shadow apartments. Let's say that New York City wanted to start punishing landlords if they caught them renting out a shadow market apartment, a gray apartment, the abandoned, the market stabilized housing. And let's say if they applied criminal charges to that, where they could put you in prison, then now you will see those gray market apartments turn into black market apartments, and their price would skyrocket even higher. And so that's what's being explained right there, is that the more New York City starts to regulate, the higher the prices are likely to go, because highly restricted real goods. That real word is very important. And this word here, in highly coveted categories with supply shortages. And those things all come together. And what you're seeing is the vortex for some very, very expensive housing brought to you by the New York City council members and the voters who elected these people to do such. Once again, I think it's very interesting, guys. Now, at this point, I guess I'll go through a little bit of my Twitter stream. Well, if you want to jump up and ask questions, maybe I'll go through some chat before we get into the Twitter stream. You want to have questions about this. If you're a landlord looking to be a landlord, I'll see if I can answer some of these questions for you. They do this with cars too, then. Not necessarily, because you don't need a car. You know, New York City has public transportation where you can easily get around a car. But housing is a different beast altogether. Everyone needs housing. Everyone doesn't need a car. So do you rent or own? I'm a landlord. I am the urban landlord. Rent to people. How about that? Yeah, this is crazy. You know what's interesting? My buddy brought this up to me. My buddy Felipe, he wants to talk about this. And so what I thought about was this. And I think it's here. And I thought about it from this perspective. Eminent domain. This is a property rights from the standpoint of the Supreme Court rulings. Maybe I should go to the Constitution. It's probably better. Yeah. U.S. property rights are primarily protected by the Fifth Amendment Takings Clause, which forbids the government from taking private property for public use without paying just compensation. Additionally, the Due Process Clause of the Fifth and 14th Amendment protect owners from arbitrary deprivation of property. The fundamental protections embedded in the Constitution rely on specific property powers. And there was somewhere where in the Constitution, it talks about the government can't take your home and provide it to, say, the military, a foreign arm or an army, or something like that. I think it's something like that. The U.S. Constitution protects private property from military intrusion primarily through the Third Amendment, which bars the forcible housing of soldiers in private homes during peacetime. So what I'm saying and what I'm suggesting is the people that are voting for this, they're the soldiers. They are the foot soldiers of the government. They're not out fighting foreign wars. There's a domestic war brewing on the streets of America between the people who get benefits from the government, presumably from the taxpayers. That's where their mind is, that these benefits are provided from taxpayers. In the case of housing, it is very much true that the government can and is forcing people, landlords, to house their welfare soldiers in private homes during peacetime. These people, millions of them who came out to vote for this, they speak in terms of battle and war. We won this battle. It's time that we take over. And the government, being led by people like Mondami and the Brad Landers of the world, the Ilhan Omar, the Janice Georges, and all the other socialists, the Ocasio-Cortez that you hear, these people see themselves in an existential fight against landlords, corporatists, and other people like that. And the one battle that they must win is housing for their people is critical. They're not fighting for cars for them. They're not fighting for Air Jordans, clothing, anything like that. They can give that to them. But what they can't give to them is housing. So what they're doing is they're going into the landlord's pocket and say, landlord, you're going to subsidize our soldiers, the people that vote for us. And so my buddy Felipe, he said, has to be, someone needs to get this before the Supreme Court. The government feeds its soldiers. These are the same. This is a large overlap between the same people. They're feeding, housing, clothing, and educating these soldiers, all under the roofs of these landlords. I don't think anyone has ever stated it this way. What we have now is an army of soldiers voting as opposed to just outright taking it with spears and pitchforks, the property of others. Once again, I am John Gall. This is the conclusion of this segment. Now we go on to my Twitter stream to get this all out of the way. Maybe there'll be something to clip here. And we go straight through this. We're going to roll through this. Here's I've been talking about the Airbnb problems, and it's going to probably dovetail into housing as well. This is a Facebook post. Hi, I'm coming to work to DC from July 21st to August 12th for work. And I'm currently looking for a room to stay. I checked Airbnb and hotels, but are not within my budget. If anyone has a spare room or knows someone who does, I'd really appreciate it. Well, the problem is that this is the busy season for Washington, D.C., and there's probably very little Airbnb bookings that don't have, that have a continuous opening for basically, 15, 20 days. So that forces her to Facebook. And as I've told you, Facebook allows you to do a social credit check. And Facebook allows, landlords to kind of act like hotels. I was reading a Facebook message the other day, and someone says, hey, my hotel reservation was canceled because the hotel was overbooked. Well, you can't do that with Airbnb without getting punished. Hotels can do that and face no punishment. Matter of fact, they can just refer you to their sister properties. Airbnb guests get punished if I cancel you. And so this is another example of where Airbnb is facing limitations, and Facebook offers landlords a lot more flexibility. I reached out to this person. National Guard troops. I think I talked about this one. We talked about this one yesterday. Let me go to my bookmarks here. I saw a couple things. I saw. Oh yeah, I don't want to talk about that one. Oh yeah, here's a good one.
The Massachusetts GOP is criticizing Governor Maura Healey over a new report that shows shifting shelter costs to the state's home-based program. The program provides rental assistance to migrant families. According to the report, Massachusetts is on pace to spend $97 million on the home-based program in the current fiscal year. The state spent approximately $9.5 million on housing at-risk families. Massachusetts Republican Party Chair Amy Carnevale released a statement following the release of the report, saying in part, quote, as much as Maura Healey would like the public to think that she's improving the system, the data tells a different story.
And that is the thing, you see that in every instance, at the top of the list is housing. Because again, the government can print up a bunch of money, they can put it on their EBT card, they can give them gift cards and all of they like. But at some point, they have to come to John Galt for acceptance. I am the one that determines. People like me are the one that determine if they get to take their welfare largesse to the and come rent for me. And I'll show you an example of what I mean. I got this text message just the other day. Here's a text message I just got the other day. This is what I call the government long arm, the long arm of the government here. This is what a guy wrote me yesterday. It's a wonder that he just doesn't go back to the shelter like Johnny Boy. I don't know why he keeps trying to make a go of it. He clearly does not have the intellectual ability to do it. So here's a text that I received just the other day. This morning, I think I got it this morning. That is this morning. Let's see. It was yesterday. And here is that text. And so here's a guy, he's saying, hey man, I'm trying to get my rent for free, paid by one of these government agencies and shit, right? He said, I'm trying to get my rent free, paid by one of these government agencies and shit. And they need you to send your mortgage statement so they can pay 3 months of my rent up front. I said, nigga, I ain't sending them shit. Get the fuck out of here. Like, who is this government agency that's paying your rent? Right? And so you heard, if you've been listening long enough, you would have heard the call on the channel. It's really nothing but the government. By way of a nonprofit proxy, acting as proxy for the government. And I proved it all out because I said, hey man, the government guy calls me on the phone. But he's working for a nonprofit. And I said, why do you need all this? He says, because we get our funding from the government, DC government. I can't dole this money out to you unless I basically follow the rules of the government. So it's more or less like Section 8. But the government doesn't want that money to show up on its books as we're housing all these people. So it becomes almost like off-balance sheet financing. Does anyone understand that term? Off-balance sheet financing. God damn. Off-balance sheet financing. What does that mean? Damn. Mess up something here. Damn. Drop my mic and everything's going sideways. Sorry about that. Off-balance sheet financing. Off-balance sheet finance is what the government is more or less accomplishing by funding all of these nonprofits that do nothing more than what the government would do. It allows them to hide jobs because these are nothing more than government workers that would be working in housing authority or some HUD or whatever. But the government doesn't want to pay their pensions, their liability for hiring people, so they form nonprofits. Hell, many nonprofits are probably founded by former city council members and things like that. And so here is off-balance sheet financing is an accounting practice where a company or government keeps certain assets, debts, or liabilities off its main balance sheet. It is used to fund operations or acquire assets while making the company or government appear less leveraged and financially healthier than if the debt were recorded. That is off-balance sheet financing, and that is what you're seeing from a government perspective, where you're seeing off-balance sheet financing of the poor's lifestyle. Nonprofits and the like are funding these housing and the jobs that go along with it, and no one's seeing it as really the government that's paying for this stuff. And that is why this guy is asking me, send me your mortgage, man, so I can get this government agency to pay my rent. It's exactly what he's saying here, right there. Anyway, so grade market, back to the bookmarks. Back to the bookmarks. Oh. Back to the bookmarks. I'm just gonna do my Twitter stream here.
The parents are not your friends. Everybody look at me. I'm getting ready to tell you something that's probably gonna hurt your feelings, but I love you, okay? The parents are not your friends.
Got a little music in the background. This guy has a dress on. A bigger point, this guy has a dress on, and I'm not sure if he's a teacher or what. He's known as the child care whisperer, Taheem Clark. The name alone should give you pause, right? Tylene Clark. Investing in your children. Who is Tylene Clark? Before he was, here he is. Let's see. Before he, I'm sure it's gonna be music on this video here.
It's not a big mess. It's on the surface where you can clean it up.
Jesus Christ. This is the child care whisperer. This is amazing.
You get to sit down with your phone, tablet, whatever it is. Make sure it's an Apple phone.
This is a child care whisperer.
And subscribe, like, whatever your favorite. And you know I love you and I love you.
Child care whisperer right here. And they are introducing this guy into classrooms all over America. Well, not all over America, but apparently somewhere. I bet this is Atlanta. I bet this is Atlanta. It's got to be Atlanta. Here he is again.
People gotta start looking at their children as investments.
Yeah. How so?
You invest if you put them in the right school. You're hoping that investment that you're putting into them is going to pay off.
Yeah.
And that starts even.
Yes.
But these children at the age of 2 are going to art class, STEM class, library class.
Library. I'm telling you, the blacks are making school is being made a mockery of by trying to educate these people beyond their capacity. So what's happening is that people like him are coming in and hustling the system. It's the only way you can describe what the hell is he doing in the school system. Well, he come in, he use big words, babble, and he finds a lane to make money.
It's an investment.
Yeah, so it's an investment.
Now, when they go to school, they have an idea. They already.
This is all you blacks talking about education. This is who your child is going to school listening to. How you like that? How do you like that? All you education proponents thinking the education is going to be your salvation. How do you like that? This is Mr. Ty. Ty. Jesus.
Okay. Hey, come here. Come here.
You know, I want to, you know what? Is there a black out here that would defend this? Would you send your child to school? Come on, blacks. Education important, right? How many of you blacks, once you see what's behind the curtain, would you send your child to school with this? I'm just curious to know. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm really curious to know, would they really send their child to school with this? Is this the education that they keep talking about is so damn important? Is this it? Right? Like sending your child to school in front of Ty? He sees education as an investment, yeah, because he's making money off of it. He doesn't have any children of his own. What the hell is he speaking about it for? But he sees it as an investment. Known as the child care whisperer. Wearing a dress and high heels while telling a group of young children that their parents cannot be trusted. This is a direct, open attempt to drive wedge between parents and their children. Blah, 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 blah. And he goes on.
Parents are not your friends.
Okay.
They cannot be trusted.
They cannot.
Your friends. Okay.
Okay.
They cannot be trusted. Let me say it again because I want you to hear me. The parents.
I want you to hear me in the back.
I'm gonna say it again because I want you to hear me. The parents are not your friends. Okay. They cannot be trusted.
Got that, right? This is what the blacks is, you know, I mean, look at this shit. Like again, when people talk about, I was on the panel with Coach Ferd, and he talking about high school graduation. I said, what? school has been corrupted now. Stop talking to me about a damn high school education. Do they know anything? Because they'll pass anybody at this point. They'll pass anybody. It's a jobs program now. At this point in America, large parts of the school system is nothing but more than a jobs program. That's all it is. Right? That's all it is. Now, that doesn't mean all of them are terrible, but all of them are susceptible to the money game, playing the money game. That's what you see here. This is the money game.
All right? Everybody look at me. I'm getting ready to tell you something that's probably going to hurt your feelings, but I love you, okay?
Woo! You hear about this? Marcellus Wiley. Wife claims he raped her. Jesus Christ. Marcellus Wiley. This old loudmouth black. I used to about this fucking black. Uh-oh. Woo! What's up, Bray? Bray. Hold on, Bray. I saw somebody in the chat. I was listening, they was stupid ass 90s. And I wrote a comment in his chat, and somebody said, hey, you kissed up with B Bread? Some old sexual comment toward.
It's all they got, John. That's all they got. You know, they just couldn't say. Imagine if they would say something like, "You're a buddy with Be Brave." Yeah, we're buddies. See that none of them, or because you could still incriminate you by saying you're tight with Be Brave, but no, they got to take it to the nth degree, kissing up and gay stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, man. So sad. Every time you hear somebody try that shit, it's like, geez, what are you incapable of thinking? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, you know I'm from the South.
Yeah.
And remember when CT was doing it, that he said that Southern twang, he talking about Fweezy. When you talk about Fweezy, that Southern slang, you know,
yeah, I remember it had me pissed off.
CT was like that Southern slang, that Southern twang, that can't deal with that twang.
Yep.
When my buddy Philippe had to go deal with that twang from a Southern white woman, and I ain't even gonna tell a story. When he come up here, I'm gonna let him tell it. He said he wanted to hug and kiss that white woman on her cheek.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
So she had that Southern twang, and she said, "Baby, you need to do that right here to make sure you get these blacks out your house on time."
They got a little lady on Google that is on my, I don't know if it's on my algorithm, probably. She's about a 35, 40-year-old Southern woman that she's called the Hickok Hillbilly. And she's so cute the way she talks. Yeah, that just had me pissed off, CT. You know, he was being euphemistic, no, apologetic. No, he was just protecting black nonsense.
Hey, man.
Calling Ebonics Southern twang.
I've been in there. When you tell me you went in that gas station, that little country girl in your gas station, that little poor white girl, she cute. Well, I seen it too. Now I seen two old poor white country girl in the gas station down south. Hi, how you doing? She just hey, Bray,
it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, the Southern twang is the least of our problems there, Mr. CT. He could have did a show, though, on Ebonics and got away with it, but yeah, I guess he didn't want to ruffle too many feathers.
He could have Southern Ebonic twang.
Yeah, at least, you know, if you had to put Southern in there to lessen the blow, okay, call it Southern Ebonics. No, he went straight Southern.
Bray, you know we go anywhere we want to go in, Bray. You know we don't have no script. Which way you want to go, Bray? Like.
Well, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that very interesting apartment rental information, John. Very interesting. For those, I know not many of us are interested in it that aren't involved in it, but I find it interesting because, John, what you're doing is you're describing not a socialist takeover, but a corporatist destruction of private property rights. And that's what they don't want to think of it as. And I understand take the easy route. Everybody thinks of it as socialism versus capitalism. I get it. It's kind of scary to think of a global cabal as interfering in something as magnificent as property rights, but that's exactly what you're describing. But this guy, this Atlanta teacher, you notice how, and I forget who else I heard say it, but I've heard it probably a year ago. I don't know who said it, but they said, have you ever noticed how the face of all the gay movements or something like that are all black men? You notice how they couldn't put a white man in that position, John.
No. Well, I don't think
whites wouldn't put up with it. Whites would not put up with it.
I don't think a white man could do it very well.
You know, the whites wouldn't put up with it. They have to put up with it because in the name of, if they don't, they're racist. Get it? Yeah. That's what they're doing here. They, quotation marks, that's what they're doing here. Yeah. This is how, you know, this is why I tell people, man, it's like, you know, it ain't nothing to lose sleep over, but things are changing before your very eyes. Yeah. You look at what they're getting away with this guy. He's telling kids their parents are not their friends. Look at, and nobody's saying it. Where's the national news on it? He's doing it in a classroom.
Can't say that, bro. You can't say that, bro.
No. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, where's the national? This is national news. This guy is basically psychologically molesting children. Yeah. To turn them against their parents. Let me see. Parents, what's the most important thing to a child? Let me think. Oh, their parents. And he's saying your parents can't be trusted.
Great.
Go ahead.
Come in. Is this somebody? I've never seen this guy in the chat before. Can you come in? What he's saying here?
Who they trying to trick? Young blacks. Who they trying to trick? Young blacks or young whites? Oh, young blacks are the brunt of this. Young blacks are getting it right between the eyes. Again, young whites are going off to their white households and getting a resistance of logic. The parents probably these days have no qualm about saying your school is crazy. You just got to go there. But when you come here, I'll tell you what to think. Yeah. I imagine. I mean, in other words, we were talking about, John, when do you give your child a talk on race? When do you give your child a talk on what goes on in the classroom? How old are your children? You know, do parents give their talk on what goes on in the classroom? I'm sure some conservative parents do.
Well, what we have in here, though, what we're seeing here, though, Brave, is an intersection of race in education.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
What we're seeing.
You've seen them put the little white dude up in the
right.
When he walked in and sat down, they used the little white dude as a stage.
That's correct. So what we're seeing is the intersection of race and education. Where if you're going to have this talk with your child, you're also going to have a talk with them like, hey, these blacks, you know, race has to come up in a situation like this. If you're going to be honest with your child. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying there, Brave. These blacks are creating a situation where they're forcing white people to have some very uncomfortable conversations with their children at a very early age. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, and it's not an accident. It's that's why I said, look at Questions to Ponder. She's just hung on that Marxist socialist. I get it. Questions, stay in your little sandbox, sweetheart. I don't blame you for not wanting to come out of it. It's scary out here if you think about a handful of people running the planet. That can get a little bit unnerving. But no, there's things going on. This is just like like the rents, the attack on landlords. Why couldn't there? Has there ever been a challenge in the Supreme Court over the years of New York trying these things? Has anybody ever ended up in the Supreme Court challenge over New York and their shenanigans? Because this isn't necessarily something real new, is it? In New York, haven't they been messing with telling landlords what to do with their property for decades?
You know, that's interesting that you mentioned that, Brave, because my buddy Philippe, he's saying, man, they need to take this shit to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
And I don't know if you heard me earlier where I was saying what we have here now. You know how the Supreme Court says the government can't take over your property to house soldiers. Right?
Correct.
Well, aren't these soldiers? Free shit on?
Yes, they are. Right? They are corporatist soldiers in every sense of the word. Yeah. When you said that, John, I said that's very true. They are corporate soldiers. However, since it's not military assigned, that wouldn't fall anywhere in the Supreme Court.
Right.
But I just can't believe that there's nothing in the Supreme Court challenging landlords that they can't do what they want with their property. And if something happens, so be it. They're at the loss. And if something happens furthermore with property rights and blacks get left out, gee, it's like, well, guess what? Kick in and do what you do with Section 8 and keep making it so the landlords can function and quit. Because I guess what the government's doing is they're saying we're not going to pay Section 8. We're just going to make the landlord contribute to do the Section 8. That's what they're doing in effect. Yeah. Where the landlord should raise his prices to cover cost, and then the government kicks in to help with the rent. The government's saying, no, we're not kicking in. We're going to get a twofer on this. We're going to destroy property rights, and we're going to run you out of property because you're going to subsidize these goddamn low-life people that don't want to work and can't afford themselves. So this is very, it's like, well, folks, I just can't believe there's nobody ever went to the Supreme Court on these rent fixing, on these rent freezes. I can't. I just, which further shows you, my dear questions to ponder, that this goes to a very higher pay grade. Because this would be a logical step for the New York landlords to get together in class action to the Supreme Court. And why don't they? Well, because a certain group of people are disproportionately represented and are probably not really that opposed to what's going on in New York, if the truth be told. So, I'm just talking about, it's just, it's.
Hey, give me a second, Brady. Keep going, Brady. I got to take a quick phone call. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So if you think of it and you haul off and you think of it as, because I'm not naming any groups, but folks, there are the global ruling elite is made up of, let's do London, Vatican, and the Pentagon. Okay. And there are various small group of people that control all three of those things. I don't care what you call them. And I'm not saying it's all our little friends from the small hat, Anglo-Saxons in on it, everything. But this is a movement of American culture, not to the left, but to the tyrannical. Oh, I know that word. Ooh. No, it's financial tyranny. It's not socialism, folks. It's not Marxist. I don't care about Marx. Marx was a corporate hack, by the way, folks. Marx was nothing but he's an author of the elite, writing for the elite of the day, making the elite happy so the elite can move their agenda forward in control of the various regions of the planet. Look it up, folks. Don't take my word for it. Come on, man. Look shit up. And when you got world wars that are started and financed into existence and stuff like that. And then from Marx, they come in and the same group of people that gave you Marx, German small hats, gave you Ayn Rand, Russian small hats. See how they cover both ends? Marx, crazy ass collectivist, to Ayn Rand, crazy ass libertarian, free for all, poor be damned, let people live in shacks. See how there's never any gray area, folks. I know John was talking about a gray market earlier. I'm not talking about that. There's never a gray area where, hey, let's do this. And, maybe the libertarian is a little crazy and the Marx ideals are a little crazy. So let's get in the middle. There's never any middle ground allowed. You see how that works? No matter if you notice, there's 1,000 different things, whether it's in all policies like feminism, which you see, there's no gray area. I remember when feminism started out, it was pretty cool, but it got real ugly real fast. Oops. They couldn't leave it in the gray area. Can't do it because in the gray area is the benefit to the peasants, because the peasants always benefit from a logical mixed economy. We all know that. I know Republicans, do away with the safety nets. No, and no. Once the private sector gets the power they've had for the 200 years, you got to have the government, the federal treasury. You're going to have to kick in with it. It's printed money anyway. You're going to have to kick in with it to keep the mobs off the streets. Unless you want mobs on the streets and, people living in shacks and bathing and washing clothes in rivers.
Brave, you got time for me to go to the liquor store real quick? Can you hold it down for me? And 10 minutes. Don't tell me it was 10 minutes to go to the liquor store. You got time to hold it down for me for 10 minutes?
Oh, well, hell yeah, I do. Go ahead, Daddy-O. Shit. Hang on, folks. I got 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Brave, you could do you do 3-4 hours of your sleep.
Go get your liquor, John. I got you. I got this. But folks, so you'll have to bear with me for a little bit here. Anybody want to write in the chat? I'll look in the chat and respond to your chats. But I guess we listen to him because he wrote a book, okay? Marx lived with his parents. Yeah. No, I don't know if he lived with his parents, let's talk about it, as much as he just simply had people taking care of him. He never worried for money. Never. Hey, Universal. Yeah, John will be back in about 10 minutes. He'll bring you right up, buddy. So, yeah, no, this is what I'm saying that we're witnessing here. And John's laying it out. John is giving us a front row seat to the removal of property rights. And look what they do with property taxes. Now, I don't know, when you buy a home and it appreciates in value, it's like, wait a minute. I bought this home. It's 900 square feet, and doggone it, I built it on a lake. And now this 900 square foot home that is just basically a basic human dwelling. Most homes were 900 and 1,000 square feet in the 1950s for families. 3 bedrooms. Bedroom for the boys, bedroom for the girls, and mom and dad. So these homes that are 900 square feet are now worth $1 million. Somebody bought it for $30,000. Through the years, their property taxes were $400 a year, $200 a year to begin, $300 a year later, $500 a year later. Now it's worth it because it's on that lake, and that lake grabbed hold and was developed. Oops. Now you got a $100,000. No, 1%. That would be $10,000. A $10,000 a year property tax on $1 million home. That's if your property taxes are at 1%. What if they're at 2%? It's $20,000. That's $1,800 a month in property taxes. So this is, stuff like this in the developing is what is not really being discussed in any real form. They always talk about affordability. No. What about the removal of property rights is the end results? That's what people are missing out on. When you buy a home and somehow it gets developed around you, even if they were harsh and you couldn't stop them from raising the property tax rate to the property value after the sale, if you sell your home. But if you're in that home, when you buy your home, probably there's in these places where these property taxes are off the chain, probably when you buy your home, your taxes should freeze. Where'd you buy your home at? Okay, it doesn't matter if the goddamn home is worth $500,000 more than when you bought it, because you're not going to sell it because you need to live there. And when you sell it, they got you with capital gains tax when it gets over a certain amount of money. But see, just little things like that they can do. And I think in some cases there are places where I think it's an elderly freeze on property taxes. But that should be nationwide. What do you mean in Chicago? The people are saying, what the hell's going on here? Well, it's called an attack on property rights. It's not your property tax raising. There's people that are attacking property rights by design. I said this 40 years ago, one of the first things that occurred to me when I got into politics. and I didn't really get into them other than just to run my mouth like I do and insult at a superficial level. I always say I read just enough to be dangerous. But I said 40 years ago, I said, folks, the property taxation funding of schools is the slickest goddamn way that you could ever have of removing property rights. You attach the responsibility, the obligation to pay for what is now mental institutions / schools and the ever increasing cost of the mental institution / schools with property taxes. Now, I know it ain't funny, but I'm thinking this is where people need to kind of stop and think for a minute. You got to get into conspiracy theories somewhere in your life. Oh, don't go hog wild. Who gives a shit if we went to the moon or not? But there's little things that are obviously being done that people are overlooking and just assigning it to dumb politicians. There are no dumb politicians. Oh, well, okay. Back up like George Costanza says. Beep, beep, beep. Back up. Okay, we know there are dumb politicians. But these politicians aren't making policy. Do you think these fucking half-wit, black folks are running major cities? Come on, folks. This is where you need to be happy for conspiracy theories, conspiratorial behavior. Let me see what Brave just asking. Could not people just apply homestead exemption to lock in property tax from being raised? I know it is temporary. Homestead is the saving grace. Well, that's what I'm saying. Whether you lock in homestead or you lock in the rate. Yeah, correct. Questions to ponder. I mean, whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. My goodness. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But just the fact that somebody can buy a home for $30,000 when they're 25 and end up 80 years old owing $2,000 a month in property taxes is an attack on property rights. The government, there's no rhyme or reason to that other than the government saying, to hell with the Constitution. And that's why people, when they look to their left or the right, it's like, yeah, well, keep looking left or the right, because they'll put your puppets to the left to make you happy for you, and they'll put your puppets to the right to make you happy for you. All the while, the corporate engineers do whatever they want right down the middle, and nobody's paying attention because they're too busy chasing the mechanical left little mechanical rabbit around the track, or they're chasing the little right-wing mechanical rabbit around the track like silly greyhound dogs. And nobody ever looks up at the skybox to say, what the fuck are you people doing? Could you tell us your intentions? That's all I'm asking. Stop chasing the fucking rabbit. Okay, we can't change things, but could we at least somewhere learn to look up at the skybox and say, what the fuck are you people doing up there? What's your intentions? Does the state lottery do what it was designed to do as far as school funding? Fuck. I don't know. I've never really looked at it. Deacon, because I've always bought fixer-uppers and very small fixer-uppers. And so I've never had to worry about that much property taxes or anything like that. They weren't on lakesides. They weren't on seeing a scenic river view. So my property taxes have always been very low. Like I said, the highest mortgage I've ever had in my life, I've had like 4 of them, was $356 a month. And so that's why I'm saying that things are changing, folks. And they're using the black people in 1,000 different ways. Oh no, am I bashing blacks again? They're not using whites to the same extent, folks. Did you see the guy? Did you see the black guy in the Atlanta schools John had up here? You wouldn't see a white guy doing that. That wouldn't go over. Nobody would put up with it. There'd be too many people saying to hell with that noise. And on top of saying in class your parents are your enemy, a white do funny, as CT calls them, but a black guy, nobody can say anything because of racism. This isn't accidental shit, folks. I wouldn't doubt it that black guy isn't a CIA operative, an agent of destruction. Not only of the children's minds, but of a expected system operation of what we expect as a system. Am I reading too much into just this one situation? Well, if you think this is public, how many things do you think's go on with this stuff that people don't see? Or is this something they're going to, I don't know. Why isn't that national news? Why? Is there something wrong with a do funny teaching kids? Well, yeah, and a guy in a skirt and high heels? Yeah, it's too confusing for children. Children shouldn't have to filter their way through that much psychological trash at that age. See, as an adult, we can go, you're sick. If it's somebody that's really knowledgeable and they're do funny, you're sick. But you can teach me how to wire a house. I'm game. I know you're sick. Do funny, you're sick. Okay, but you know how to wire a house with your eyes closed. Show us, give it as a teacher in that class for adults. Hey, come on, bring it on. I'll take notes and listen. I can already wire a house with my eyes closed, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying. But children at that age, man, they can't cipher through that shit. It's destruction. It's confusion. You don't get to have a man in a dress and high heels in the face of children that are 6 and 7 and 8 years old and get away with it. What do you mean get away with it? Well, by get away with it means somebody pays a penalty. It's the children and the psychological welfare of the kids that are paying. So who's doing the attack? See, again, this is where you got to get your tinfoil hat on sometimes, folks. This shit it's not being challenged. This should be a national news story simply because he said in front there on this, he said, your children, your parents are not your friend. You can't trust your parents. And this isn't a national news story in a public school because it's a black guy. Get it? They put blacks where they need them. They're untouchables. You can't say anything to them. They can downright delete you. You can't say anything about their occupations or what they're involved in because you're a racist if you do. Never mind that if that was a white guy doing that, I don't think the parents of Atlanta would let it go. Hell, I think blacks might have joined in with the whites that were protesting, but the blacks can't even touch it because they have to be loyal to their black skin. And you noticed how in that video, that TikTok video, front and center, they bring up a white kid. They didn't bring up a little black kid, did they? This kind of stuff, folks, you have to be very, very weary of it. Wary, I think is the word. Get those two mixed up. With all the new electromagnetic frequencies and their ability to see us, the tinfoil hat seems less wild and crazy. Yeah, Palomino, Brave, you do know literacy is at an all-time low. Yes, and almost elementary and middle, and amongst elementary and middle school and high school, these children do not even read books anymore or practice handwriting. Yeah, I know. Hey, John's back, everybody.
Brave, were you surprised what you saw with that black man up in that school?
Yeah, I was. When he said that, I was surprised, not so much that he was there, but when he actually went to telling the kids that your parents can't be trusted.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's rough.
holy shit. And nobody's saying a damn thing about that at the national level.
Well, the white people can't say anything, Brave.
But I'm just saying that's a national news story. If there's any real news agencies, remember, John, we supposedly have a right-wing news agencies that care about the common conservative man called Fox News.
Yeah.
See, they're not saying anything about it. Get it? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't expect the liberals to, but that the Fox News channel isn't saying anything, that's where I'm saying, folks, put on your fucking tinfoil hats sometime. Don't panic. Don't even worry about changing it. Just don't be a dumbass. It's like, if you're walking through a jungle, keep an eye out for alligators. That's all. Don't pretend the alligators don't exist just because you don't see them. Go ahead, John.
Brady, yesterday we were talking about, is this black crime becoming terrorism?
Yes,
right.
and insurrection. I was gonna bring that up on CTs, but it just didn't occur to me because I said I'm already can't say anything up here. For 6 hours, I had to fight to say anything because of interruptions. But go ahead, John. What were you starting with?
And so now you saw me brought the Constitution into play as it relates to property rights. How these people can be bought off, and the Constitution, which protects property owners from soldiers taking your property, doesn't protect your property from the government awarding your shit to the free shit army, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't protect from that. And that is what Philippe was talking about when he looked at how easy it is to evict someone in South Carolina, a fairly conservative state, versus his experience trying to evict someone in DC, where everyone, the whole process and all the people, the cogs in the wheel in the process were aligned against him mentally. Why are you putting her out? And so one of the things he found.
Did you try to alleviate this? Did you try that? Jesus, go ahead, John.
And one of the things what really pissed him off, he said, I'm renting to a black person. Only ever talk to him in black English. Our lease is in English. I didn't have to provide him a Spanish lease. But when I went to evict the Negro, I gave him an English eviction. Blacks hardly can read English. Why I got to give him a Spanish language version? The judge, black, kicked this case down the road for 3 more months.
Damn.
Solely because he did not give a Negro who can't read Spanish the Spanish version. These are the breaks. Dealing with the blacks. Dealing with anybody but the blacks.
These blacks are being used. Brave, speak more to that fool saying parents. Oh,
sorry, Ray. Go ahead, bro.
No, anyway, but what you were just saying, John, it's just like that. You just had a place where Philippe said he got the case got kicked 3 months down the road as a penalty. Couldn't be a week. Couldn't be come back in 3 days after you said you did it. No 3 fucking months because he didn't give him a Spanish language notice.
Yeah.
That's not accidental, folks. That's not even policy by dumbasses. That shit comes from think tanks. That shit comes from think tanks, folks.
And so again, we've drawn the nexus between terrorism down on the streets.
Yes, terrorism.
What they're doing is no point to it. This ain't crime. It's time to get over that point. It's not crime.
It ain't crime for bread or housing or poor. Stop it. These are fucking crazy people that have been let loose upon society.
And similarly with housing, these people have to have a place to live. And they're degenerates. So the government can't house them, also forces landowners to do it. So this is what's happening. And, I don't care about intent. What's happening on the ground is these people are being forced to be housed by landowners.
Yes.
The free shit army. The people that vote for these people are being rewarded with, right?
Free shit army, yeah.
You like that, Bert?
Yes. Did that come from your chat or from you?
Was it?
Did that come
No,
from
that
your
was
chat?
That's me.
Because they sure the fuck are weaponized.
They're weaponized.
You got that right.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and fuck with one of them, see what happens.
Yeah. The government will come down on their side. And, you know, I never would have thought my buddy Philippe, who's a northerner, is extolling the virtues of the country, southern South. Isn't that interesting, Brady?
Oh yeah, no, it's only natural. When you get around white people, it doesn't fucking matter. What our buddy CT was trying to pull off that day. When you get around white people, it don't matter how they talk, white trash or not. Yeah, I don't even give a fuck if they got the worst goddamn slang hillbilly language in the world. With the underlying thing, and I guarantee you this because I've been around hillbillies all my life.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, hillbillies came north, folks. I've been around white trash land, lot of heavy slanging going on, fucking lot of heavy hillbillies. Even in the most intense slang, it seems like the more intense their slang gets, the more polite the person is. Don't fucking ask me why, but I can guarantee you
be like a Savage Red.
Huh?
Would that be like Savage Red?
No, Savage Red. He did. No. Savage Red doesn't have.
What do you mean?
Pick a hard speaking southern slang talking white person. Just go right to the mountains of Appalachia. Pick the goddamnest most distorted slang you can find. Because a lot of southern slangs, they know how to clean it up when they're talking business. There's some white trash, they've never had to clean up their slang. So man, it's southern slang. But I'm telling you, without a fail, nobody could prove me wrong on this. The thicker the slang, the more polite the human is.
Is that right? That's
yes.
Interesting, Brady. Brady, yes. We talked about this. You remember I tell you about Facebook is becoming like this social credit score. And I think, the blacks who post all this bullshit, these $1,000 they spent on proms, graduation, exorbitant graduation, all that kind of whatever, whoever their friends are, the gold teeth, whatever the hell. Facebook exposes who you really are if you don't protect yourself. If you curate an image of yourself, whoever, most people aren't doing that. They're just posting whatever's on their mind. And so from a landlord's perspective, you can now see the race of the person before you even get an application. That allows you to really go around all these fair racial housing laws. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I would say that I'm surprised they haven't found a way to prevent that. In other words, somehow, if this person on Facebook doesn't get a certain amount of hits, we're looking into the fucking people they inquired with. But yeah, no, I mean,
interesting. That is interesting. That is an interesting point. But the problem will come is that many, and I've shown it on the channel, there are black people that will post on there like, I want a black roommate.
Oh yeah.
Is that not racist?
No, I know.
I don't know if you can do this. Is that legal?
Oh,
I guess it's probably legal.
Everything's legal when it comes to the double standard. To the protected class, everything's just fine. Even if it's not fine, go ahead and try to file a complaint and see where you get. Oh, what the hell? Wait a minute. This is an obvious double standard. Oh, yes, sir. Stamp. This is in process. We'll get back with you.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. No, it's what I'm saying. That blacks are being used in so many ways that people just, I know we have fun with it, John, but people don't understand. We're not talking about something that's chopped liver. This is real shit, what blacks are doing to this country, what they're being used for, what they're doing with their personal behavior, policies that surround them to protect them. They're really being used like they're being used as a fucking nothing short of a tool.
Yeah.
What's this all about here? What do you got on the screen?
Oh, Brave, you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Very hectic situation, and I want to praise my officers for the restraint that they showed.
Oh, John, right
in that
quick.
video and outside of that video.
Yeah.
Damn. Pissed me off because I wanted to bring it up yesterday. I didn't think of it on
Wait, you bring it up. This is always a good time to bring it up, Brave.
No, we brought it up already yesterday because we talked about it. The National Guard shooting.
Yeah.
I'm going, what? No, I didn't bring it up, but I'm going, nobody else brought it up yesterday?
Did no one talk about it?
Huh? No, nobody. I didn't bring it up. I didn't think of it. But folks, the National Guard shot and killed a person. That's something very new, and there's nothing on the news.
Yeah, it is very interesting. There's probably a reason why.
You would think the funders of the leftist goons that spend so far billions of dollars on protests over the last 2 decades would have set a goon squad in motion and would protest on that.
Well, why do you think that is then?
Well, because I'm thinking they want it under the table so it's kind of becomes more accepted. Maybe to allow it to happen more frequently until they build a case, until the left builds a case. There's been 5 National Guards shot people and killed them rather than 1.
I think the answer is much more simple than that. I think it is
too.
The representatives that that have been killed, the blacks that have been killed, have been very bad examples that the Democrat Army, they can't rally around them. They're looking for one. They thought that boy, that baby down there, breathe, nigga. They thought that South Carolina.
This is
woo, Bray, I got stuff for you, nigga. Woo, Bray,
I'm just saying, folks, that we didn't see nothing about the National Guard shooting and killing in the capacity of law enforcement is something brand new. Should have been headlines. But not because I want to stop. It should have been headlines as in we're welcoming it on my end or we're against it on their end. But that should have been headlines, folks. John says there's a simple reason for hiding it. I'm thinking it might go a little deeper than we want to face. What do you got, John? What were you talking about? What do you got, buddy?
This picture up here, Brady. Give me 1 minute. It's right here. This is reminiscent of Rick Chow.
Uh-oh.
Rick Chow, Brave. You remember Rick Chow? My boy
sure
Rick
do,
Rick.
yeah. In my opinion, if that boy didn't pick that gun up and he shot him at the time that boy picked that gun up, Rick Chow might have got away with something. But go ahead, John.
We're gonna put Brave down. Brave on the side of these niggas.
I got to go. He says I can get this motherfucker out of here. Get this dirty bastard out of here. Brave, 5'4" figure. I can't stand a white that defends a nigga.
Hey, look, Brave. You know, one of the things that you really that the blacks did not like about Rick was that they said every time we went in that store, he kept showing how thieving we is. Do you remember this part of the trial, Brave? Anyone remember this part? Oh
yeah, yes. It amazed me. I would be thinking that the cops would be occasionally saying, let us inspect your photos as suspects for other crimes. But yeah,
he didn't have to steal that shit. He didn't have to put them pictures of us stealing that shit. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
The blacks got up on the stand and said, you know that. They're really wrong of him to do that. They're fucked up. That proved that he racist. That's what the blacks said on the stand. Then why he got that? Why he invested all that money in that technology to take these high definition pictures of us stealing? That's what they asked him, Brady. You do know this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's what was in the trial.
Amazing. Yes.
Can you imagine white folks say, "Why are you taking pictures of me stealing? Take them pictures down."
No, white folks would say, let us help you find them. If it was white people in the pictures, the white people would go, yeah, we know who that is.
Brave.
Let's give you the address.
Can you see the top of it? Up in the corner stuff right here. Look at this Rick Child store. You see at the corner, Brady?
Yeah, I see
up at the corner. This is Rick Child store, Brady. Look. Look, I gotta cut the music down, Brady. Look. These are all black criminals.
That looks rather light-skinned there.
No, ain't no damn light-skinned person over here, Brady. It's deep in the ghetto, man.
Is it
Right?
deep in the ghetto?
These are all black people stealing at this man's store.
Now, where was his store at?
Huh?
Where was his store at?
What you mean? In Southeast?
Rick Child.
Oh, no, I'm just joking when I say this is Rick Child. This is in Southeast. When I went to the look store today, that's what I
this
saw.
guy's doing the same thing.
You do the same goddamn thing. I thought you knew it, Brady.
No, I thought this was Rick Child's store. No, I didn't.
He doing the same damn thing, Brady.
Well, I better behave, folks. John's getting tired of my dumb ass. Go ahead.
Oh, let's see. Look at it. Look at this shit, Brady. Look at this shit. Look at this, Brady. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I'm gonna show you something, Brady.
Where is this at, John? Is this around you?
Yeah, nigga. I just went to the store. I just went to the store. What do you mean? When I went to the store and came back.
See, folks, look at here. This is what I'm talking about, John, the treasure. Here we got a fucking guy with a goddamn camera giving us complete fucking comparisons to Rick Child's tactics, and right in his own neighborhood, he's showing that these blacks are worried about that tactic, and yet John's showing us that this is common fucking place.
Brady, you see what's on the screen? You see what's on the screen?
See that? See that?
That's the owner.
Yeah, okay, him. I seen him. Okay,
that's the owner, Nichols.
Okay, yeah.
I've talked to this man before. Samir Abraha, one of the owners of Holiday Market in Southeast, served customer behind bulletproof glass.
What the hell was this story about? Here, life is cheap. 2 murders in 7 months. One DC store. 2 murders right at his store?
Mm-hmm. He just bought that motherfucker. Look, the Washington Post did a previous article on him right when he bought it. He said, man, this is an American dream. I've achieved American dream. I done bought me a store. And shit.
You know, silly me with my bottom feeding dumb ass when it says here life is cheap. I'm thinking economics. And probably what they were doing is fucking talking about the poor little people that were killed. Is that what I'm missing?
It was one of the quietest hours of the day inside Holiday Market, and the gunfire.
I'm pathetic, folks. Go ahead, John. I just think so simple. I amaze myself.
Somewhere outside the store was the high-pitched report of a rapidly emptying handgun.
The shots were not loud.
But when Samir bolted from his convenience store's tiny office and saw his clerk, Mike Johannes, who was taking cover behind the cash register, he had no doubt what they were close by. He turned to a monitor that displayed footage from his 16 goddamn cameras. It's like
Jesus Christ.
This is like Rick Child,
cameras.
This is like Rick Child had the same setup, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On the other side,
I'm sure the people that set these up, they go around. They've got I don't know what they call it. They probably call it their fucking nigga system.
Ghetto surveillance.
Yeah, ghetto surveillance.
You got to put cameras on the Twinkie aisle.
Yeah, might as well. You're not going to stop them, but hell, you know.
Brady spent hours browsing narrow aisles of tasty cake. You ever had tasty cake, Brady?
Oh, it's been a long time, but now that you mention it, I sure in the hell wouldn't mind having one.
How about a big hug? You know what a big hug is?
A big what?
Big hug.
No.
You don't know what that is?
No, what is it?
Does anybody know what a big hug is before we go?
Big hug fruit barrels? I don't think I've ever heard of them.
Oh, Brady.
Legs motionless, windmilling his arms. That's a big hug?
Yes, Lord. You see these niggas walking down the street drinking
Pure grade A,
hugs.
grade A fucking poison.
Color water, nigga. Color water.
Color water, and these guys are paying fucking what little money they have on this shit. When really what they really need all day long, any human, is just plain water.
Pure water. Pure water. Right.
Amazing.
Brave, you know, I was in the corner store the other day. I think I got pictures. You can look on my Twitter and you'll find it. You ain't gonna fucking Brave. You ain't gonna fucking believe this shit when I tell you, nigga. You know what I mean? You know, blacks like to socialize. You know, we like to hang out in the streets and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically, yeah, do anything but work. Yep, that's right.
Do you know they sell plastic cups around this motherfucker? Empty plastic cups, nigga.
Where at?
In all the corner stores. Why would you buy one empty fucking plastic cup?
I don't know. What do they sell them for? A nickel or a dime?
That nigga here, dog. Brave.
I know about that.
Damn. Come on, God damn.
I'm out of it. It never would occur to me.
What you gonna buy a plastic cup for, nigga? What you gonna do with that?
I don't know. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine it. I'll buy a whole fucking package of them.
We got any fucking blacks in all this. Blacks. What do you think that one of these blacks will buy one plastic cup for?
To pull up mixed drinks.
So, Brave, what the blacks do? They go to the
He is the official black man up in here.
White nigga. White nigga.
That dude's as wiggy as they get when he needs to be.
So, Brave, what they do is they
for water. No, I didn't think that, Ponder. I didn't give him that much credit. And that's funny. It's funny that she says that because John says, "What are the plastic cups for?" And I'm thinking, well, okay, let me grind my fucking mind here. Water never came up because nobody fucking is worried about water. It never even crossed my fucking mind.
Right. So when they sit out and they socialize and they drink it, they go buy one bottle. That taco. You ever heard of taco? They buy that taco and shit. Nutcrackers and shit like that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't, but go ahead.
And so they have a little cheap ass plastic cup. They can't bring a fucking plastic cup from their own house. And the Ethiopians and Arabs.
How much are they selling them cups for, John?
50 cents. No
Jesus,
ice.
God damn.
No ice. No. You want ice, bitch? More money.
Wow. Man, you get like 50 cups in a package. Son of a bitch.
Ghetto economy, nigga.
$25 out of a fucking $2 bag of fucking plastic cups. Amazing. No, Big Dog Sports, I never heard of a nutcracker, buddy. I'm an old white trash. I drink Budweiser and beer. God damn. God damn, boy. Come on now.
It's an informal black economy, Brave. We teaching the white man today.
Yeah.
See, somebody mentioned Nutcracker. Somebody mentioned the Nutcracker. And this ain't the play or whatever the hell you are accustomed to, Brave. This is the ghetto Nutcracker. What
exactly is a nutcracker? City's version of moonshine. And I know a lot of people credit me for creating the nutcracker because obviously they saw me on National Geographic. So a lot of the world's first introduction to this drink was seeing me on Moonshine Mayhem on Underworld Inc. But I honestly, wait a minute. I took it to
a nigga didn't create nutcrackers.
Did he or didn't he?
He said he created. I thought a nigga.
He said he created them. Yeah.
This ain't no nigga. This some kind of some Puerto Rican or something.
Oh yeah, no. Oh well, he qualifies. Listen to him. That's why. That's probably why blacks get credit. I mean, listen to him. He's straight up fucking wannabe.
Where people saw it on a national scale, even the worldly scale. But the person that actually created this drink, and let's end the speculation right now, because a lot of people have different stories and variations of what happened. Shout out to Jose. Flor de Mayo is the restaurant. And he's the person that created this drink. And the funny thing about it is he is a Chinese Peruvian.
I'd be goddamn. I'd be goddamn. I'd be goddamn.
Didn't even create their own nutcracker.
God damn, what you got?
Just, I mean, of all the inventions, they couldn't come up with a nutcracker.
Yeah, we're gonna take credit for it then, goddamn it. It's ours. We drank
Well,
it.
it wouldn't take much. All you got to do is say it was created by blacks, John, and it'll catch on like wildfire.
I'd be goddamn. Goddamn, the fucking nutcracker in our brain. Oh, cracker, these Chinese won't let us have enough.
Dirty bastards.
Fucking dirty China man. Look, so where's Master Ken when we need him?
Oh, boy.
They're gonna be taking credit for our pineapple spears before we know it. You heard about the pineapple? You ever seen Bray? Have you ever seen these blacks eat these fucking?
I think I did say. I think we played a video of don't they like take a bag of sugar, a whole fucking bag of sugar, and turn it into like 2 things you eat? In other words, basically you're consuming a half a bag of sugar. It's like, God damn, man, when you wonder why, and fucking, well, it's a good thing you get free health care because as sick as you're going to fucking be. Fucking diabetics runs wild. Type 2, type 1. It's like, God damn. When I watch them make that, I'm going, God damn, sugar, processed sugar is not your friend. Your body says, don't do that.
Oh, great. But have you ever seen them eating them?
Yeah.
Huh? Have you seen how they eat them though? Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just take a big old fucking bite of it, pull it out of the jar, and then and maybe I'm missing it. What do they do? Do they drink what's in the jar after they eat the pineapple itself?
Ooh, brave.
Why would somebody consume that much fucking sugar? Even if you're not aware of the health or the lack of it, it's like, what? Doesn't common sense kick in? Like, what are you doing with that much fucking sugar? When I seen them making it, they just like, it was like, Jesus Christ, it's a half a bag of small sugar in one container. Son of a bitch.
10 out of 10, I recommend. Hold on.
You see how she eating it over the jar, Brady? She gonna pay
the whole
jar.
Yeah, right over the jar. Don't care about getting anything. Is she gonna eat that whole jar?
No, she gonna pass the jar. Pass it on, pass it on.
Pass it on with all my slobber on it.
That's how it works. What we got here, Brady? Nutcrackers, pineapple spears, and shit. Look at that bull. Look at that fucking bull, Brady. Jesus Christ. I mean, down bad, Black. Down bad, Brady. You're down real bad. We going nutcracker, huh?
Look at that. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker.
People went to the store. They wasn't actually looking for this drink. They was looking for a style of food called chifa. Early 1900s, Chinese immigrants could emerge directly. Oh, God damn.
Break. I should call this nigga on the phone, man. African nigga. Being honest with a nigga, he said, man, like, no disrespect, John. He said, but, like, I can't help but wonder, what the fuck is y'all problem, man? He talking about black people now. He said, I know, I'm Nigerian. I'm fucked too. But what is y'all problem, nigga? That's what he said to me, Bray. You hear me?
Something. It has to. When they come over from Nigeria, is he from Nigeria? He was raised in Nigeria.
Oh, he raised here, but of Nigerian parents.
Okay.
So he's Nigerian through and through. No.
So his parents are Nigerian.
Yeah.
So they came from the hellhole Nigeria,
Yeah.
folks, where 90 million people have no electricity out of the 220 million civilians. 90 million of them have no electricity. He came from a third world country. Yeah, I mean, what else would be left to do but ask what the fuck is wrong with you people? Living in this country where the Nigerians, they put forth this little bit of effort and everything turns out just fine. And then they go look right across the street where blacks are complaining about everything so fucked up. As if those blacks are among the 90 million in Nigeria with no electricity.
Yeah.
And probably he doesn't see it. He's raised here. His parents full well remembers that the 90 million in Nigeria that had no electricity, they dare not say anything. Ain't no fucking way.
Ain't nobody listening.
And even if they are, they better not push it. So say you get somebody, basically if you protest, you better pray you don't get anybody's attention. Because if you get the wrong attention, they don't just say, oh, now stop your protesting. They'll send a goon squad on you. In these fucking third world countries, man.
And he's just asking, Brave. What
the fuck is wrong with you?
Man, this is an African looking at his fellow blacks. He said, "What in the hell is wrong?" He said, "Like," and he's asking me genuinely, "Where did it all go wrong for your people?" He's asking me genuinely, bro.
He asked you that question. Where did it all go wrong?
He said, "Well, yeah. Where would you pinpoint it? What would you say? How would you answer that question?"
1965.
Should we call him Brave?
Nah, I don't know. I don't have much to say to him, man.
He might want to hear your answer.
Nah, I don't know.
But go ahead, Brave. You said 1965.
Yeah, 1965. I was 10 years old.
Yeah. Where?
10 years old. That's when I moved to the projects. That's when I seen the anti-war movement really start. And the anti-war movement was artificial turf. It wasn't organic, folks. And that's when blacks started getting together with the white hippies, and the blacks started getting together with the white hippies and started protesting every little fucking thing there was to protest. And from there, they did make it easier on everybody concerned, whites and blacks. That's when welfare grabbed a hold and started paying. That's when welfare started making it easy for people. And when they started making it easy for people is where the fucking bums, which obviously the black race had an abundance of, started saying, fuck it, I'm out of this house. If I can get welfare and not have to worry about my kids starving, I can go be a fucking bum. And the white benefits and everything else. But it was just that's where and also with whites also, that's where the sexual revolution started. That's where the mockery of the family started. And from there, the blacks have been the absolute victims of that freedom. Right quick, and I'll make it real quick. I always say this. In the 1950s, we were too stringent. We were sticking our nose in business where it didn't belong. Pants, hair length, everything. It didn't belong. You can't tell people how to cut their hair, and they did in the 50s. Well, what happened, they kicked that fucking door down, but right on the other side of that door was an abyss of hell. 1 foot on the other side of that door. So the trick is to kick that fucking door down that was too stringent and to stop before you went over the edge on that abyss that's just on the other side of that freedom. Well,
Brave, before we get these young guys,
hey, Brave, may I ask you a question?
Hold on. Before we get these young guys,
door down, and the blacks, not the whites, we kicked the door down, and the blacks were the ones with the momentum that it took to kick the door down, didn't stop and went right over the abyss into hell and bullshit. Go ahead,
Brave, before we get these young guys in here, I'm considering you guys young.
I'm not young. I'm 53.
You young,
I ain't young.
Brave. Hold on, I'm gonna let you guys talk. But I want to let Brave come in on this, and then you guys have, because I'm assuming you want to have back and forth with Brave. Brave, you've heard me say to you many times personally over the phone. Where is the black be brave?
Yeah, no, there ain't no such a thing.
Well, but don't you think that there needs to be a black?
Yeah, there needs to be a lot of them.
Right.
John, you would be one of the closest things to it. I mean, I mean, John will say things without worrying about what anybody thinks. Even if he lets his thoughts kind of go a little too intense, it's still very justifiable because when he's intense, what he's saying is still true. But yeah, no, there's no on these streets. No, there's not very many. There's not very many Be Braves, period. But there's sure in the hell ain't
Hey, Brave, I can ask you a question though.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. Yeah, you talk to Brave. Yeah.
Have you ever had a Long Island iced tea, Brave?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're not much of a drinker at all, huh?
He is simple. He a simple nigga.
I'm a Budweiser man, buddy.
Oh, okay. You're a beer drinker. You're not a alcohol drinker. You drink beer.
And the reason is alcohol. I've experimented with alcohol. It's just you can't. It's just too strong and it's too quick. And I don't need to be that buzzed. I don't need alcohol to function. I just like a cold beer.
Okay, because I was about to say, because a Long Island iced tea is essentially a rich man's nutcracker. All the nutcracker is a mix, is Kool-Aid with a mix of 2 whites and a dark, and a Long Island iced tea is a mix of 3 whites, 2 darks, and some tea. Like it's essentially the same thing, just one is high class.
You're talking about what? A gin or
a white liquor and a dark liquor. Like a Long Island iced tea would be usually be vodka, tequila, rum, cognac, and some iced tea. Where a nutcracker is vodka, rum, Hennessy, and Kool-Aid. They're pretty much the same thing. It's just one is high class and one is low class. But it's the same.
Here's what I'll say. I'll let you guys know, then I'll come in on because I am a drinker and I love to drink and I go to a lot of fancy drink. I used to go to a lot of fancy drinking places. So Tino's coming back, so I let him talk. And then
I'm afraid to say what my favorite mixed drink is, though.
Go ahead.
Mine's is Tom Collins. I love me a good Tom Collins.
Mine is the pina colada.
Same here, Brave.
And if they bring it to me with an umbrella in it, it pisses me off. If you bring me a pina colada with an umbrella, you're going to get your tip.
Everybody will put Brave down.
Ain't nobody's business that I got a pina colada. Don't put an umbrella in it.
Everybody will put Brave down. You nigga drinking pina colada. Pour white trash.
I'm with
pina
you.
colada.
Look, and I got the Black Brave right here, bro. I got the Black Brave right here.
Look at that artificial intelligence. That's pretty close.
I got the Black Brave right here. Come on, man. Who's gonna tell me that ain't Black Brave?
We gotta put Brave down, man. Look, the fucking pina.
Wow, that's crazy, Latino.
Be black in thinking.
Be black and think.
No, in thinking, because you black now, you know.
Brave, I don't know you fucking drink pina colada, boy. What the fuck that shit called? Pina colada.
Pina colada.
Yeah, that's like drinking strawberry daiquiris.
Now, hand to God, I've only had hand to God, I've only had 10 of them in my life. But I do remember they are very enjoyable.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, that's like strawberry daiquiri. It's same different.
Oh, is it?
You got do they make that shit in a machine or something?
Hell, I didn't
blender.
Oh.
Yeah, you need a blender for a pina colada. A good pina colada. You need a blender.
So then if you don't want to look like a sissy, order a strawberry daiquiri, big dog.
Nah, you could order a daiquiri and it'd be real strong too. Like it depends on where you go.
No, I'm talking about pina colada though. It's a sissy drink.
Be brave. Every time I order it, I just tell them like, "Yo, can you just put it like in a beer mug or something?"
Yeah, I don't blame you. Really, yeah. I'm with you,
Latino.
I do the same thing.
This nigga Brave drank like a motherfucking nigga. Shit.
But yeah, you good if you could do the beer, man. Budweiser run through my system. It just make me want to pee. Like I don't like Budweiser. I'd rather a Heineken or Corona if I'm gonna do a beer, or Sam Adams, something like that.
Well, somebody told me that drinking Budweiser is like having sex in a canoe. In other words, you're fucking right next to water. And I said, I don't care where you fuck. Is it ever bad?
Budweiser.
Give me my Budweiser.
You know that like Budweiser and DR is like top shelf beer.
Is it
Really?
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. I explained this shit to people the other day. I was like, as long as it's an American name brand, forget about it. It overpowers everything else over there.
Let me show you guys something. And this is something I realized in my years of drinking. I am drunk. I love to drink. I always love to drink. And so what I realized is that black people and white people drink different. Right? They drink different. I just ain't nutcrackers and shit like that.
It depends.
So here's a hoity-toity ass black place. Look at this shit.
Right quick, John. I remember my high school sweetheart that that took me through the carnival of life for the first until I was 25. It wasn't a negative thing with her, folks, no matter what I can say about her. But I remember when I went to her house the first time and they had a liquor cabinet. I ain't never seen anything like that. I said, wow, you guys keep this much shit on hand? I was just amazed, because my dad, go get me a goddamn beer. All right.
Yeah.
It blew my mind that somebody had a liquor cabinet. I don't even think I've ever even goddamn seen one up to that point.
Yeah, my parents.
I want you to look at how black people drink.
Yeah, so did mine.
Look how black
Had a
people
liquor
drink.
cabinet.
I want you to look at this menu right here. This is a black restaurant right next to where I do street interviews. And I want you to look at the drinks and see if you can deduce a pattern. Okay? You ready? Got
Okay.
it? Yeah. West Indian old fashioned. So this is an old fashioned with a West Indian twist.
Mm-hmm.
Curry tea, cocoa bitters, and this is a West Indian twist.
Where the fuck are these prices from?
Nigga, this is DC, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, DC expensive.
That's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal.
Yeah, that's regular shit.
This ain't even this is a black joint. This is a black joint. Right?
Blacks are spending their money they ain't got at that rate.
I mean, dude,
you ought to see some of them big old niggers, them bulls coming in them motherfucker to see.
I know damn well they don't have the money for that shit. I'm liable to step over and say, "You're on welfare. What the hell you doing?"
the most I've spent on one scotch, but you got to understand, it was like from 1945 or some shit. I paid like $165.
Oh, it was just like
for-
age.
for-
It was the real
Yeah,
thing.
it's because it was aged.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this. That drink, did you see it 21? It's about $25 drink.
Jesus God.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Amazing.
It's implied you're gonna tip, right?
Are you?
Right.
Is there at least a real amount of alcohol in it? Like, say you drank one, would you get a mild glow out of it?
Yeah, for real. That's
You better for $25.
And another question I got for John is the
Man,
is the
hey
tip
man, you know how
included?
much hold on. You know how much our tip workers get paid here?
How much?
$10 an hour.
Jeez.
In
But is the tip
Virginia, it's
included?
like $2. In Virginia, like $2.
Man.
In
Is the
DC,
tip
it's $10. So if you're a waitress in a black restaurant, by the fact that no one tips, the black said, I want to be a waitress in a black ass
so it's
restaurant
not-
and ain't nobody
not
tipping me. So the
mandatory.
government said, well, we're gonna raise the
Damn.
wages for the black tip workers.
Damn, that's crazy.
Right? Understand?
Yeah,
That's why
'cause
the
over
drinks.
here's like
That's
here's
why-
like
and-
$2.75 or some shit.
Right.
$2.75.
See, and this is the tip wage, which is typically very low because
supposed to
the
be
tip
low.
workers share the wages, the tips with the kitchens and shit, the back. You see what I'm saying?
All right. Well, you guys have fun with y'all Alcohol Anonymous. I got to go back to work, y'all.
See you later, big dog. Take it easy,
Hey, big
Daddy.
dog, shout out your channel before you leave, man.
Oh, yeah. My channel is Big Dog Sports. My handle is Big Dog Sports 18. If you want to come have a decent sports conversation, an honest one, without all the glaze, come holler at me.
Big dog, before you go, man, you know what you need. What I would like for someone like you, I think would be a good topic for you to cover is, the whole quarterback situation going on in the NFL.
Oh, don't worry. I got plenty of Shador Sanders for you. Come August when football season starts.
I think you could do the story without even mentioning a name. Latino know where I'm going with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. What you're seeing, and Brave know where I'm going with this, right, Brave?
Yes.
We talked about this on the phone. And can the NFL go forward with the face of the league being black quarterbacks?
Depends on the black quarterback. If it's Patrick Mahomes, yes. If it's a black quarterback, like a Shador Sanders, probably not.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you finish. But Brave, did you notice what he just said there?
Yeah, a half white quarterback.
Yeah.
No,
if it's a mixed breed.
Niggas. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying if we talking about all black quarterback like a Shador, like a Lamar Jackson, no. Yeah. But if you get a mixed dude like a Mahomes and he's talented like a Mahomes, then absolutely. Because let's face facts, Mahomes, he's the best player in the league.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you talk. Okay, so we're gonna mix in like Mahomes. What about that golden? If we can get us a golden white boy like a Tom Brady.
Oh, he's coming out. You'll have that next year when Arch Manning come out.
But okay, the NFL, as long as there's some premier elite white boys in the pipeline.
Are they running out of white quarterbacks or something? Aren't those guys 40 and 45 years old?
No, they're running out of pocket quarterbacks, Braves. The white quarterbacks are starting to learn to run now. So you don't have any traditional pocket passing quarterbacks. The Tom Brady's, the Peyton Mannings, ain't that many of them.
Hold on, but Brady, if you can play in the pocket, which is where all of the rules have been changed to protect the pocket quarterback, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
You can be like a nigga like Kirk Cousins and make more money and never win anything.
Yep, signing yearly contracts.
Listen, Brady, we got a fucking mediocre white boy.
He made more money than anybody else in the NFL.
More money than anybody else. That's the story, big dog.
Smart motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. And Kirk Cousins is a bum. Like he's trash.
He ain't trash, but
he's trash.
But the fundamentals. Listen, I've done it on the channel before. If you Google Kirk Cousins positives, it's all up here. It's all up here. That will last you longer than the ability to run because these players, when they leave the pocket, what happens? You can hit them.
They get killed. Right.
No. But they can get hit anywhere.
Yeah, anywhere.
In the legs.
Because they're out in the open.
Hit in the legs, anywhere, right? But in the pocket, you can't hit them below their waist, correct?
Nope.
In the pocket, you can't hit them in the head, correct?
Nope.
So
you can't hit them right after they throw the ball.
You got the smallest, strongest part of their body, which can be hit. Anything else is a penalty, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That is a rule
that
protects the man with the head. You understand where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
That's the white man. That's the Tom Brady.
John, and it's even gotten to the point that now, they give you roughing the passer if the passer already has the ball outside his hands. That's an automatic. It don't matter if it's a split second, a hair. Nope.
Yeah, you can't hit him after he throw the ball. Yeah.
See, Brady don't know anything about football, so let me explain to Brady what I'm saying. Brady, the NFL so desirous to protect the white quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You can't fucking touch them.
I mean, this happened after Tom Brady. You have to, when they hit his what was his MCL or ACL?
Yeah, they tore his ACL.
Yeah, ACL is the Lord.
Hitting him below the knee. Right.
And the NFL said, no, this is our golden cow.
Well, they do the same thing for Mahomes, though.
Be Brave who doesn't understand this. Am I wrong?
No.
Brave, you understand what?
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I just don't understand why. I don't understand why blacks wouldn't have the brains to stay in the fucking pocket and take advantage of the fucking.
Thank you.
I got to put
the hell.
I'm so Brave. You're really pissing me off today.
I'm just a dumbass, ain't I?
Well, here's I can explain this to you real quick, Brave. You had a quarterback 15, 20 years ago. His name was Michael Vick. Right. And Michael Vick decided he wanted to be an athlete instead of a quarterback. Now you got everybody wanting to be Michael Vick because Michael Vick made it aesthetically pleasing to run out the pocket and juke people and all that stuff.
Listen, Brady, you can't brand your business after a nigga who been in prison for fighting dogs that don't sell to white people, nigga. You were killing dogs.
Yeah, white people love dogs.
You think that can be the face of your league when white people love dogs, nigga?
Yep. Come on, man. They had
You understand what I'm saying,
sad
bro?
commercial for dogs and shit.
Bro, do you fucking understand what I'm saying? There's the fucking, what is it, ASCAP? Whoever the fuck they take care of these dogs, and you go. He was persona non grata from that point. I don't give a damn if he won 10 Super Bowls. There's going to be a large element of white people to turn that shit off.
Oh, did Michael Vick win Super Bowls?
No.
He never won a Super Bowl.
But if he'd had to win 10 of them motherfuckers to overcome.
No, the point I was making is that folks copied his style. Like all of the running quarterbacks you've seen since want to be Michael Vick.
This is where you're wrong.
I thought that was
this is my opinion.
Running out
if I was going to advise you, give you some advice on the stream, they didn't copy his style. They did what they were capable of doing. Niggas could run. They couldn't put that ball on a dime. From the
because I was about to mention Hurts. I was about to mention Hurts, and I don't want to hear he won 2 Super Bowls because if you look at his stats for the past 3 years, John and I went through this. John, what was his average passing? I believe it was 162 a game.
You mean yards per game?
Right.
Yeah,
let's not get down to the weeds because we won't want to lose. Be brave.
Yeah,
but the other part is
type of receivers
brave.
like that. Come on, man.
Let brave. Blacks will follow a strong white man. Trust me on that, my nigga.
Oh no, I trust you. I trust you.
And
No, it's the way
when you bring a white man like Tom Brady,
goddamn USA, man.
When you bring a white man like Tom Brady in that locker room, them niggas stand on straight upright.
Yeah. He brought fear even in the offense, defense, and offensive because
if black quarterbacks, I'm sorry, Latino, if black quarterbacks were smart, they would have modeled their games after Warren Moon.
Nigga,
if they were smart.
See, Big Bro, you exposing yourself. You don't understand anything about sports.
Warren Moon was a pocket passer. He didn't run.
But the problem, what's the difference between, and I don't want to lose Brave here, because let's just focus on the fundamentals.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Right, Warren Moon was essentially the black Tom Brady.
All right, no, the fuck he wasn't. No,
he just didn't win anything.
Stop doing that to yourself. Stop. You don't do that to yourself. All right, I'm doing you like Brave now. Let me show you something.
Yeah, Warren Moon, Doug Williams, these weren't running quarterbacks.
No, they fuck.
I've never heard of their names, Big Dog, and I sure in the hell have heard of
Let me show you something.
So even if, regardless of what they're liking as far as style, obviously as far as stats, because Brady I've heard of, and I don't pay attention. I ain't never heard of Warren Moon. I have heard of long ago, and the other one I haven't. But Brady is like, I don't even watch sports.
Big Dog, if you're gonna talk sports, bro, honestly, you gotta understand this. You understand this? Look, Warren Moon spent a vast majority of his passing downs in the what?
In shotgun.
Okay. You talk sports, right?
Yeah.
What is the shotgun?
That's most offenses.
If you no, the fuck is not, because what his Kirk Cousins made his living doing?
Play action.
Yeah.
You can't do play
under
action
center.
Shotgun. Under fucking center.
Under center, yeah.
Moon, he want to operate from the shotgun. Now, what does the shotgun do?
It improves your sight lines because you start 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
The Bravo, you getting it now? To be a
no, I'm not getting it.
Oh, okay. All right. So look, so the bigger point is, Brave. Under center, it allows you much more flexibility. A nigga like Kirk Cousins, he has made his living, and he's made the most money in the NFL, and he's a mediocre fucking quarterback because he mastered the fundamentals of the game of old. So no matter how many Michael Vicks and Warren Moons come around, the fundamentals, the foundation of a house, you understand this language, don't you, Brady?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
You understand foundation?
Yeah.
The foundation of a quarterback is the what? Being able to take a snap from under center, drop back, and deliver the ball accurately. That's the foundation.
Yep.
You left out one key part, John. Gotta be able to read the defense
leave out
too.
the part, but it's not important. You get the point. The fundamentals of the foundation. Correct? Footwork.
Absolutely.
Footwork and all that shit. Someone like Warren Moon, he needed a little bit more time.
Yeah,
to
he needed
process
5
what he's
yards
saying.
extra.
Right. So he said, look, give me the ball from the shotgun so I have a little bit more time.
How far back are they in the shotgun?
About 5 yards.
5 yards.
Right. And so here's the next thing.
That's 15 fucking feet.
And here's the next thing. Here's the next thing, though, Brady.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Right quick, though.
It's like a car parked.
So it's 15 fucking feet.
like
That
a car
center's
park.
got to be mighty goddamn fucking.
That's why centers
accurate.
get paid so much money.
Yeah, you got to be able to throw that ball back.
That's why
bro.
centers get paid
Yeah,
so much money.
basically, yeah, it's a fucking pass between your legs.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Not even a
rugby
pass at
shit.
that point. That's a hut.
Basically. Yeah, rugby
That's why
shit
it's-
is what it is.
Look, I want to show you something, Brady. Let me show you something, Brady. Look, let me show you something.
Let me
show you
try to
something.
keep my eyes open here.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to keep my eyes open. Look, and I'm gonna show you to you this. Look, this is under center.
I know what under center
You
is.
probably didn't know what the fuck you're looking at, Brady, but I'm gonna explain to the audience. This is where and how and who the game was created for. The quarterback, he's right here. He's under center. He's close to the defenders. Now, this son bitch Kirk Cousins right here, this nigga got the fundamentals to turn his back to the defense. That's how he's made his money. That's how he's made $300 million off of one ability. Trust me on that. Trust me on that.
What, to take the snap and then just run back with his back to the defense?
With his back to the defense, niggas made millions of dollars.
So basically, he takes the snap, turns around, and sprints back.
He sprints back
show
to,
you. Look,
to fake the ball to the running back. It's called play action
It's
passing.
called play action. Let me show it to you. I'm gonna do it. I'm hoping. And Brady, this is some real shit. This is the white man understanding fundamentals. This is why blacks don't want white doctors. Don't want black doctors. This is why blacks don't want to ride in planes because of they're flown by blacks. This is why blacks don't want to go and deal with blacks because of this right here. I'm telling you. I know it's just a game, but this is a fucking white man that has perfected the fundamentals, and in doing so, he's made more money than damn near everybody in the NFL. It ain't won a motherfucking thing. This is the play action. So you see him under center.
Made the splash signing, bring in Kirk Cousins, bring in a veteran aspect to lead a.
At this point, his back is to the defense. You see that?
Yep.
His back is to the defense. And the running back, he could give that ball to the running back. See the guy behind him at like the 21-yard line? The defense has to take into account that he might give the ball to that guy.
Right.
Or he could not give the ball to that guy and throw the ball.
Right.
So in that split second, right here, right now, the defense don't know what the fuck about to happen.
They got to make a decision, basically.
They have to wait to make a decision to when he decided to hand that ball off or not. Because the way the defense works, Braves, this is a signal.
In other words, you're
His
saying
back-
the pass coverage has to wait and see if it's going to be a run or not.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
And so-
hesitation, Brave.
Right,
That's
right.
the whole
The
point of play
hesitation.
action is to
Right,
make
right,
the
right, right.
defense hesitate.
And black quarterbacks, by and large, cannot do this. They have to operate with the advantage of the shotgun, hence Warren Moon.
What the
So
fuck? Hold
right
on.
now-
The black quarterbacks don't go from under the center and do this?
No. They can't.
At
Most
all?
of them. Very, very
But-
rarely can they
But
do
hey,
this.
Brave, just a fun fact for you, it was a white quarterback who made the shotgun popular. His name was Roger Starbuck. You know who he is?
Yes, I've heard the name.
But
I
see,
couldn't pick
yeah,
that
but
up.
if you,
Pick
but
him
see,
out of a lineup,
but see, Brave, the shotgun is like an extra tool in your tool belt. You can get around without it. But if you got all the fundamentals and then you add the shotgun, now they gotta try to defend many more aspects of your game. Kirk Cousins can operate in the shotgun just as well as Warren Moon.
If the
But
quarterback,
Warren Moon
if the
can't do
quarterback
this.
does a shotgun and he takes a 15-foot hike, is the fullback still in back of the quarterback?
No,
Well, it
in the
depends on the
shotgun
form. Hold on.
formation,
It
you're
take-
not going to have a fullback.
Well, you may have a
okay.
running back. You could have a fullback back there. You could have a running back back there. You could have a back back there. It could be a fullback.
Yeah, you can have a
But
back.
the bigger point is that when he turns his back to the defense, Brave, he don't know he's not looking at anything, right? His back is to them. Most quarterbacks don't have the ability to process the information fast enough from the time they turn around with their back to the defense and then turn back around again and face the defense. Because you only get like 2 or 3 seconds back there. You don't get a lifetime.
Once you turn around, I'm sure you better be processing shit real fast.
Right. And this is how this mediocre ass white man has made many, many millions of dollars. When the most athletic blacks have come through playing the same position, he can't do what he does because he has the fundamentals down pat. And it don't matter how old he is. He's about 40-some years old now, probably. He can still command $20 million a year off the break.
Are there any? So what's coming down the pike? Any half-white quarterbacks, or are they all black, or are they white, or what's going on?
They're mostly black that's coming down the pike, but you do got the great white hope and Arch Manning that everybody wants to see.
Archie Manning is 60 years old, isn't he?
No, Arch Manning. That's his grandson.
Oh.
So do you hear what's going on here, Brady?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, hold on. Big Dog, did you say blacks or did you say mulattoes?
I said it's going to be a lot of black quarterbacks coming out, but you have the great white hope in Arch Manning. That's also going to be coming.
Because aren't the mulattoes haven't they made away with lately over the last couple of years a lot of mulattoes?
Well, yeah, the number 1 draft pick last year, he's a mulatto. Mendoza, who plays for the Raiders now, he's a mulatto essentially.
Brady, let me tell you something. If they ever start looking deep into race in the quarterback position, they have to look away real quick.
Oh yeah, they would never. Even if they looked into it. Oh, they have, John. They have, but they're not going to publish it.
Yeah,
they're gonna look away real
them
quick.
Motherfuckers, them motherfuckers are so scientific. I guarantee you. No, they.
I mean, I've always had the same stance when it came to baseball. I've always said, hey, when it comes to hitting, I would want a Dominican, but when it comes to pitching, I want a white man there. On that
you want a white man, right?
Break. Ooh, Brady. When you listen to this shit, nigga, break.
Yeah, pitching wise, yeah, you want a white dude. You do.
Why, nigga?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they get to control the game and the pressure, bro.
That part.
It's different, dude.
Break.
And they know how to paint corners.
Oh, stop.
They strategic.
Stop for 1 minute. Did you hear what Latino said, Brady?
What did he say?
That pressure. That white man can deal with that pressure. Right, Latino? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. You put a Dominican up there, like, okay, we have Pedro Martinez, but that's just a rarity, bro. Most of these dudes will be fatigued by the 3rd inning if they start getting hit. You know, a white man is probably going to be like, you know what? It's time to adjust. I did not want to take the B or the C route, but fuck it. I'm going to have to.
Right, guys like Clayton Kershaw.
That's why Nolan Ryan is the greatest.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan is definitely a goal.
These niggas tip their hat, right? I think Nolan Ryan, motherfucker, I think he threw the knuckleball.
No, Nolan Ryan never threw a knuckleball.
Who threw the knuckleball?
Nolan Ryan.
Phil Necro.
Phil Necro.
Yeah, Necro. See, and this is what I'm saying.
And Tim Wakefield, if you remember him, he threw the knuckleball too.
All white. See,
with a bleeding ankle.
Right, the blacks more or less depend on raw fastball like speed. When they're
power.
pitching. The white man, he'd be throwing an 80-mile-per-hour ball, striking niggas out.
Yeah,
right. Look at Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux never threw the ball over 90 miles an hour, but Greg Maddux, one of the great pitchers ever.
Yep.
You just Brady?
Because it's about strategy.
So what does it come down to? It's all up here with Maddux.
Yeah,
thinking. Yeah, IQ.
Yeah.
Brady?
IQ.
You want to come in, Brady?
It doesn't surprise me. That's all I can say.
You know what most of these pitchers
it doesn't surprise me at all.
You want to know what most of these
What
pitchers do?
pisses me off about blacks and they're pissing and moaning. It's like, if you look at the athletics of your race, God damn it, you were gifted. Why are you pissing and moaning? You have a gift.
But you want to know what
All right,
most of these
fellas, I
pitchers
gotta
do
run.
that-
I thank you for having me up, though.
Shout your
Oh,
channel
no
out
problem.
one more time, big dog.
Big Dog Sports, come holla at me, y'all, please, and give me a like, share, subscribe, and all that good YouTube stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No baseball.
So,
I was always, I never really was into sports like that, Brady, to be honest with you. I like the technical aspect of football when Bill Walsh, that was my nickel right there, boy.
But can I say something? That's
Yeah.
why white pitchers, that's why I always made the comparison to Tom Brady, right? Even though it's two different sports, is because most of these white pitchers, bro, they look at film and they see what don't work for the batters and everything. And remind you, they got to go through a lineup of 9 batters, bro, every 3 outs or whatever, depending if But then again, bro, you got to understand, you got to remember each and every one of those individuals' ticks, faults, and all that, bro. That's just tough, man.
Brave, you know what got me into football, Brave?
What's that?
I came along right around the time Bill Walsh was having a lot of success with the 49ers. Anyone remember Bill Walsh? Probably aging myself.
Bill Walsh.
You remember Bill Walsh?
Coach.
You probably remember Mike. You know what Mike Shanahan.
Isn't Bill Walsh still the San Francisco 49ers?
Right.
Yeah.
And you probably heard of John Gruden and who else? All these other guys. And so when I was a young man, this is about in the 80s, I would imagine early 80s, football was a brute sport. Right? You remember that? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? It was a brute sport.
What's that?
Big, strong men dominating. You'd have teams that would have big ass offensive lines.
Yeah, man. Them dudes were bigger than the ones that they are today, bro.
Right.
Now they're more flexible.
So Bill Walsh said, you know what? I'll use your size against you. And I'll have agile, smaller men who can move laterally. Big men can't move laterally. This is Bill Walsh's strategy.
Uh-huh.
He was like a Stanford professor or something like that.
John, my good friend,
Taught it.
I don't want to step on your toes. It's your show, but buddy, motherfucker, this is really making me sick to my fucking stomach, buddy.
Well, anyway, the bigger point I'm telling you is that the white man came up with strategy in football. And to this day, it still exists. The blacks approach football with like brute force. Bill Walsh used that against him. It's the white man's mind. Again, he's one of the greatest coaches, general managers ever.
Well, he is the greatest coach.
Yeah. And that is the blacks can't. I don't even know if the blacks can recognize what he did because he was a good eye for talent. It's just that this is why white people are are held in high regard in corporate America is because of people like him that are very innovative. It's what drew me to the game. Anyway, enough about that, Brady. I don't want to glaze your eyes over.
That's okay. No. If you want to go on, man, I can hit.
No. But I think it dovetails into what we see in America all the time.
Yes, it does. Yes, that's very true. It's
Right.
The whites are the thinkers,
Mhm.
and I don't even give a fuck whether it's capability or just an outcome. But God damn it, right now the whites are the thinkers, and it's pissing me off that they're not getting credit for it.
And so the
That's what makes me
NFL,
sick
Brady,
as anything. It's like if blacks want to do nothing but play, okay, fine. But stop expecting everybody to take you fucking serious.
Mhm.
Jesus. Just get in your fucking place and stay in your fucking place.
Brady, here's someone from Park Slope. Brady, Park Slope is Brave. You ever heard of Park Slope, Brave?
No.
Tino, have you ever heard of Park Slope?
Where's that at? New York?
Yeah. You want to hear a definition of Park? I'm gonna Google the definition of Park Slope. I want you to tell me what you think about it. Brave. You see the comment up on the channel, right? Huh?
Yes.
And these are probably some of the most liberal motherfuckers in New York. You hear me? Park Slope. Don't get no more liberal than that. Maybe Soho or some shit like that, right? Am I wrong? Michael Brown, he's 65 years old, bro. And how do they describe Park Slope, bro? How you think they describe it?
I wouldn't know.
Oh,
Historic family-friendly neighborhood in Western Brooklyn, New York, known for its iconic brownstones, top-tier dining, and immediate access to Prospect Park.
Now, I want you to read the comment on the screen, Brave.
Well, where's it at? Oh, so before you step into that two-bedroom apartment in Park Slope, Brooklyn, you fork over $9,000 easily, and I'm talking about from the 1980s. I'm 65 years old.
God damn.
What does that mean, Brave? This family-friendly neighborhood is almost too exclusive for a nickel to live. How many niggas in this whole fucking country got $10,000 and can keep eating after they drop that from some?
Oh God!
And he said that was before. This is about the 80s. So you know they were keeping the blacks out there. God damn!
Look at this, bro.
I imagine how much
I'm
it
not
is
a liberal
now.
guy. I'm telling you, I owned an apartment. I used to rent it out, and then I would rent places because I made a lot of money on my apartment. My apartment, Manhattan.
So what he's talking about, Brave, is what I described earlier. Is this is the phenomenon in New York, and what he probably is not mentioning is that he's probably white, or he probably is decent black that could get into an area like that. Well, he's been there a long time. Maybe he's there before
He's
the
responding. Maybe he'll tell you whether he's white or black.
Yeah, you black or white. Because it's very, very difficult for a black to get in Park Slope. Trust me on that. He said he would go to Brighton Beach, which circle
1980, and there were nutcrackers then.
Brighton Beach has a strong racial history. He said, "I'm not liberal." Here we go, Brady.
You see Black Latinas comment?
He said he owned an apartment, so he's a guy. If he owned an apartment, I don't give a name, black or white, then he knows the reality of the matter, right, Brady?
Yeah.
Look at this shit, Brady. What he's talking about is
Yikes.
Listen.
I was just looking at black Latinos comment, John.
We'll get to it, Brady, but I want you to read it. Look at the comment. You see what he's saying?
I could rent my apartment out for $3,000 a month and move somewhere between 18 and 2,000.
All right, so let me break this down for you. The first part, I can rent my apartment. Okay, maybe he got in under some rent subsidized and he got him a cheap apartment. He's 65, so he may have gotten in early. But that second apartment, that's where people are going to be looking at you with a little bit more scrutiny. That's what I'm saying. He probably is a white guy or a very clean black guy. You understand what I'm saying? He had to have the money to get a second apartment and then rent this apartment out in Park Slope. This is the rental arbitrage that people do in New York. They squat in an apartment and then they pass it down to friends and family. They remember I own my 2-bedroom too.
How do you own a fucking apartment? How do you own an apartment?
So these niggas is basically a condo. He has money.
I was gonna say it must be a condo.
So he's sitting on some money, right? He's sitting on. I don't know what he's done with this. He could be all fucked up, but he has had access to some assets. A 2-bedroom apartment, Brady. 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Brady, it's probably $2 million. Huh? You hear me?
Jeez.
You hear me? 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment price, Manhattan. What do you think it is, Brady?
I have no idea.
Look at this, Brady. Look at this. Between 68. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
What does it say?
68, 6,850 per month.
Rent ranges
between 5,500 and 10,000.
Home prices exceed 1.5 million.
$500,000.
Easily climbing past $3 million.
Amazing.
You see, he said he owns a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, so he's not doing two.
And you know what, John? I'm farther away from black shenanigans than he is.
But this is the black tax that he's paying.
He has to worry about when he goes 2 blocks over. I'd have to go 40 miles. I'd have to go 40 miles that way and 80 miles the other way to hit where these fucking blacks are acting like fucking idiots.
So now, Brave, now what he's probably, I don't know what New York Park Slope was like
Amazing.
in 84, but
Yeah,
you
the
see
fuck
what the
was
rent
it?
was like. That's probably was pretty high rent back in 84, which probably means it was a white area. Right? $14.50 in 84. That's some money. Right?
Yeah.
That's how he was able to arbitrage his apartment. And shit, he probably had a 2-bedroom apartment. It's probably a 2-bedroom he's talking about. Or a big ass 1-bedroom. Sweet. That's how he was able to arbitrage it for $3,000.
When the fuck would make a? I could see if you got money to burn and you want to live in New York for the fun of it, but what the fuck makes somebody stay in New York that's got to budget their way through things? Is like, you think he was employed there? Were you employed there or something, Michael Brown? I mean, what the fuck keeps people in a hellhole where prices are like that? I just can't even comprehend it. I couldn't even comprehend it. Are you buying a home yet, Latino?
Oh, we already got a home. I'm just we're actually gonna wait another maybe 2-3 years, but we're actually waiting to see what the ruling is gonna be here in Massachusetts on rent control. Because if that's the case, then we're just gonna buy a home to flip it and not rent.
Well, okay. You've got a mortgage, or you own your home outright?
No, we have a mortgage, but
I see.
we might take out some of the equity, which is a pretty lump sum, to get another house.
You know what, Brave? You asked me the question. You asked the question earlier. You know why he lives here? Why people would live, say, somewhere like this?
Yeah, why?
I'll show you.
Why the fuck? The fuck, man.
But isn't that like a prestige community?
Yeah, man. Listen, you saw what it said, fine dining and shit.
They probably got private schools and a whole bunch of shit.
I used to take shit. Hell yeah. Look, I used to take my kids here. I used to take my kids here, man. This is in Park Slope. This is on Court Street. This is right downtown Brooklyn. There's another one. I don't know if it's still open. Fifth Avenue. Here's the other one on Fifth Avenue. I don't know if it's still there, but anyway, in New York, you can find specialty everything if you live in a neighborhood like Park Slope. You may go here and buy you a piece of cake. Then you might go next door and buy you a cup of coffee. And then you may go next door to that place and buy you a loaf of bread to take home with you. Like, this is why they pay that much to live there.
And I still don't get it.
You got money, you got disposable money, income.
Oh, that's why I said I understand if you got money to burn. But as far as like having to just do any budgeting at all with any headaches at all, it's like, get the fuck out of that place, man.
Look at this, Bray. Look, Bray.
How'd you end up in Massachusetts, Latina?
Oh, Latina or Latino?
Oh, Latino. I'm sorry.
So when my parents got their residency, they decided to move to the closest place, because after spending all that cash. But then my uncle and his wife, which she's a doctor today, they live here, and they decided to move us to Massachusetts. And we've just been here all our lives.
Don't you ever consider just getting the fuck away from that hell?
Oh, dude, we're planning on it too, dude. Like, this is why I'm trying to
all
tell
across
you.
the country, Latino. There are small towns that are like 50 miles from these fucking big cities that.
Oh, dude, I hate, dude. Oh man, don't get me started, dude. We got a lesbian for a governor. I'll just leave it at that.
It's not even that. It's just the fucking freeways and the hustle and the bustle. It's like in the.
Oh, dude, I live in the suburbs, so I don't go to the city like that. So
yeah, but your house is still. What's your house appraised at right now?
about 20? We got it at like 4 something.
600,000.
Yeah.
What's your
Brady,
fucking
like, damn.
What's your property tax? 1%, 0.5, hopefully.
How much we pay a year? It's like less than 6,000.
Okay, so you're less than 1%. Okay, well at least they did that right. Jesus Christ, that's still fucking 500.
Oh no, but it's gonna go up.
That's 500 a month, folks. That's 500 a month.
Liberals,
that's 500 a month in fucking property taxes.
Yo, what's happening here is that Trump is cutting.
My highest mortgage payment in my life is $356 a month.
So, dude, so what's happening here is Trump is cutting a lot of the benefits because these people don't want to give the auditing for the food stamps and the unemployment stats, and so because of that, now this lady, the governor, she's trying to raise the taxes. She has to get it from somewhere.
How far are you from Boston?
A good 45 minutes, 20 miles.
So what town do you live in?
Oh, I don't want to say. I could.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I could give you the district. It's the Plymouth County.
I see.
Plymouth Rock.
40 miles from Boston. What's the population of where you live?
Where I live, less than 10,000. About like what?
Hey,
Like 40.
Wow, I'm surprised your houses are still. Of course.
Oh, dude, to get here, there is no main highway to get where I'm at. You got to.
But Brady, I used to work in Norwell, Massachusetts.
I'm not that far from there. I'm not that far from there. I'm like what, 11, 12 miles.
Yeah, there are a lot of little small towns. So it seems to me. Latino know better than me.
That's where my dealership is for my Jaguar.
Yeah, I worked at a waste management company in Norwell for a few years. They were out of nowhere. Hey, Brady, you gotta come in on the screen.
Companies there.
You gotta come in on the screen, Brady.
Oh, John, drama at work today. A bull mammy came in with such a long. I can hear her saying that too. A long blonde wig. The supervisor told her to change it or go home.
Young, I drama today at work. What you think? A black woman, big bull mommy, big long wig, John. Crazy, John. The supervisor told her go home.
Brady, look at this motherfucker here. See, this nigga got money. I wonder what he think about Montgomery rent freeze.
Okay.
No, I'm not a renter of the apartment. I owned it, man. I own the apartment. I would not. He still hasn't told us whether he's white or black.
We get to it, Brady. Manhattan is like Northwest DC. It's probably the equivalent. It's where official New York. When you think of New York, you think Manhattan. You don't think the Bronx.
Nah, Manhattan is
right?
where
That's where most people, when they go to tourism, to New York, that's why they're in Manhattan. So he owns an apartment there. You know what kind of money that apartment probably is worth. You understand what I'm saying, Brady?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he ever rented blacks. You think he ever rented blacks?
Shit, I bet you a goddamn dime to a dollar he didn't.
John, they're trying to do the same thing here. Like with Mondami, but the difference is the voters get to actually choose on the rent freeze, which
it's gonna spread, bro. Look at this, Brady.
Hopefully, man.
I'm a mixed race, white father, black mother. Very interesting.
Yeah, Barry, what do you think about that?
Well, that's what I say. Black women, just straighten your act up.
It is what you say, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Straighten your fucking act up, man. Stop it.
Talk to
me
nice.
You think his mama was realizing one of them dog bulls?
I guarantee you, if a white man married her, I guarantee you she was a very special black woman.
Mm-hmm. Ain't matter if she was dark or not.
Nope.
Trust me, because dude, my teacher, Mr. McDonald, shout out to him in elementary school, man. This guy his wife was Nigerian. White man.
Still question said you must look mixed, right? Look, but if he's bouncing around renting apartments in New York, he ain't some dark ass, black ass JP. Trust.
Yeah.
You think the government will cover that cost for JP and for that apartment? Come on, man.
Yeah, I lived in Park Slope in the 90s.
Well, when they decide they want to plant poison further out than they're already planting them, they will.
Oh, Jay, yeah, that's
look at this shit, Brave. Look, Brave, for her, I don't know who this is. Lex, no. I've seen her in chat. If she moved in Park Slope, I don't know how it was in 90s, but it had to be better than Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights and shit. So she probably moved there for safety. See, this is what she's saying, Brave.
Yeah. No, it's amazing to me.
Brave,
Right?
have you ever heard the story of Brighton Beach?
No, I have heard Brighton Beach, but not really any story or anything.
Look.
Where's Brighton Beach?
Look. Look at this shit.
That's New York too.
Oh, look, Michael says he'd never marry a woman like his mother. He must have had, maybe he did have a bit of a mammy.
You see this, Brave? You ever heard of Robert Moses, Brave? For the New Yorkers in the chat, they're going to know what we're talking about. You ever heard of Robert Moses, Brave?
No.
I think he was a Magic Jack. I'm pretty sure he was. He was the one that I covered on the stream a while back that would never acknowledge that he's a Magic. I call it Jewish people Magic.
Never acknowledge that he's a what?
I call them Magics, but for the sake of argument, Jewish people, small head, whatever. Did you know Jewish people dominated magic?
Like magic tricks and stuff?
Huh? Did you know this?
It doesn't surprise me.
You know this? Look.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
Look, Jewish performers have profoundly shaped the world of magic.
Yeah.
That's why I call them magics. Like, I call them magic.
Yeah.
Look at that, Harry Houdini, David Copperfield, David Blaine, Ricky Jay. Yeah. That's why I said. That's why I say our Jewish friends, if I do declare and they're out of Eastern Europe, they're not out of Israel, folks. That's why I kind of always say in fun that if we were visited by a genetic reshaping alien presence, they looked at the Northeastern Europeans, and said, these are probably some of the most creative and intelligent people on the planet, and we'll use them for our vaccinations.
I'm starting to think, because I know your ass is Eastern European.
Yeah.
Very possible your ass could be a fucking magic yourself.
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, you ought to see my father's dark curly hair, man.
There's some fucking sleight of hand you doing up here.
Oh, I'm telling you what.
You're a fucking agent.
And not only that, my father was from a place right near Budapest, Hungary, where there were more magics by percentage of population than anywhere in Europe at the time in 1920s.
You might be a magic.
Budapest.
You might be a magic.
My two older brothers have dark hair, and both of them sport an afro if they do it right.
This nigga magic. Brady, can you read that highlighted part right there?
Yeah. They utilize magic to integrate into society, revolutionize stage illusions, and elevate sleight of hand into a celebrated performing art simply because, and I'm going to add this, they are natural at sleight of hand in all matters of life.
A surprising number of iconic magicians are Jewish heritage. Are we seeing a magic act being performed here in America, Brady?
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I cussed blacks out yesterday on CT's panel. I said, why is it a white man has to tell you black people that you're being engineered and basically attacked by a group of people? And you can't figure it out for your fucking self.
Brady, you gotta come in. You gotta come in, Brady.
By the way, John, I listen to you all the time. You and Brave are 100% right, and I'm not some liberal, but I understand liberal people in New York. They're just stupid. No, I don't call them stupid, Michael. I call them seriously mentally ill. Because there's a big difference between stupid and mentally ill, buddy.
Hey, Brave, did we read this about Brighton Beach, Brave?
I thought Brighton Beach was Russian.
Listen, Michael, did he say he went to Brighton Beach?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Look at this, Brighton Beach. Urban planner Robert Moses, the power broker, is the name of his book, Brave. famously employed exclusionary infrastructure that shaped access to public beaches for New Yorkers by designing the Long Island parkways with intentionally low overpasses to exclude what? He prevented public buses, frequently used by who, Brave?
Low-income residents.
Blacks.
And people of color.
Same overlap.
Because I guarantee you, he was worried about the latter, not the former. The low-income residents didn't concern him at all.
And so this is the man that
They
disavowed
have
his
to throw
Jewish.
that in there so as not to hurt the blacks' little feelings.
This is the man that built the Long Island overpasses or parkways. And he lowered the overpasses to keep the blacks out. The power broker. Robert Moses. Anyone ever heard of power broker Robert Moses?
I don't think
we
I
talked about him on the channel. He's the one that ran for the governor, and he said, "I ain't Jew, I ain't a magic." And I think he lost to maybe Nelson Rockefeller or something, who embraces magic. Look at this.
What's to say about him in Wikipedia? Does it? Where's it from?
He said he disavowed his magic his entire life. But I
Well,
think
he disavowed all he wants. He's still benefiting from it.
Yeah.
Hell,
Look at this, Brad.
They're not beyond disavowing it, shit, and chuckling and laughing about it. Oh no, not me.
Brad, read this comment.
Not only did I have my own business, but I also worked for the city of New York, so I would sleep basically 45 hours a night for 45 years. That's how I ran my life. I now live in California. Jeez, goes from New York to California. He's got money.
Yo, for real.
He sound like a Jew, right?
However, he got it.
Is he a magic, bro? You think he's
half
magic?
magic? Probably half
Ask him
magic.
if he's half magic.
Half
Right, you know
magic.
what's interesting?
Well, I was gonna say he's half magic when his said his mother was a bull mammy, because a magic will marry bull mammies.
Bray, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Bray. Let me tell you this. I worked at Con Edison, which is the big power company in New York. And I developed a lot of software. One of the things that why I'm so interested in real estate from New York perspective is that there are some landlords that own more than 500 buildings in New York. Think about that. It means that they have 500 power bills in their name, right? Yeah. Each building probably has at least 25 units, give or take on average. That's what, 1,000 tenants? Some have more. And so when I first started at Con Edison, the system would crash if you had 501 accounts. So we developed the system to alleviate people with more than 500 accounts. And we use this software called Okta. If anyone has ever heard of Okta, is this right here. Okta is secure identity for employers, customers, and AI. You can see that right here. Okta. And so that's what we use to alleviate the landlords that had more than 500 employee listings. So this is a very, very affluent city, right? You have more than 500 units, and you see on the screen here, this guy, he's probably doing pretty well for himself, right?
Oh, he has to be.
Probably Jewish. You think he's half Jewish? Oh, so what I was gonna tell you is, Brady.
I do.
So when I was working at Con Edison, this is interesting. Again, I'm from Alabama by way of DC. And so it was a nigga named Eddie Perez, Dominican nigga, sharp though, real sharp, Dominican nigga. This nigga was half Jewish. I said, what the fuck? I didn't even, like, that exists? He's half Jewish, half Dominican. Eddie Perez, I never forget the nigga. So he could be Jewish, right?
It exists.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of them bought residency during World War II to go to DR, and the dictator there basically sold it to them. Yeah.
Hey, what do you think about this coming right here, Latino Brave? There's a big difference between mixed people and black men.
With black mama and white mama. Big difference.
What do you think?
I think if you've got a white mother, you've got a black man that would be open to being very gentle with that white woman due to her fantastic beauty, and therefore she's going to be very gentle in turn with her children Whereas if you've got a black mama, she's still suffering from the black culture that treats black women like they're bull mammies because of their reputation that precedes them. And therefore the black mama probably wouldn't pass on the same tenderness and sweetness to their daughters. So I think that probably a white mama would raise a white mama with a black father would raise a better child than a white father with a black mama. Although
those are harsh words,
Michael ain't doing too bad.
Those are harsh words there, Brave. But he may have had a Jewish father.
No, he said he didn't. He says he's not Jewish.
Oh, he sold his apartment in 2019, moved to California. I wonder how much he sold his apartment for, Brave. He probably made a pretty penny. Listen to this, Brave. Look at that.
To live in my neighborhood in Manhattan right now, if you're living in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath between $7,000 and $8,000 a month.
God damn.
So what he's talking about, Brave, for the people in the audience that may not understand New York real estate. New York real estate
like
is
4
more
times
than
what I pay.
Latino, that's nobody's business, but what's your rate of interest on your loan, if you don't mind?
Oh, dude, we got lucky. I'll tell you that. Like everybody else that I know that, happened to get a house right after, literally, we got our shit right before COVID, bro. So
where you at? 3%? 4?
Oh no, two something. I think it's like
son of a fucking bitch. You got that from a minority status, prick.
No. It's because
sure?
Positive. When Trump that whole Trump thing, when the shit went down right before COVID, like everything was good, man, and then COVID hit and then fucked everything up.
Yeah, but even 2% back then was like
two. It was like 2.6, I think.
Let me address this.
Okay, that sounds a little more. Yeah, 2%.
Bray, do you know what this is really talking about here, Bray?
What is it?
Well, his comment is really reflecting. See, this is what no one wants to talk about, and I'm going to explain it to you. To live in Manhattan, Bray, where there are very few blacks, and New York is a city where there are $50,000 private elementary schools. Get it? That's it. So the public schools, depending on where you are, you can still utilize them. So that's $7,000 to $8,000 a month. Those people, if they were living in Brooklyn, they might pay $6,000 to $7,000, but then they got to pay private school for multiple kids. If you move into Manhattan, there's no private school. Okay, but there's higher rent, but there's no private school.
How much is a private school a year?
Depends on where you want to go.
It depends where you want to go, dude.
How can you get, nigga?
I was paying. What was it?
Let me show you some of the private schools in Manhattan, bro.
For my daughter, from the 1st to the 3rd grade, it was 15. Then 1 year became 16, and then 17, and that's when it was like, time to move to the suburbs.
Yeah, break. You hear what Latino just said?
Yeah,
right. Because free education in the suburbs is
black
kind of the same.
What he's talking about is the black tax. Look, break. Look. This is what the upper middle class are facing.
Jesus, god damn. Yeah, but that doesn't rock their world just because it blows my fucking mind. That's nothing to them.
Right.
That's fucking. I can't even comprehend this shit. 22,000 is average. Jesus Christ. Latino, what did you do for a living? You must have had a very steady, well-paying job to get a mortgage pre-COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I worked. Not anymore. I don't do that. I do something else now. But at the time, I worked for Boris Head.
For what?
Boris Head,
the meat company.
Yeah. So I used to be up there early at 4:30 every fucking.
Okay, what you worked in a meat company?
Yeah, basically I did basically putting the inventory in there, and also doing deliveries on Thursdays and Fridays. So most of the time I spent it in the warehouse.
So did they process meat, or they bring in live?
No, they brought it from Virginia, and then we had to separate it and basically fill orders for supermarkets.
I see.
Yeah, so they when you go to a supermarket,
you talk about this shit 2 hours.
Yeah,
Brady,
you're the
like, he
one
all
side
in
delivery.
this shit, ain't you, Brady?
Well, it's very interesting, you know.
Yeah, that's what you did for a living, Brady. Ain't nothing wrong with that shit. You a blue collar ass nigga too, huh?
Oh yeah. Fucking right down, right basic, man.
You know, a lot of people, Brady, would be like,
I could not imagine working in a slaughterhouse though. I couldn't do it.
No,
lot-
I can't do that. Fuck
But
that.
a lot
It
of people,
smells.
Brady, would be embarrassed. You know, you always talk about it. You always say to me on the phone,
Why would I be embarrassed? I was making 55 a year.
but your Brady said these damn blacks be like working in a warehouse talking about they working logistics. You know what I'm talking about, Brady? You say it all the time.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Just say you work in a fucking warehouse. Quit exaggerating your fucking job title.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
It's like, God damn.
I don't know.
Keep it
Ray,
real,
this
though.
people,
You know what I'm saying?
People want a pat in their back. That's what it is, bro.
It goes. It's worse than that. It's almost like they're ashamed of their existence.
Dude, I had
which
an old
is
man.
worse than wanting for a pat on the back. It's just like, what the fuck? What did you think of yourself that you think that you're so fucking high and mighty you can't call yourself a fucking warehouse worker?
Bro, but I had
right
an older.
from the get-go, you fucking distort your fucking. You know.
Hold on for a minute, Brady. I released a clip earlier today, and it was Latino asking Johnny Boy, "Why didn't you just take the opportunity from John as opposed to going to Salvation Army?"
Oh, when did you ask him that?
That was when Johnny Boy was first in the city. You remember that, right, Latino?
Yeah.
And his answer was, Brave, was like, they dangled hope in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Hope that I couldn't dangle in front of him. Like, I could only say, hey, I give you housing, and what you make of it is what you make of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's not hope.
The other people offer him a level of structure that I just could not offer. And Latino, being independent minded, said, why the fuck would you ever do that? But the black underman, he needs the Salvation Army. He needs the DC government, a shelter.
Yeah, fuck that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's why I say if you don't have any self-discipline, you know, you belong in a facility. Not on the fucking sidewalk shitting and pissing and living in tents.
Brady, so you read this cover here, Brady.
How many hours did you do any overtime a lot, Latino, or what?
Oh yeah, yo. Especially
when you said 55 grand a year, my guess is you were probably only making about 15, 16 an hour then, huh?
Actually was what 18, 25.
Then you were doing about 8 hours a week, 10 hours a week overtime.
No, because it was structured. They basically paid me $165 a day. So it's basically salary, but they put it as like, okay, you work this much hours. I don't know why they did it like that, but that's the way it was structured.
Well,
so anytime
$165 a day, and how'd you get your overtime?
Nah, basically, if I worked an extra day, I just get the same amount of money.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, it was
so
never
was it
overtime.
an 8 hour or 10 hour day or what?
Mondays and what days was it? Mondays and Thursdays were the longest days. So those 2 days, I would be there for like about 15 or 14 hours.
Jesus, but
I ain't gonna lie to you. But every other day,
and still got 165 a day.
Yep. But every other day would be literally less than $3 hours.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, because I was at the warehouse. All I had to do was fill up the trucks and then.
Because I'm trying to figure out 55 grand a year because I was hitting pre-COVID. Way pre-COVID, probably 2010. I was for quite a few years. I was hitting 50 grand a year, but goddamn, man, I was doing fucking 15 hours a week overtime to get that 50 grand a year.
Yeah, over here, how can I explain it? Over here, they, you could be like the minimal of like, you don't have to have a degree and stuff, and you can still make up to like 18, 17 bucks in certain jobs here in Massachusetts. So this is why I don't understand the complaints.
Latino,
of people,
my bad, man. You had to, don't take any offense from Brady, man. This nigga, he won't go off in the peace rate and shit. This nigga,
no, I'm not taking any. Why will I take?
I'm just
offense,
talking
bro?
shit.
He's
Brady won't talk peace rate, don't your ass, Brady.
Oh, it exists. It exists.
My nigga be Brady.
It's a good way to make money. I worked it in my younger days, man. It's like go off in the
nigga ain't got no airs right here. You
Man,
got no
I've
airs,
seen
Bray?
crazy. I've seen crazy shit in there outside that warehouse. Though I'll tell you that.
But Bray, since we got Latino, be a young man. The reason why I bring up the peace rating and all this shit, you ain't got no heirs. You know what heirs mean, right, Bray?
Heirs, yeah, people who inherit.
No, I'm talking about like, you ain't putting on any heirs, like
heirs, as in
right,
yeah, right, okay, put on heirs. Okay, I got you.
Right, yeah. You are content with being.
Oh yeah, no, fuck no. I ain't never had a fucking. My ego is so fucking big. In case anybody can't tell, it is. I'm an arrogant motherfucker, but I know where my capabilities are. When it comes to the workaday world, I'm a very plain, simple fucking man, and I keep it just that way.
Bray, comment on this. Comment on the chat right here.
You have to understand, when I was living in Park Slope, things were different. That's 1984. It's way different. Black people were different people back then. These niggas they are crazy.
1984. Put yourself back in 1984, Bray. What happened? What was changed?
1984. What's changed is young people have become told that no matter what, they're winners. That's when that shit started. Everybody got a blue ribbon. Everybody got a participation trophy. And I'm telling you, that's when young fucking kids started losing their fucking minds and losing their ability to do fucking work unless they fucking were, had to be applauded or something, In other words, that's when they grabbed children in the schools and they put an artificial monster of a fucking ego in these little bastards, is what happened starting in around 1984.
Latino, you have something to say?
No, I'm good.
But that's what it's false pretentious behavior. Yeah, it's very, it was sad. It's when they start, that's when if you came in third place or last place, you still got to pretend. It was just the joke. Everybody's heard the joke about the participation trophy. Yeah, that's where that came from. It's like, no, you don't get a trophy. You participated, and you lost.
That's
how it used to be. You didn't win.
Yep.
No
ice cream or pizza for you.
Yeah, no, it's not so much. It's just that the schools just really, it's just they took over. That's when they started taking over control from the parents. The schools started saying, to hell with your home culture. You now have a culture that we're going to indoctrinate you into. And that's when it started, right around that time. It was not good at all. It was not good. That's why I say boomers seen the best of everything, and we've seen the last of everything. We've seen the best of the days when modernity didn't poison us. There was you still had to have landline telephones, which means modernity hadn't been crazy yet. And yet things were still simple and family oriented. And there was such a thing as the notion of moral philosophy. I know there were a lot of fucking creepy people. I get it everywhere throughout history. But the point is we seen where it was still the decent civility of humanity's nature, a little bit of modernity for comfort, and then we seen it go right over the fucking edge into insanity where we're at now. It's not good.
Brave, a lot of people talk about you and they're like, he poor white trash and shit. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I take offense to that, Brave.
I mean, but why? Don't take offense. He says himself that he's white trash.
But they don't understand what they're saying, because here's this, Brave. Damn, you can't see it?
No, nothing's up there.
You got it
let me scroll over a little bit and see. Where is it at? I just saw it. Here?
Huh. Man, you're gonna have to probably gonna shorten. Yeah, I was gonna say you're zoomed out. You got to zoom back in, dude.
They want me to download something. Let me close that. And so here's Booker T. Washington, Bray.
Yeah.
Look at this, Bray.
I have learned that success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles which he has had to overcome while trying to succeed.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've always said. People that are common laborers and they seem to be not real happy with their position. I'm going, what are you complaining about? It's you, the individual, that makes your life, not what the fuck people think about you, dumbass. If you're living your life, I've told people, you know, I've seen men with wife and kids taking good care of them, but they're kind of solemn. And I'm going, why aren't you an extremely happy person? You're doing so well in life. Oh, oops, you're just a common laborer. It's like, what the fuck? People judge themselves so harshly. It's so sad. They can be doing so many things so well, so many contributions to society just by their family quality.
Hey, give me a brief comment on all these quotes, Ray. I'm gonna run down them. There are two ways of exerting one's strength. One is pushing down, the other is pulling up.
Well, you know, intellectually, I take it intellectually is what I'm going from. I know it seems like I do a lot of pissing and moaning downwards, but I considering it pulling up because nobody else is saying what I'm saying. So I'm pulling up.
This one I know you're gonna love, Brave. Political activity alone cannot make a man free. Back of the ballot, he must have property, industry, skill, economy, intelligence, and the most important, I would probably say, is character.
That's right. You can be as active as you want politically. It all boils down to you and your interaction with the people you love.
Amen.
Character, not circumstances. Character, not circumstances, make the man, Brave. Thoughts?
That's right. That's right. Holding a grudge does not hurt the person against whom the grudge is held. It hurts the one who holds it. I don't agree with that. Nah. No, a good grudge is healthy. Keep people that you're supposed to think are assholes. It's not a matter of a grudge. I guess the word grudge has to be closer defined with that quote. But I'm saying it's not a matter of holding. It's just a matter of if somebody's a piece of shit, there's nothing wrong with continuously thinking, that person's a piece of shit.
But if I'm down at the bottom, Brave, if I'm down at the bottom, I need to focus on me.
Yeah,
right.
That's what
You never let somebody else fog your thinking. I would never.
If I focus on
no matter how lowly I think of another individual, they'll never enter into my fucking psyche as far as doing what I got to do in life. It's like, to me, it's just a side note. It's like people. Some people are just fucking creepy fucking people. You don't let them get under. You don't let them get under your skin to any degree at all. Think about it. We went into slavery. Slavery on our wrist. We came out Christians. We went into slavery, pieces of property. We came out American citizens. We went into slavery with chains clanking about our wrists. We came out with the American ballot in our hands.
Your thoughts, Brady?
Yeah, thanks to the white man. So therefore, appreciate it and take advantage.
This is a Booker T. Washington more or less showing appreciation when you say so.
I would say, yeah.
There's nothing to bitch and moan about, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, just play the fucking white system for what it is. Jump in and hang on. That's what I always say. Jump in and hang on, man. It's a fast moving train. Don't let it pass you by. Don't jump in the front of it and try to stop it. Just jump on it and get on and get your piece of the action.
Yeah, Brady, you're gonna love this one. Start where you are with what you have, knowing that what you have is plenty enough. That's probably what you would say about America when you say Brady.
The whole time, no matter where I was.
Starving, Brady.
Yep, no matter where I was at, no matter how old I was, no matter how many jobs I quit for the fun of it and went on to another job. It's just, I knew I was in the place to be on the planet Earth. At a very young age, it dawned on me, this is something very special here. No, and it's not patriotism, folks. No, I'm not waving a flag. I'm saying the global elite have created many different societies all around this planet. They created this one for very many special purposes. And if you're in on this game, you're in the best game in town.
Brave, you know, one of the things that when I talked to Johnny Boy after you had to talk with him, he said something to the effect of me like, you know, I don't feel like I'm where I should be. That would be pressure, external pressure on him.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You ever had that kind of external pressure on
Never.
you, Brave? It's
Never.
very damaging, right?
Never.
How many
Every
niggas
place I ever was, I was very, very content. Monetarily, materially, I was always very confident in my moral, philosophical pursuits, my conclusions that I've came to. That's why I said people have accused me of being arrogant. I say it's not a matter of arrogance. If I was worth $5 million, you wouldn't call me arrogant. That's just I'm just a badass that don't take any shit.
Bray, how many of you niggas done criticize me for riding the bike?
How many what?
I don't know.
Criticize him for riding a bike.
Yeah, how many niggas criticize me riding the bike?
I'm sorry, you mumbled something.
How many
what?
done criticize me for riding?
Oh yeah, just constantly.
Like I can't fucking buy a car.
I never understood that myself. I got 4 bikes and not one of them have ever hit wet pavement. I'm a bicycle nut. Pedal bikes. The electrical bike I had, John, I told you I threw the fucking battery, threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted it for the fucking structure and the durability of the bike.
Brave.
I guarantee fucking to you. God damn it, I ain't never fucking worried about fucking riding them bikes and what people thought of me on a goddamn bike.
The only people criticizing me riding bikes are the blacks.
Oh yeah, no whites would.
Well, and I had the blacks up here on the pillow, and they be like, "Yeah, I'm paying $1,000 a month for my condo." I'm like, "Are you crazy?"
Yeah, I don't even.
I've never paid $1,000 a month for a car in my life. I never had a car note in my life, Brave. I told you that. Brave,
I had some car loans for about 5 years.
Yeah.
And I put a halt to that shit. I've had now since 2009. I've had the same vehicle, and it only has 70,000 miles on it.
Wow.
Brave. Mike Brown said he had a 2-bedroom, 2-bath close to Brave. Now, what the audience may not know, a 1,200 feet apartment. That's a big apartment.
That is huge for an apartment.
Mm-hmm. That's why he was able to arbitrage it. You understand? But he got to be light skinned. Hell, he probably.
That's pretty fucking big for an apartment. Dave wants you to do some W.E. Du Bois.
Great. I guarantee you that 2-bedroom now is probably a 3-bedroom.
Oh yeah,
a 3 1-bedroom.
Fucking 1,200 square feet.
bedroom.
I was gonna say shit. It could be a 4-bedroom these days.
A 3 1-bedroom. But see, it ain't gonna be 4-bedroom because no one wants to rent the 4-bedroom people.
I got you. Yeah,
like
you
cutting the dope up small.
Get in trouble. I got you. Yeah.
And you cut the dope up small, 1-bedroom.
Well,
right?
no, I'm saying
Studios.
you can have 3 good-sized bedrooms and a utility room that could be made into a bedroom. 1,200 square feet is a lot of fucking house, man.
Yeah, you got 3 studios in there, 300 square feet a piece. Rented $2,000 a piece or something like that. I guarantee you this 2-bedroom is not a 2-bedroom anymore. Mike Brown, New York City was not a hellhole. I wonder why he said it wasn't a hell, especially where he lived. I wonder where he lived. He said it was a great neighborhood, Brady. Where do you think he lived? Around Central Park or some shit?
Well, wherever he lived, I'll guarantee you it was a lot of whites. I'll guarantee you that much. Or a lot of very wealthy blacks, but my money says mostly whites.
I'm guessing he may have lived around Central Park. What you think, Ray? Central Park?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the breakup is in New York.
You think he had a view of Central Park outside his window?
I think so. If he was arbitraging that much money,
he might have, but still, even with that,
look at this comment, Bray.
With that view, you're probably not quite a view of Central Park yet. Michael, they were savages in 1980s too, still questioning.
He said he was savage.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, the savagery was it was kept contained. Like, they didn't spread out like they do now. You would never have had a fucking teen takeover in 1980s of black kids. So the shootings that are everywhere, the 3 kids shooting at 3 other kids, that was all very contained to the projects that they lived in. They didn't branch out and lose their fucking minds. That's why people say, well, crime's actually down. I say, yeah, it may be by the numbers. The point is it's now spread out and destroying places that you're doing so much damage by
They're not
spreading
arresting
out.
these damn people. They're not arresting them. Shit, they're not arresting them.
They're not arresting them.
Well, yeah, a lot of arrests. That's true. Yeah, that's very true. But still, the major thing is that why it seems like it's more damaging is because it is. They're not keeping it contained. It's now spreading. That's why that's why it's worse. I don't want to hear about the fucking drop in crime. Right now, they're spreading out like fucking animal cancers, like a fucking cancer. Look at where they're at, man. Jesus Christ, they're everywhere. Fucking things up.
Brave, you know what? I'm diverging a little bit. Since you want to go to the chocolate room. Chocolate room was highly rated by Oprah Winfrey. That's where you got a lot of buzz. Brave, you want to know what's behind Park Slope's property values? No, I know.
I would have no idea other than white, wealthy people.
Look at this. Admission to New York City elite schools like Brooklyn Tech requires the SAT. Asian students consistently outperform others.
True.
Regularly taking over 50% of the seats. Where is Brooklyn Tech, someone may ask? See where I'm going with this, Brady?
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with this?
Go ahead. Keep going. I'm not quite following you. Real close.
Okay. All right. Do it. Let me do it. Let me see.
I've always found it interesting, though, that Asian students do so well as individuals, and yet their fucking cultures are so fucked up.
Look at this, Brave.
That's why I give whites
Look at this
credit
right
for
here.
having the highest collective IQ. What are we looking at? Brooklyn Technical.
So what you're seeing here is Brooklyn Tech. It's in the center of Fort Greene, which is another expensive neighborhood. And Michael, our friend Michael Brady, he lives on the expensive side. He lives over here. This is where he lives. Where he lived down here, right? And Michael, he lived right in here. The affluent, there was probably a little bit more affluent blacks. You hear like Spike Lee and shit live over here. But they shared this exclusive high school. Get it now?
Mm-hmm.
And if you could test in, you'd be close to the school and probably other good elementary schools and things like that. But then the blacks said, man, that whites and shit, right? Is it whites, right?
Yeah, I know. No matter what, you can't fucking make them happy. It doesn't fucking matter.
Right, look at this. Look at this. So here's what happened in New York City. I know my children were there in school. Look, the SAT is a single criterion used for admission. The system has faced severe. You see this? Criticism.
Jesus Christ. It never fucking ends. Just that's what I'm saying. Somewhere, just why can't we just why can't we just get to where we say fuck off? If you don't make it, you don't make it. Son of a fucking bitch.
Break, so you come read there for me, right? See, Michael don't want to talk. Michael don't want to talk about it. Look at this break. See, this why these white folk moved over there. This way you want to talk.
Examples was one of the city's most selective. It's only 8 black students admitted.
We give it to these niggas too rough, break.
8 out of 800. That's funny.
We give it to these niggas too rough today, break. I didn't tell you to do this, break.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just stay in your fucking place and shut up. Son of a fucking bitch. God.
We give it to him
It's
too.
so tiring. It's like, you know, just and that's why I came on 4 years ago on CT's channel, making it clear I'm bottom feeding 2-bit loser. It's like, shut up. You can be at the bottom and still fucking appreciate and love your life, man. What the fuck is with this fighting for some acceptance from other people? Shut the fuck up.
Let me send him the road link. He says
8 out of goddamn fucking 800, and then they got to blame it on some sort of racism.
Bray, so do you know what they did? Bray, you won't know what they did. This is for Michael. The link is in the road. I'm dropping the road link for Michael. You don't have to enter any information. I don't know why you got to enter for StreamYard, but what you need to do is cut off.
All you got to do is yeah.
Echo cancellation or something. I want to hear from Michael.
Before you hit join, hit echo cancellation.
Bray, we don't get that many. We don't get that many whites up here. Come up here. He done been through the hellhole of New York City.
Oh, he's a mulatto.
This nigga Ryan ain't gonna see. Ryan won't tell the truth. This nigga live in Baltimore.
I'm moving even further away from the city soon. I'm hearing the schools around here are going downhill. Ryan's got to move. They're running him out.
He don't want to move.
So much
he ain't got no children in school.
Yeah, so much. So much for his wells and fucking private wells and septic protecting him, huh? You ain't stopping them fucking blacks when the fucking government.
Hold on.
When he's got.
Hold on.
Thank you guys for having me. I gotta go.
See you later, Latina. Take it easy, buddy.
We
Latino.
We got Michael up here. Michael, can you hear us? Hello? You got Michael? See, Michael up here. Hello?
Let's see. Yeah, looks like everything's going.
Oh, yeah. We can hear you, Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. We can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us? You have to cut your stream off. If you have the stream on, cut that off and just listen to us over the phone. Or
mute the stream. If you're on road, mute the stream.
Yeah, mute the stream, yeah.
If you want to look at what we're doing.
Oh, damn, he joined again.
Hello, can you?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's up?
Oh, that's fantastic, man. Hey, it's always, I watch you guys all the time, especially you and Brave.
Very funny,
my
nigga. We like peas of the pot.
I'm telling you.
John, one thing I want to tell you, man, you are a funny guy. You're a strange guy. You're a smart guy. And yet you know the streets like the back of my hand. I give you credit for dealing with what you deal with. I'll just keep it short and sweet, or I'll just say this information. I've worked with similar blacks like you have, John, because I worked for city agencies, and trust me, I ran into them.
Oh, Brave. You hear this, Brave?
And I could tell you that people don't understand. I'll just say this, man. People underestimate the crazy level of most blacks.
Oh, Brave.
Yikes, man.
Brave.
Let me tell you this, and I could tell you this. Today, if you run into a 14, 15-year-old black boy, I got to put 7 shots in that nigga. He's not going to stop coming. People just don't understand that about this kid. And they don't understand that I'm 65 years old, right? They don't understand that his mother, when I met his mother, when she was 16 or 17 or 18 in 1980, she was on crack. Now, from 1980 to 2026, what are we talking about? Close to 50 years? She's created great-grandchildren. That's the tarantula-headed dude that's out here on the street now running on the L train, getting off at Franklin Avenue where you get off at, John, right?
Yeah, little Franklin.
He's standing on Kingston and St. John's, right? Yeah.
He's
on
hold
Truth
on.
Avenue, right?
He's talking about avenues and he's talking about streets in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm talking about Brooklyn because I know Brooklyn like the back of my hand. He's on Kingston and St. John's. He's on Troop. He's living in the pink houses. He's living in Farragut. He's living in Fort Greene. That nigga is fucking crazy.
That's a motherfucker.
Yo.
This is what people don't understand.
People
I only
have
know
no
it Brave.
idea
I only
when
know
they
it
get on
Brave
the
understand.
train.
I only know it Brave understand this shit.
No, Brave has a Brave because Brave is probably in his mid-70s, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm 71.
Right. Okay, so my sister is 77. I could tell you right now, my sister lives in a beautiful complex in Harlem. She has a doctorate. She went to school. She started out as a teacher, graduated on all this stuff up the levels to where she was a principal in the whole thing. So they do very well. It's not,
hold on. Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because I want to have a
awesome.
little bit back and forth with Bray. You're a man of a certain age where you saw the standards change for blacks. You would have to, right?
Are you talking to me?
In the school? Yeah. No, do you, Mike?
Okay, so
you saw
yeah,
the standards change in New York City schools, correct?
Well, yes, I saw, I made a comment and I can tell you this. Listen, I think that people just don't want to face the truth. When I was growing up, you saw two types of people at the library. And this holds true to today. I could go back there right now today and I would see those two groups at the library. One is the Jew and the other is the Asian. It's that simple. Blacks like music, blacks like sports, and blacks like fucking. Now, you're going to make exceptions. Okay, that's great. But, I'm living proof of that. I'm not leaving myself out of that.
He ain't lying, bro. This nigga ain't lying, bro.
Yeah, I'm not leaving myself out of that.
Lying, bro.
Out of that category.
Bro, he ain't lying.
Because
bro,
myself,
this nigga being real honest with you, bro. No,
I'm being 100% honest with you. I worked for the city. I was in entertainment because I was in music. I'm still in it right now. And so that's what I was gravitating to. And I was, a fairly smart guy. But I can tell you when I ran into the Jew, and I ran into the Asian, but especially the Jew is leaps and bounds more intelligent. Leaps and bounds. When you go into the Jewish guy's house, that 15, 14-year-old kid, he's read vast numbers of books. He's taught a certain character level in his life. He's taught how to be business-minded. When I tried to talk to my Black mother about certain things that I learned, she looked at me like I was a fool. So I know what it's like growing up around Black people. They just don't, it's not for them, bro. The Italian has a business mind. The Irish somewhat as well. And believe me, I looked at groups. I saw the Italian. Listen, mafioso when I was growing up was normal behavior. So I saw the Italian.
This is New York. This is New York, Bray.
New York City. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
I lived close by Mulberry Street. And I can go through my entertainment life. If I don't want to out
Mulberry Street is in Manhattan, right? That's in Manhattan.
Mulberry
right?
Street was basically Little Italy.
Right. I'm just saying it for the audience.
I can tell you, and I grew up with friends of mine that were, their families, and I get it. What I'm trying to say is that the Black, it's not anything bad. It's just their capability level. They just don't, what's the word I'm looking for? Number one, they don't have the discipline. They don't have the long-term thinking skills to really say, okay, I'm going to do this now, and 10 years from now, it's going to bear this fruit. They don't think like that. So when I grew up with Jews, that's the way I thought. And today, and people made fun of me for that type of thinking. They're like, why the hell are you doing this, Mike? Why are you doing this job? You don't need to do that. And I would be like, oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. But there's nothing you could do. And I see that mindset to this day.
Hold on. I got a comment of yours up on the screen. Brave, you want to read this? Read this, Brave.
And remember, I grew up in a housing project, and because my father was white, that didn't make him some great working type of guy. He was of Scottish descent, and he liked his liquor.
Hold on.
Oh, you grew up in the projects, Mike?
Hold on, Brave. Before you comment, you grew up in the project. If you don't mind me saying, you grew up in the project too, right?
Yeah, at night, right.
I'm talking about Brave.
Yes, from 11 to like 14.
And your daddy, you didn't have the greatest thing to say about your father either, correct?
No, my dad wouldn't. No, my dad was he did not keep jobs, and finally in his final years he did, though. He bought us a house. But yeah, no, for the longest time we moved all the time because he just, we always had food in the house, but we moved a lot.
And to chime in, I can understand a guy like Brave the way he grew up. Because
my nigga, that's my nigga Brave. Brave is my nigga.
Yeah, I can understand the Brave because I grew up with a lot of people that would be considered white trash. And so I got it. I'll take this from my dad. I can outdrink a lot of people. So that's great. I thank him for that. You know what I mean?
Wait.
Falling down the stairs and I can still be good.
Hold on. You went to the Dalton school, nigga?
No, my first girlfriend. When I was growing up, my first girlfriend went to the Dalton school. In 1973, she was in that class, and Epstein was her math teacher.
All right, so,
my hand to God, bro.
Let me.
My hand to God.
So as I was showing you, Brave, earlier, the Dalton school is one of the most expensive schools in New York City. Correct?
Now, I'll give you a background on her, which is going to be interesting. She had a Jewish father and a black mother. And the black mother used to be the dominant over that Jewish man. But anyway, he was a lawyer, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to, he's since passed. It's kind of sad. But long story short, when I watched him as a guy, he lived, my concept has always been living below your means.
Look at that, Brave. Hold on for 1 second. You see this, Brave?
Oh, 70,000. Huh? You went to that school, Michael?
No, his girlfriend went there.
Oh, okay. I thought he said.
Remember,
I
this
know
is
his girlfriend
prices
went
today.
there. I thought
These are prices today, but I guarantee you, back in the 70s, when he was sending that girl to that school, the Dalton school, back in the day, easily it was probably close to $30,000
Well,
a year.
and you went to.
But he was a lawyer; he could afford it.
Yeah, you went to.
And I can tell
school,
you,
correct?
when I would go over there and try to do homework with her, it was like I was looking at. Listen, man, it was night and day compared to, and the father was like a genius. The father was like a mentor.
Hold on, let me ask you this question. When you're saying this, I'm thinking of Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah,
Carmelo Anthony was a very affluent, very.
Well, here's my take on Carmelo Anthony.
Well, before you give you your take,
sure, I'm sorry, I apologize.
When blacks are out here parading that he is a 3.7. When he's in a school with Asians, that what 3.7 would be like, they'd be whooping their children's ass for 3.7.
An Asian kid with a 3.7 and that type of, let's say, no, that kid would be considered stupid.
And so when you went to this Jewish household and she was doing her homework,
he didn't have to look at anything. He was like, you could ask him any question and he would go off. He could tell you, he could read off the Federalist Papers to you. He could just read them off to you.
Have mercy.
He's that. So when I saw, and this was not uncommon about most regular Jews. I could go into a delicatessen. I could go into a place that would make bagels, and you would have conversations with Jews. Jews and American blacks were very, very friendly towards each other. There was some sort of commonality of oppression between the two groups. So there was a very good back and forth banter between the Jews.
Brave, listen, let me tell you this, since he just mentioned this. One of my ladies, I don't know the name of it, but she used to have to cut the lights on for the Jews on Saturdays. What the name of that shit? Shabbles?
Because
what the fuck is the name of that shit?
On the Sabbath, after Friday at sundown, they cannot touch anything that has to do with anything.
She pushed the elevator buttons for their ass. She pushed the elevator buttons.
And that's a lot because he's technically, the Jew is not supposed to even get in that elevator. He's supposed to go.
But he gets you to push it. He gets you to push the button for him.
Many times they would. Yes. So I get it. I'm not saying it was perfect, but I say this. It beat the relationship between blacks and Italians. Jesus Christ. It's like the same type of guy.
Hey, tell Brave about the blacks and Italians. He probably Brave. Do you understand?
Hold on. I got a question for him.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your girlfriend went to Dalton.
Yes, sir.
You went to public, right?
I went to a public school. I don't want to out myself because then there'll be people.
Right.
Yes, I went to a public.
Okay.
Hold on, Brave. Before you answer your question, this is a public school in Park Slope, I would imagine.
No. I didn't grow up in Park Slope. Remember, I'm growing up in Manhattan.
So this is a public school in Manhattan. It's probably even less blacks.
But it's just a regular school near the housing projects. I went to a regular school.
Right.
I can just say this: in 1960 something and 70s, the public school that I went to, there's Chinese kids in the class, there's Jewish kids in the class, there's Hispanic kids in the class. When I say Hispanic, I mean mainly Puerto Rican.
Hold on.
It's a mixed.
Hold on. Let me paint the picture for you for Brave.
No. Wait a minute. It ain't got nothing to do with school.
Brave,
my question has to
you
do with
want,
this.
I'll answer it.
Here's my question. Okay, at the time you went to the public school, at the time you were dating this girl that went to Dalton, did you live in the projects as a low-income family?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Now
Okay.
she lived in a co-op. That's because you got to understand Manhattan. I could live in a housing project, and across the street you live in a co-op apartment, and you're a lawyer.
Right.
That's the way it works.
Where I live,
Okay,
there are
here's
people
my
that
question though.
Mhm.
God damn it. Hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So you were in the projects, they were in a co-op. And he was paying 70,000. He was paying back then probably what, 20,000 a year for the school.
Yeah,
Probably a lot of money.
Yes,
Anyway,
I would say between 20 and 30.
so did he look down his nose at you at all?
Absolutely, he looked down his nose, and rightly so.
Okay, now hold on.
I had parents come to. I had Asian parents when because we're growing up, and I had parents come to, let's say, and say, listen, I don't really want you hanging out with my kid. And listen, I was always very honest. I'm going to tell you this. This is for real. If you live in New York City and you live in a co-op and across the street's a bunch of housing projects, you don't want your kid, especially your fucking daughter, if she's pretty. You want her across the street in the projects? Hell no. So that person was right.
Hold it. That's what I'm getting at, Mike.
Let Brady ask the question.
Yeah, Mike, that's what I'm getting at. Because I went through the same thing. I dated educated females from good families, and it was never ending. The girlfriends had to explain me to their parents. How resistant was he to you?
Well, I'll say this, think about it. In those days, and I'll be brief, the Jewish guy and the black woman together, they were quite liberal, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I'm coming from that era. I'm not I'm saying Negro. That wasn't
I got
invented.
you. It doesn't
Nobody
matter.
called each other
It doesn't
nigger when I
matter.
was
It's a
growing
matter.
up.
It's a matter of.
Okay, so
was there some
but let me
resistance?
answer the question. Let me just
go
answer
ahead.
the question.
Mhm.
So what I'm saying is just that, yes, they looked down at me, right? And they were right.
No, I'm not asking you if they were right or not.
right.
Michael, all I want to know is this.
Yes, go ahead.
What was the level of resistance? In other words, did he make it impossible? Did he break it up? Or did you two break up
he didn't.
naturally?
Okay, so no, I would just say this. Let's just say over the years, we've remained friends, and I don't want to get into the whole sexual.
No, I got you. I was just wondering if you
all right,
ended
but
up
let's just
married or
say
anything
this.
like that.
Let's just, she had other options because number one, she was a
I get
Wilhelmina.
it. You're talking.
Let me finish so you could understand. She was a real, very, very pretty girl. She was already recruited by Wilhelmina and Ford as a model. So because I was in entertainment, I don't want to get too deep into it, but let's just say by the age of 14 or 15, by 17, I was already working in entertainment. So I had some of that shine on me that helped me, right? So I had a little bit of money in my pocket at that level. So it kind of can take away from being, and by 1980, that whole projects and all that was going on.
Hold on. So basically what he's saying, Brave, he had a little money, so they kind of, smooth away some of the
right. It could smooth away, but the
right.
truth be told, she was dating people that were way out of my. I'll give you a perfect example. When we were teenagers, right? Let's say when I graduated from high school in 1979. Now the guy she went to the prom with, he had a 350 Mercedes ragtop and a fur coat. Right?
Well,
That's the
Michael,
guy she went to the prom. And he was a handsome guy from a great family. Right?
Well, Michael, your parents must have done very well.
That's the way it goes, man. To the victor.
Yeah.
Goes the
like I
spoils.
said, your parents.
Let me Brave ask the question. What's your question, Brave?
Your parents must have done very well by you, regardless of being on low income.
What's your question, Brady? Go ahead and answer the question.
I don't really think my parents did. I'll say this about my parents. I have a sister.
It sounds like he was coming out of low income. It sounds like he was very balanced and pursuing.
Yeah, it's a good progression.
I'll just say this. What the truth is of the matter, times were different. Most people assimilated into American culture. So if an Italian guy had his mother screaming out the window in Italian, he would respond back to her in English. Same for the Puerto Rican, same for the Chinese, same for the Greek. Nobody wanted to be Italian, or I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, but you know what I mean. People assimilated into American culture. And around 1980, that changed. So I was already grown already, and no one wanted to be a kid. I did not want to be a child. I wanted to be a grown man
Well,
with
I'm
cologne
just
and a
commenting on
button-down shirt.
I'm just commenting on the fact that that as somebody from a low-income family,
Right, but see, back in the day, low income.
Hey, whoa, man, you gotta let me finish my statement.
Let Brady finish. Go ahead.
I was just
Go ahead,
commenting
Brady.
on the fact. I was just commenting on the fact that people need to understand that low income doesn't mean bad children. This guy's parents obviously did pretty good by him as low income, and I'm saying that's all across America, folks.
Hold on for one second.
What I'm
Let
saying
Brady,
is
hold
about-
on. Let Brady finish and then I'll let you respond. We got Ryan coming up here. Go ahead, Brady. Finish what you're saying. I want to
Oh no, I'm finished. That's good. That's good. I just wanted to make it clear that
I
folks.
want you to expound. Hold on, Brady. I want you to expound on it because it's very important.
Well, no, it is. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't
expound on that. Expound
a
on
lot
that.
of people don't understand how that even though you're low income, isn't a death sentence for your children. And that's what a lot of people, they try to. I don't know how poor you were, Mike. It does none of my business. But my point is this: it doesn't matter. It's just about
on welfare.
There you go. And that's what I'm saying. This guy did very well for himself coming from that. And this isn't magic. It's just it's two parents that want to behave with logic in front of their children, pass on good, reasonable behavior. And that's why when people are complaining about this poverty in America that doesn't exist because we're all living like gods, it's like, shut up. This is a country where it doesn't matter. There's no excuse for raising a dumbass kid in this country.
Brady, hey, hold on for a minute, Mike. Brady, we got Ryan up here. You did tell me when to hit the button on this nigga. I hit the button on his ass.
I will. Watch yourself,
Hey, what's
Ryan.
up? What's up, man? What's going on?
What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, buddy. No, I was just going to say I got to move out further away from because the schools are going down, so I think I might be moving.
Yeah, that's why I said your septic and wells didn't help you out, did they, buddy? That cancer spread.
No, in
What are you
my
talking about?
area.
His school. Brady, hey, hold on. Brady, don't let this nigga off the hook. His school going down. What the fuck that mean? You ain't even got no children in school.
Well,
you got children in school?
Can't say.
No. The problem is though, is that school drives property values. School and crime. drive property
What? What is that, Brady?
Say
what he said? Say it one more time, bro. I ain't hear you.
Okay, so like if the schools are marked like a 10 out of 10, you get more money for your house. But if they go down to like a 6, you're going to lose some money there. So
But you
I
don't
don't
have
want
any
to
children in school. What you care?
It's not about the schools; it's the property value. I don't like to lose money. I don't like to give up equity in the house.
So are you saying that schools and property values are like tightly correlated?
It's completely correlated. Crime and schools are everything. Look up Zillow.
Brady.
See what they have.
Get him,
No,
Brady.
it's just like I said. There's no protect. That's what I'm saying. Now Ryan did say. I have heard Ryan say that septics and wells are guaranteed against the trash. But however, he said at times you got to move further out, even though you got septic and wells.
That nigga thought the whales were going to Brady, he think the whales were going to save him.
Listen.
He said they're a hedge, but he did admit that they're not guaranteed.
First thing you got to do is when you're going to buy a house.
We should show this nigga dancing ass governor. Hey, nigga, you want us to show your dancing ass governor?
No, don't say. I gotta say this. This is important when buying a house. This is critical. First thing you do is go to a Starbucks and see if there is a lock on the bathroom. If there is, don't buy the fucking house.
Look at you see this nigga. Do you see this nigga just coming up with all kind of downstream consequences of blacks?
That's good to know because I'm shopping for $500 million homes. I'm gonna go.
Right, you see what this is what piss us off, right, Bray? You see what I'm saying? Like, you let me know when you want me to put his ass down, Bray.
Hey, if there's a lock, on the Starbucks bathroom,
you hear this shit,
don't
Bray?
buy it.
Look, boy, we never gonna get. He never gonna be able to break free, Bray.
He can't. I don't blame him. Are there locks on your Starbucks bathroom yet, Ryan?
Oh no, not yet. But I'm worried about it. Believe me, I'm checking.
You're going to get out ahead of it and get the hell out. What are you going to do, Ryan? A smaller house? What do you think?
I need land. I need a lot of land. I'm going to build my own.
With all your woodworking equipment, you're going to build an outbuilding with a house, or you're going to hopefully find another house?
No, that's an outbuilding.
What are you going to do, Bray?
Big garage.
Do you mind me asking which state does Ryan live in?
You live in Maryland.
I live in the CCCM, the communist socialist state of Maryland.
It's black all over that motherfucker, nigga. It's black all over that motherfucker. Tell them,
Well,
nigga,
there's a high percentage of
nigga. It's black all over that nigga. See, I'm put your ass down right. I'm not playing the fucking game.
Come on, man.
It's fucking black all over that
They want me to
motherfucker.
say a bunch of racist stuff. Man. That's the problem with these guys up here. Man.
You get black all over that motherfucker. Look, Bray, let me show you that. Hey, I know this nigga ain't gonna move the buoy. I bet your ass won't move the buoy. I bet your ass won't move the buoy. All these black ass when you hear these black ass blacks come up here and they talk about Prince George's County, that's a white man. When the blacks, I want you to be honest. When the blacks come up here and talk about PG County, what do you think?
PG County?
Yeah.
It's I mean a lot of the areas are not what they were for sure.
Boy,
A lot of
you better
migrants
get to the point. I'll put your ass down now. Come on now.
All migrants moving in, man.
Right. Bray, you just tell me where, Bray.
No, listen.
Real fucking close.
The rich blacks have moved away from
Can I
PG
chime
County.
in for 2 seconds, man?
Yeah,
They
go ahead.
moved away.
You said what?
The rich
Can I
blacks
please
moved
chime
away
in here
from
for
PG
2 seconds?
Yeah, go
They're in
ahead.
Charles Street.
Let me just say this, but this is what people don't understand, and this was in my own family. On my mother's side, my mother's from Camden, New Jersey, one of the worst places on the planet.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
So what they don't understand is that, okay, I'm fine. Now, I don't have any children. I was married twice, but I don't have any children. But the point is, it's like, okay, let's say I have cousins. If my cousin from my mother's side comes to the house, yikes, bro.
Bray,
It's going to be bad news. So this is what people don't understand. I could be from a great... Take, for example, Eric Michael Dyson. Everybody knows who he is, right?
Yeah.
Eric Michael Dyson has a brother in jail for murder.
Jeez, is that Bray, did you hear that? Bray, did you
It doesn't
did you hear
surprise
that?
me a bit.
Bray,
Doesn't
did you
surprise
hear
me
that?
a bit. That's why I always say I don't need blacks around me. I don't care if it's a doctor. It's their relatives. You gotta
This
worry
is what
about.
I mean. This is what I mean. And I'll end, and I'm not going to get off the line, but I'll end with this.
Yeah.
I stopped talking to an old friend of mine that I grew up with. I'm talking about from years ago. Now, this guy was an anomaly from his family, but the rest of his family, he had a brother and like 4 or 5 sisters. His father was killed by the girlfriend back in the day. I'm talking about late 60s, early 70s. And I said, man, hey, you know, it's great that you came out of the neighborhood and you did well with all the crime that was going on. And now he lives in South Carolina. He's like, I don't remember any crime. I don't remember. You know, he becomes delusional about his own family. He had brothers and sisters in prison, but he just won't accept that fact in his mind. So this is what you deal with a lot of blacks. I'll be my cousin, and then my cousin's husband, and then my other. Listen, it's just the extended family could be some psychopath. And the girls, this is what, and I'll end on this. And I've said this for years from when I was a young kid. The female drives the culture. When the females started liking gangsters and drug dealers, it was over then.
Did they ever? When did they ever not like gangsters and drug dealers and hardcore
right,
niggas?
But it was kept in line by a strong family. The mother and the father would say, you can't listen. I watched my sister go through it. I watched my mother and father sit my sister down and say, you can't accept that gift from that man.
You know, I don't
because
know, man.
It comes with strings attached.
You know, I'm gonna tell you this. You know, my dad was a hustler, man. My dad was a hustler.
I get it. I hear you.
My dad was a hustler, but he was a very intelligent man, and my mom, you know, ended up with him. You know, he's a stand-up type of guy in the black community. I think there is always going to be that lure of in the black community. Maybe, you know.
Now, when you say your dad was a hustler, what do you numbers? Was he a numbers guy?
He's drugs.
Okay, so maybe he was one of the few. Now, listen. To me, I think it's between 2 and 3% who can make it. The other 97% go to jail or they end up bleeding out on the street. And I've seen guys who have businesses. I grew up with crazy drug dealers.
Yeah, but if you look at me, for instance, and I think this is the problem is, I can deal with these ghetto as blacks because I can move them with my mind.
Yes, I see how you operate.
Right, you
I see
understand
how
what
you
I'm talking
operate,
about?
John. Yeah,
Brave,
I
you know how
understand.
Brave, you know how we agitate these blacks. Brave, I was on the stream. I told you, Brave, I was telling you this morning. I said we was somewhere in this. I was somewhere in some chat just listening, and they brought us up, Brave. You heard me, Brave.
As long as they keep bringing the name up, that's all I care about. Just because, we're going to be your worst
Hey,
motherfucking
John, can I ask you this question about
Hold
yourself
on. Let Brave
personally?
hold on. Let Brave finish. Then I'll let you answer. Go ahead, Brave. What do you think
No,
about
I
that,
just
Brave?
said, just as long as they bring our name up, that's all I care about. I don't care what they say. Just keep bringing our name up because we're going to be your worst fucking nightmare because we're here to shatter this fucking nonsense.
Well, my question to you, John, is this. Now, this is what I truly think.
Yeah.
After listening to you, I don't know you personally,
Yeah.
but I can see this.
Yeah.
And this is what this is what most blacks have to deal with. When dealing with other blacks, the threat of me murdering you has to be real. Do you understand? So in my own personal life, if it got to that level, I'm going to have to take out my gun and blow your fucking brains out.
Well, in my business, I can't operate that way, to be honest with you. I understand what you're saying.
So you do.
I understand
So
what
what
you're
do you
saying.
do?
Hold on, I understand
What
what
do
you're
you do
saying.
when you have a violent black that you have to deal with and you have to?
I've explained that on the channel. Saying like, there's a black that really wanted some action from me. Just it's on the channel. He's the one that destroyed the microwave. I was on the phone with my friend.
Yeah. No, I saw the whole.
Right.
I saw the whole.
And my first explanation, bro, when I was on the phone with my friend, I said, "Nigga, you said." But then I
So the
said,
black guy and you rose up. You wanted to beat his ass, correct?
I mean, I ain't gonna beat his ass, but I just want like, hey, nigga, you gotta understand your position. You in my house. I know I can't. I'm 50 years old. I can't beat this 35-year-old nigga that's doing sit-ups all day.
But this is what I mean. What you're saying, John.
Hold on. But as a man, like in my house, I still want to say, hey, nigga, who the fuck are you talking to?
Right.
But
And you see this? What I'm saying?
But I have to realize though that with black people, those words are the equivalent of pulling out a gun.
No doubt.
And
100%.
so I say, man, like I ain't even gonna argue with you. Let that frustration boil over, and I'll deal with it another way.
Yeah, because you have more of that mindset. A Jew used to tell me all the time, empty barrels make the most noise.
Yeah. And so, I think that's why a lot of blacks, honestly, I could, one of these days I'm gonna profile a black man who was doing business right around here, and the blacks set him up to go to prison.
No, I can listen, man. I can believe some of the most jealous people I've ever. That's why. Hey, look, I wish it could be different. It's not like I outwardly hate. I'm just telling you that in my experience, when I've dealt with different groups of people, black people, even my own friends, childhood friends I grew up with, we operate differently. We're an emotional, low IQ people. And without discipline and we will have more of a knee-jerk reaction to things. That's what we do.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about myself included. I've just learned to control.
Yeah, me too, nigga.
So what I'm saying
I was apt to go up there and confront that nigga.
There was deep jealousy within black men. Deep jealousy
about
your woman, about your things you have. I mean, to me, when I look at you, John, the reason you keep that at bay is because you're there with them, and they probably they can't see your true bank account.
Man, I ride up on
the
liquor store, nigga. They be like, they see they see me on a bike, they think I'm down at the bottom with their head. And I ain't far from it, no, bro.
It's the same, and I'll give you this, man. The Jew used to come around and collect the rent. The Jew would always look like he had no money.
Yeah.
If you see a Jewish guy and he looks poor, he's probably worth $2 million.
Yeah.
So this is, being ostentatious was. I'm not saying you don't want to shine, but what I'm saying is, you have to learn that thing. When I was working for the cities, those agencies, I had to blend in. I'm in. You gotta blend in. So that's what you do.
Hey, let me
Are
get
you darker colored or lighter colored?
I'm just,
What's your complexion
used to see me when I was when people would see me when I was growing up, they would think I'm a Puerto Rican dude.
Okay.
So I'm 6'2".
Right.
I'm over 200 pounds. I'm a handsome dude. I get it. Yeah. So, but remember, I still have that DNA inside of me. If people would get out of line, then it's unfortunate. It's not my fault. I would have to take it to the next level because because you know how the black community is. Oh, light skin.
Do you date black women?
I mean, like I said, that girlfriend I was telling you about, she was of mixed race.
There's a lot of
when
stuttering,
I was growing up, there was a lot of Latinas when I was growing up. So, I speak fluent Spanish.
You speak fluent Spanish? So,
yeah.
Okay.
Seguro que se habla español suficiente todo.
Yeah.
So I speak fluent Spanish. So, both of my wives were Hispanic, but honestly, I was never. Don't get me wrong.
Bray, you laughing in the background. What you think about that, Bray?
I knew it. He was stuttering when you asked him about black women. Bless your heart, Mike. We get it.
But Bray.
Black women. Listen, I'll take it from a guy who's going to tell you. I'm going to tell you about what it was like.
Hold on for 1 second. Bray, just listen to him. You know he wasn't going to be with a black woman. You knew it.
I know.
Now listen to me first.
Hold on, Bray. Hold on. I want to hear Bray's answer.
You guys want to.
No, we're gonna let you talk.
Let me tell you, and then you can understand.
We having a conversation. I want to hear Bray's answer. Then I'm gonna let you talk. Bray, but just by listening to him, you knew he wasn't with a black woman.
I know damn, and I don't blame him. Don't get me wrong, Mike. But yeah, and I appreciate probably out of loyalty and love for your mother why you stuttered when he asked you that.
Hold on. One at a time. Go ahead. Finish. Hold on. Oh, okay, Bray, go ahead. Finish.
Okay. Remove the loyalty. Do you get along with your mother, Mike?
All right. Go one mic at a time. Go ahead, Bray.
Yeah, no, I just got a kick out of it, Mike, when you were just stuttering about black women. It's just, just spit it out, man. You don't want no part of them.
No. I can tell you if you would listen to me. Here's the deal.
We're listening. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
When I came to California, I had a black girlfriend. Mm-hmm. Now, I've always dated very younger women. So my women I'm 65. I haven't dated, maybe I've dated 4 women that have been my age. They're all like 30 and below or 33 and below, right? So throw that in there as a factor. But my point is that I found that black women extremely disrespectful. And the more that you have your shit together, they become increasingly disrespectful because they want to be in charge. So a lot of times the black girl that you would like to get, she doesn't want to be with you because you're just not what she can control. And that's been my experience throughout.
So you're saying they're like bulls, like they want to be in charge and shit.
Yeah, most of the time she's going to just, I'll give you an experience that when I first moved to California, I moved into a building and there was a girl who was at the concierge desk. She was fine, man. Black chick, really fine. And, we would banter back and forth. And we ended up, yada, 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 we're in bed. And, she took a shower in my apartment and everything. And I was like, yeah, you can use the towel right there. And this is what I mean about everybody else would do that. Not her. She went into the fucking closet and dug around for some other fucking towel. And just, this is their nature. It's like, if I tell her to go up, she's going to go down. If I tell her left, she's going to go right. And I'm not talking about, these were not unattractive girls. These were just girls that were, it's this inner anger that they have. You ain't going to tell me what to do, nigga. That's what's in all of them.
Bray, can't get you to respond to what he just said.
Including my mother.
Shit. Hold on. Let me get Bray to respond to that. Bray, what you think about that?
No, it sounds like it's the regular run-of-the-mill black women that now he's dating very attractive females, black females. Yeah. But the problem is black women as a group are the least attractive of all the races, and the attractive black women take on that load, and they act out probably.
Brave, I've heard you speak lovingly of your mother.
Oh yeah,
his mother was white.
Oh shit, Brave, you heard that?
Yeah.
His mother was white.
Well, Mike, come on, your mother wasn't that bad. Now, come on.
Okay, you want me to dig her up and send her over to your house? Send her over to your house.
So what do you think was bad about your mother?
I'll say this: being a man, as I progressed in age and I became the ages of, my mother had me when she was 47. So I was raised by very older parents.
Oh, wow.
And my father was 13, 14 years older than my mother. So when I was a teenager, they were already in their 60s, 50s and 60s, right? So, but the bottom line is I watched my father. My father was kind of a handsome guy. This is what I felt when I looked at men and I looked at women. I think the woman that comes into your life sort of sets the tone. And so I thought when I looked at my father, I was like, damn, he married the wrong chick, man.
You thought that
Because
about
my
your
father
mother?
came from,
God damn.
yes, and I'm not talking, yes, and I'm gonna explain it to you what I mean. My father came from a good family. They were like an agricultural family in the South, because we used to go down to the South, and my father's family was different. My father's family even had workers in the house to help his mother. My mother comes from, like I said, Camden, New Jersey. She was from, listen, I'll give you this. I saw a picture of my mother when she was about 19, and she was I guess she had just come up from the South, and she was living in Philadelphia with her sisters. And she was standing in front of a building, and I saw her in this picture. She had a knot tied in her shirt and sort of this rag on her head. You know, that thing that girls used to wear, let's say this was probably back, I guess maybe in the 40s, something like that, later 40s. And when I saw my mom, I said, yeah, I know that bitch. Yeah, I know that bitch.
Damn, you saw that in your mother.
No, I'm not hating on her. What
No,
I'm
I
saying
understand. I understand.
that if my father, I was just saying she was from a lower stock. She was from a lower stock.
Was she dark
She was
skinned or
not a
light
Jack and Jill
skinned?
Black.
Hold on. Stop.
No, she was dark
No,
skinned.
hold on. Stop.
She was dark skinned.
Because Brady probably doesn't understand Jack and Jill. Brady, do you understand Jack and Jill, Brady?
No.
All right, let me pull it up for the audience.
Was your mother light skinned or dark skinned, Mike?
Dark skinned. My mother was a dark skinned Black woman.
Did she stay slim for most of her life?
No, none of them do. Later on, she did, she went through a time when she was chunky and then she slimmed down. But most of all, I would say it was like 50-50. My father was very slim.
Was he? Yeah.
Yeah, my father was very slim.
Wolf. Brave, since you don't know what he was referring to was Jack and Jill. This is an inner city type thing. I never heard of it until I moved to DC. And Jack and Jill is this, like, I guess you could call it like a bougie organization. Is that what it is? Bougie
I would say, yeah. It was kind of like, it's like an organization that you would be a member of if your family was somewhat prominent in the community. Maybe you owned a business. You don't have, you could be a George Jefferson type. It was like a George Jefferson type.
Yeah. And
to put it into a fictional character, George Jefferson type.
I haven't heard a reference to Jack and Jill in quite a long
So
time.
think about this, George Jefferson type. Right, and then you would think my mother's more from Good Times. My mother's more like Florida James from Good Times.
So Jack
she
and Jill
wasn't wheezy. My mother was not wheezy.
Jack and Jill is a historic, highly respected leadership and civic organization for African American mothers and their children, ages 2 to 19. Founded in 1938 during segregation to foster a supportive social and cultural environment for Black youth. It is the oldest organization of its kind in the United States. So that is what he was talking about, Brady, when he referenced Jack.
So just to put it in perspective, right? When you look at my father's side of the family, I'm not saying they were perfect, but when you look at he comes from 11 brothers and sisters, right? So when you look at my father's side of the family, they all married, and it's fairly decent. My mother's side of the family, they were hardworking and they got married, but tons of children out of wedlock. Tons. So because we're almost like a counterpart to my mother's side of the family. So I have a cousin that's my age. My brother has a cousin that's his age. My brother's 5 years older than me. And then my older sister, who's the firstborn, she's 13 years older than me. So none of us have any children of our own.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. So how many children did your mother have by this guy?
My mother, they were married when they died. You know what I mean? My father died first, then my mother, but 3 children, myself, my brother, and my sister.
So her first child was at 47?
Her first child, she had me when she was 47.
Okay, got you. Sorry.
And she had my sister. My sister's the first child.
Okay, how old was she when she had the first child?
I don't remember, but my sister is 77 years old, and my mother died when she was 96.
So she's a little bit young. She's a little bit older than you, so your mother would have been young.
Yeah, I mean, she's a lot older, 77. She's got 10 years and change on her.
Right. Okay, got you.
She's got 12 years on me. My sister's got, 13 years on me.
Brady, you got any questions so far?
No, I was just listening. I see Latina.
So this is what I mean about
hell on the comment.
What I'm saying, this is what I mean about so my mother's side of the family, I'm not saying they were terrible, terrible people, but when you look at it, I'm saying that she had two sisters, so it's three of them all together. All of her sisters, like I have a cousin that's out here, and I never talked to him because he was way older than me. But she has one sister that moved out to California in the early 60s. And she worked for Lockheed Martin and retired in Vegas. But long story short, she had a bunch of kids. And one of my male cousins has like 7 children by 7 different baby mamas. That's her side of the family. So I'm not saying they weren't hardworking people.
But none of the white
pregnancies?
people, none of the white people from your father's side ended up like that.
No, they didn't end up like that. No.
Brave, you got any thoughts on that? No baby mamas.
No, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. I mean,
I'm not saying I didn't see divorce on my father's side of the family.
Hold on. One at a time. Go ahead, Brave. What are you about to say?
No, it just doesn't. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's just it's the tale of the tape, and he's just explaining very well the reality of just yet more black dysfunction across the board.
It's not. See, this is what I mean about dysfunction. And I listened to a guy named Frank Zano. He explains it to the T. This is really the truth about it. A black girl at 12 years old is just going to be way hornier than her counterparts. It's just she's going to be sexually active at 12 and 11, whereas her white or Asian or they're not going to be into that. She's going to be definitely. It's just in the genetic code, man.
What do you think about that, Bray? I know you hate the genetic part.
No. I'm sure it's not completely. I'm saying I guarantee you a lot when a child is sexualized at 12. I'm sure might be genetic components, but I'm guaranteeing you a lot of that.
He's talking about
one at a time. Go ahead, bro. Finish.
See, I know what Brave's going with molestation in the home.
Hold on, let Brave finish.
No. I'm going culture wide. It's the whole culture.
Hold on, let Brave finish. Go ahead, Brave.
Yeah, the whole culture is filthed out. So why wouldn't the children, be confused at very early ages? And when a child is confused, they get into romance naturally. That's the first order to replace the pain. Any human looks for romance to replace pain, romance or food. So when the culture's so screwed up like that,
I will. I'm gonna hold your thought for 1 second. Brave Latina in the chat is giving it to you.
She's I tell you, Latina.
Hold on, Brave. Hold on 1 second. Brave, you getting a lot of pushback here these days.
See, what Brave is saying is very white. Brave thinks there's outward excuses for this. I'm telling you, he doesn't understand that an 11-year-old, you can raise Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett was humping her teddy bear at 11, where her white counterpart wasn't. He just doesn't want to understand that. He doesn't understand that we're more violent, more sexual. It's just what it is.
I can't. Look, Mike, we'll just have to disagree because I'm white trash. I hate to break it to you what us little kids, male and females, were doing at 11 and 12. We weren't having sex or nothing, but I'll tell you what, man, it wasn't as if it was completely out of our mind.
I understand what you're saying.
Well, hold on, Mike. Brave, you remember that Anton Daniels quote that I played, the clip that I played?
Yes, Anton Daniels said he was 12 years old when he lost his virginity.
But he also talked about running trains on black women.
Yeah.
And
how old is Anton Daniels?
Well, he's 50, but I'm saying, and when he was 12 years old, what he was talking about on his channel at 50, bragging about running trains on women.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I remember asking you privately, like, you ever heard of running a train? You're like, what?
No, because
right? So what Michael is saying is that, like,
hold it, stop. Neither of you fuckers are going to convince me that this is pure genetics.
You hear this, John?
Hold on.
Yes, I'm hearing. Let me finish. I'm telling you, if you got a culture that's completely trashed, the kids are going to grow up trashed. Any young psychological...
One at a time, Mike.
Any young child that's confused gets into sex much earlier by human nature. So it is human nature. But it's the culture that speeds it up or slows it down as well.
Yeah, you're Brave. Okay, with that explanation, I understand what you're saying. I do agree with you. And, I can agree with you on that. In that, like, the music, everything is promoting
everything
this,
about black culture.
Right. So why wouldn't a 12-year-old girl in a culture like this mature faster and then started
Okay.
engaging in this baby. Yeah, I can agree
Okay,
with Brave.
can I just say this
Sure.
at least? I'm saying this, right? I'm not talking about that culture. Let's go back to my mother's culture. My mother's born in like 1920, right? My father's, they're born in the 20s.
Black
so
culture.
there's no, all right, can I finish, sir?
Yeah,
Please?
go ahead. Yeah,
Please,
go
I'm
ahead.
just saying this. I'm not saying that culture doesn't have an effect. I agree. That's not my point. I'm saying overall, all right, I'll explain it in this way.
Make it concise. Come on.
Yes. A shepherd has the genetic makeup. He is into herding things. If you ever own dogs, and I'm not a dog person, I'm just saying, terriers like to dig. Shepherds like to herd. Do you understand what I mean? So this is in the genetic code of this species. And what I'm saying to you is I agree that the culture is not helping. But I'm saying if I were to remove all the culture and do like a Lord of the Flies sort of experiment, Black children would be more violent and more sexual.
Yeah,
it's just in the genetic code.
Right. And this is what I was saying to Brave. Brave, if Black people if you put the best Black minds together, is they come up with the laws and order like the Constitution and stuff like that, that would make sense to you guys. It would look radically different than what we have now. And this is what Michael is saying to me.
Correct.
Like, they
and look at the 54 countries in Africa, and you have and look at the Caribbean.
But they would have to factor in a level of violence in the Constitution. You step on my shoes, I get to kill you. Like they would have to codify that in law somehow, because that would be on their mind. Right.
He thinks that the argument is nature and nurture. And I get that point, but what I'm saying
hold on. I think Brave thinks that we can just round these people up, and I'm not disagreeing with Brave, but that we can round them up and then everything will be fine.
No. But all I'm saying, fellas, is this. All I'm saying is, even if there's a genetic trait to what you're saying, the point is what we're seeing is culturally produced. Their genetics are not that out of control that they're acting like animals like they're acting right now.
See, that's what we probably disagree. That's why we probably disagree. See, that's why I disagree with Brave. Brave, I truly believe this is where you probably a little bit off.
Yeah, I disagree with
because I deal with these Blacks all day, every day, and it's got to be genetics, bro.
You're dealing with low IQ Blacks, though.
But
John.
shit, then nigga, there's a whole lot of them.
I know.
They ain't come out nowhere.
And I've explained. I have explained.
Nigga, but hold on, goddamn it, like half the ones that you think is smarty-arty, that shit fake too. It's artificial.
I don't think I'm not giving credit where credit is not due. What I'm saying is, if you've got fat, ugly Black women making babies with the very least of the population, the mildly retarded Black men by the hundreds of thousands, that's going to seem genetic. That destruction. Of course, it's immediate genetics on passing on intelligence.
See, Brave,
I'm going back to the time. See, this is what you guys are missing.
Hold on for 1 second. Like, Brave,
I'm missing a whole point.
No, I'm in DC.
There wasn't always fat, ugly Black women.
Right, that's true.
I did not grow up with fat, ugly Black women.
Hold on for 1 second. That's true. I was telling Lisa this morning, and you can look on my channel. There's some videos from Park Nightclub. 20 years ago, the women didn't look so terrible as they did.
And their kids weren't as bad back in the day.
Hold on. We're all talking. Well, I'm gonna let you talk.
Listen, I'm giving you a wealth of information.
I don't disagree.
Want to listen to
but we gotta let everyone speak.
No, I understand, but I'm saying in the 1970s, when you went to a Black disco, when you went to Pegasus in 1977. When I went to Pegasus Disco in 1977 in New York City, when my sister went to parties with the Dow twins, my sister's a beautiful Black woman. We used to call them O Diane girls, if you remember. You're a little bit too young for that, John. But O Diane was a place where they used to get their hair done. That girl looked like Diane. Black women look like Diane Carroll. That's what they look like. Black women looked like Diane Carroll. It didn't look like fucking Jay Prince with a wig on.
But again, I think that there has been some degradation in Black women looks and stuff like that.
That's
There's no doubt about it.
Drastically.
Right.
And with that degradation, they have also started mating with the only men that can stomach looking at them naked. That's a recipe for disaster when it comes to IQ.
Now,
on the whole.
here is another misnomer. That's another misnomer. I can tell you this for a fact. This is the problem that people keep thinking. Look, I'm telling you, Black women are notoriously drawn to a J. Prince type. It's just what it is. And this has never been nothing different. She could be married to a tall, handsome man. She still wants, listen, it is what it is.
But I'll say this.
Sorry.
This is what I'm gonna say. In relation to that, and I deal with a lot of Black people. The intelligent Black men, and I consider myself, I've done very well in corporate America.
You're a smart guy, John.
And I was in a fairly smarty-arty career. There's no DEI involved in it. Most of the men in those type of fields, if they ascend to corporate America, I look at my buddy Philippe. He's not a rough and tough type of guy. And so Black women aren't gonna be attracted to him. He make a lot of money, but they're still not attracted to him in that way. He's not attracted to them either. So there is that dynamic.
She doesn't get moist for that guy.
Right,
She doesn't get moist.
Yeah.
Listen, this is what they don't understand. I'm not talking about the
hold
brain
on
part.
for 1 second. Brave, can you even understand that dynamic?
Are you out of your fucking mind? Have you ever heard of the bad boy syndrome among whites? What, you think this is completely beyond me?
No.
Are you
go
kidding
ahead.
me? Every woman wants the bad boy. That is genetic due to the male taking care of the female in the wild. Thousands of years ago, all women want the bad boy. Now, Mike, you said that a woman that's got a fine, upstanding, handsome man, I'm not talking about them women because they can get a fine, upstanding man. What we have here is you've got women that are shot to hell. Nobody wants them. And they're literally fucking the only retarded men that can stomach them in large numbers. That's what's dragging down the Black culture right now.
Let me intervene for 1 second. Here's the thing that Booker T. Washington talked about, what I think is the problem here.
Yes, sir.
A guy like my buddy Philippe, a nigga like me, when I was working and doing my thing, like the fancy restaurants you want to go, let's go. That's what the Black women desire. But the guy like Philippe doesn't desire them. They're not very desirous of them. So where do you get it from? These Blacks want to go where the white leisurely society is, the Nobu restaurants and things like that. Well, who has the money for that? The Philippes, the John Galts. But I ain't picking these bull mammoths. And so that creates, again, another big problem in the Black community.
Well, I'll say this. I agree with that. And what I'm saying is there's a big difference between, let's say, if you go back, let's go 30 years ago to 1996.
Don't go too far back.
I would say that, if you go back that far, you can see this type of change. But when I really look and I see this trajectory of Black women, what I saw was, even in the old days, even before me, even watching my own sister, and I'm not saying, this is nothing bad, just watching women. Yes, there's the bad boy syndrome that Brave spoke of, and I get it. Of course it's true. And it goes across the board. I get that part. But what I'm saying is that take, for example, a smarty-arty Black guy and put him in the 1990s. And this is very significant, what I'm about to say. If you think about the 1990s, you're thinking about Luke Campbell in Florida with those groups, 2 Live Crew. Hey, we want some pussy, right? Now, in the 1990s, when you had this uptick of Black men going to college, joining fraternities, and all of them getting together and doing this Freaknik and all of that, right? That was their spring break like white kids did. But the average girl who's going to college, the Jasmine Crockett, she might like the guy who's getting his engineering degree at an HBCU, but she's gonna have sex with, hey, we want some pussy, nigga.
But in reality,
and she's gonna keep that fucking baby. That's the problem.
Hold on. In reality, though, the guy going to school to get an engineering degree, and this is what, the title of the stream is new guest announcement. Brave, did you know we're going to have a new guest? My buddy Philippe.
How often is he going to come up?
Brave, that nigga's sick and tired of these fucking Blacks. He said, we need to go Supreme Court with this shit. You hear me?
Yeah, I know it. I'm surprised it hasn't
fit to
happened.
be tired, Brady.
How old is this guy, by the way?
He my age, about 50.
Okay.
I've been knowing him about 25 years, Brady. He fit to be
See,
fucking tired.
and this is the only thing I could say about a guy. This is what I'm saying. I agree that I get it, but there's a different dynamic. This is what I really don't think people understand, this different dynamic. You can be a professional black man, and you can be, but your girl, she likes you to have a lit. If she's black,
You gotta have a little edge.
this only pertains to the black community. You have to have a little street.
I think it pertains to
You
everybody.
have to have a little street strat.
Well, the
swagger.
street is a little different than the
Correct. So,
right.
so
That's why
and again, Michael, you're talking to a bottom feeding white trash fucking man that got a lot of women.
It's not like black trash.
But hold on,
I know.
Mike,
Hold
one
on.
time,
I ain't talking. There's a lot of white dudes that I hung around with. We all got babes. It's called slumming. I can't count the women who wanted to be with the bad boy and, like you said, but really knew they had to end up with somebody that was a provider. That's not black. That's not isolated to the black race.
Was that woman white or black?
Oh, hold on, don't interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm talking all the women I'm talking about were white, pretty women. And they all wanted a bad boy. I get what you're saying. The point is what's going on with black women over the last 20 and 30 years is they have gotten so hideous looking that the bad boy syndrome turns into it's the retarded boy syndrome now.
Yeah,
that's what's been happening.
But I think there are a lot of black women, Bray, that this is the.
If you look at the fucking inner cities, it's horrible, ugly fucking black women making babies with retarded black men.
Hold on, Bray. Let me give you an example of what I mean. To show you the difference between blacks and whites. I could probably date an upstanding sister and tell her I killed somebody.
Yes, sir. Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
I killed a nigga.
Hey, John. Next time you go to New York,
nigga, right?
Hey, John. Next time you go to New York,
hold on. Bray, as you said earlier, that don't exist in your community. There's nowhere for a murderous white man to go. You said that,
exactly.
Right?
And
You
I
said
think,
that, right?
and I think if you got
And see, now I just explained the difference to you. There's some good, upstanding women. I could tell them, no, I had to kill
that's
them.
because of the shortage of black men that want to be in a serious relationship.
Wow. Well, that's okay. That's probably part of it, but the
I'm sure it is.
But the other part is that they know that that nigga probably deserved to be killed.
Right.
Right. You see what I'm
And
saying?
I'm guaranteeing you, if a white woman understood that her man had to delete somebody and that person deleted it, that white woman would still be that man's woman.
But
You're still not talking any differences here.
But I think the difference is
but
the
I'm
black
still
woman
saying
ain't gonna give a damn if it was right or wrong.
The difference is
hold on, break. The difference is the black woman ain't gonna give a damn if it's right or wrong. You be like, damn, you didn't kill somebody. He a hardcore ass nigga.
Nah, it depends on the quality. I'm not buying that, John. A fine, upstanding quality black woman isn't gonna be with some son of a bitch he killed somebody else.
I could tell Lisa right now. I had to kill a nigga.
No, she wouldn't believe you because she didn't.
Sorry,
man, I'm not buying it, John. Sorry, buddy.
All
right. I'm sorry. But fellas, I do have to get going. It's been a pleasure talking with you, Mike.
My nigga Brady.
We
drive him crazy, we Brady.
And that's our job, John. And I always say, if you're starting fucking trouble with the truth, just keep fucking starting it, because it needs to be said.
Hey, my nigga be right.
Talk to you later, John and Mike. See you guys later.
All right, Brady. My nigga Brady Hermit. Shout out to Hermit. NA Sin 7. All the other people that support the channel and come here every day, hear us talk shit. Me, Brave, and everyone else to join the panel, whatever. MFB. Who else joins the channel? The panel. Everyone. I'm on my 7th, 8th beer. We have 51 people now. We kept the audience here all day. John got to be brave. Black women don't. Yeah, I would agree. Someone said black women don't like nerds. I don't know if I think you dropped off, man. If you want to hit that link and call back in, you can. I probably was. There he is. All right. Someone said black women don't like nerds. I would somewhat agree with that, but disagree with that. I think that they want the nerd that is that blend of gangster and nerd. You're just not gonna find that.
I got knocked off, but I maybe you knocked me off because I was
no, I ain't knocked you off. After a while, if I don't look at the box, it'll say extend or not extend. I probably didn't look at the box. Yeah. You calling through my audio box here. By the way,
I'm calling through the road.
Yeah, we use Rode here. The quality of the sound probably is a lot better than StreamYard. I could like give you all kind of robot type of sound effects.
No, it sounds.
Yeah.
But all I wanted to say was about that situation is just it's so true. I've seen it with my brother and his wife, and my brother's wife is what I would say a middle class raised New Jersey black girl, and there's just. I've dated all different kinds of girls, man, and and I've seen there's differences in people. And with a black girl, listen, everybody has an energy. When you're around a black girl, the energy, when you're sitting on the subway with her, when you're in the back of a cab with her, when you're sitting at a restaurant table with her, I can tell you this as a fact. You go out with a black girl, when the dish comes to the table, she's going to send that dish back because it's not made to her liking. John, can you am I right or wrong?
Not the women I'm with, but I can see that for sure. I'm
talking about I've gone out with young 30-something corporate black girls, in their
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
And it's just, I'm not saying they're bad, but they're not like a Latina's different. A Russian girl's going to be different. Your regular American white girl she's going to be different. But a black girl has the energy of like, don't tell me you one of them soft niggas. No matter, she could have gone to Yale. She could have gone to Yale. It doesn't matter.
Now, that's very true. I don't disagree with you.
That's what people will never understand. It's like when I look at guys like who call in like General Dave and these types of guys, and you see the way that's why they still wear those baseball caps. And that's why when you go to any big city in America, when you see black people, you're like, why is this guy dressed like he plays for the fucking Astros?
Yeah,
it's just what it is. He's trying to display to his woman that I'm fully down. Even though I work for fucking JP Morgan, I'll still get down in these streets. And that's the part
you're definitely
that's
right
the
about
black
that.
man's burden.
Yeah. I think I think part of that is because I can only speak for myself, right? I've never had to do that. But I always worked in, I guess I worked in a career that, kind of spoke for itself. And, someone desirous when women, if I told a woman, hey, I'm a software developer, they kind of fall in line. And then if I had the real estate aspect onto it, they really kind of fall in line, if that would make sense.
No, it makes sense.
But for the other men, I could definitely see
if you
that.
mind me asking you, these women that you're dating and the age, let's say, are you talking about between your ages of 35 to 45? Is that what you're talking about? Or you're talking about maybe when you were younger?
I mean, all throughout my life, I've never had a problem, because, I probably had some sort of confidence and things like that, some things just come naturally to you. But, I have seen other men that probably didn't have the confidence level to date black women. I would be honest with you on that, even though they were so successful.
What you mean.
You know what I mean? They were successful. And my buddy, he comes on the channel all the time, and he says, if you want to, he doesn't date black women. Yeah, I've had many black men that come on the channel and I can't date them. They're not dateable. So,
I have a suggestion to you. Next time you go to New York City, I know you're frequently there.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been to Red Rooster.
I've been to Red Rooster many times.
I don't know if you've been to the Good. I think you should take yourself there. Well, that's close to Red Rooster, like 119th Street off of I believe it's either it's called the Good. It's easy to find on Google or whatever. And look at that and go in there. That's your typical. I know the owner of the place. I know that whole crew. And that's your typical upwardly mobile black people with money that are hanging out young. And then you can really see that assessment of that place. It's called the Good NYC. And that's your cool black guy that you will see there that's making $300, $350 a year and up.
Cocktail bar and
the girl
bistro.
as well.
Wait, let me see. Wait a minute. Where is this?
It's in Harlem. It's on like 119th. I'm forgetting.
119th. Wait a
120th
minute.
maybe.
Hold on. I used to go to a bar called damn.
Patisse? Is that one you used
I
to go
know
to?
that. No, I used to go to damn. It was a black owned spot. Oh, what the fuck is the name of this shit?
Yeah, this guy, the guy who owns it is black too. The guy who owns
Damn, I'm
the guy who
trying
owns
to
this
think of
place
the
is
name
black
of
too.
this shit. It was
I mean, it was
like 116.
what street was it on?
It was
the one on the corner? The one on the corner?
it was
The big
direct.
tavern?
It was directly across from this sports bar. What's that sports bar in 116?
I can't remember it. The one that had all the outdoor space,
Off
right?
the B and the C train, right?
Yeah. Oh, on
B,
Frederick
B,
on
B and the D or whatever.
oh, on the 116th off
Yeah.
of and
It's
St.
on
Nicholas.
Frederick Douglass. It's on Frederick Douglass.
Oh,
right
Frederick
there.
Douglass. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't think of the name of it, but I remember. I know what you're talking about. You know, and these, Red Rooster will get a certain, if you go there for the
Yeah, I've
Sunday
been there.
brunch.
I've
But what
been
I'm saying is these types of places, that especially that the good NYC is more of a place where you'll see that 30 something to maybe 40, but even below that, you'll see that young black professional intermingling with each other like you might see in certain neighborhoods of Brooklyn, where when you go, the gentrified area, if you're going to like Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn and places like that.
Yeah.
Where
Damn.
if some of the blacks are going there still, there's some places that cater to that. Now, what I'm saying is it's just.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Before I forget my spot.
Sure.
Here's the name of the place. I'm going to show it to you. Oh my God. I used to love this place. Jungle. Back in his glory days.
How old were you, ballpark?
Oh, it's permanently closed.
Yeah, I
Jesus
think
Christ. You ever heard this
What's
place
the name
right
of
here? You ever heard this place right here?
Well, I can't see. Remember, I'm on this call.
Oh.
I turned off everything.
It
so I
was
don't have that
called
going on.
67 Orange. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I remember it.
Oh my
And then they also had the hotel over there that was on the corner that they opened up.
Oh my God.
I forget the name of the hotel that we used to go to. The Loft Hotel.
I used to go,
But the point is that there are pretty slim black women in New York
Man.
that are professional women.
Yeah.
But-
Hell yeah.
But I'm saying that if you're if that woman's 32, because I dated one before I moved to California, Ashley, and she was like a pretty black girl, right in the pocket, 29 years old and everything. But man, just.
Bro, I used to love this spot, bro. 67 Orange.
There you go, John.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I used to love this spot right here. This is 67 Orange, guys. Yeah. 67 Orange. Yeah. I'm trying to see if they got some pictures of the bar inside.
And then, of course, on the west side where they had
The
dinosaur
Fairway.
place. Yeah, where the fairway
the
was,
barbecue.
dinosaur place.
Dinosaur at the barbecue.
Yeah, so I believe me, I know what I'm talking about in New York. Because I was all over over Bronx, Brooklyn. I'm a true New York guy. Trust me, I'm a true New York guy, and and then when you're dealing with a New York black girl, it's a little different than when you're in these, if you're in Illinois, Michigan.
I agree with you on that.
It's a totally different, even DC black girl and a New York black girl is way different.
Yo, this is
Two different girls.
this is the old bartender that used to serve me drinks right here. Look. Here it comes right here.
Hey, John, can I ask you this question? Were you a heavy tipper?
Man, I always tip good, man. Because the thing is, I go to the same spots over and over.
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? If I like it, right? So
I'm the same way. I like a haunt. I go to the same places. I'm out here in California. When people see me, they're like, "Hey,
this is my drink." This is my drink right here, bro. It was called I think it was a Smoky Manhattan. So you can see the smoke. You see the smoke on that motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I used to love this spot right here, man. I can't believe it's fucking closed. I'm going back to New York. Hey, you ever been to that the party under the bridge over there in Harlem on Fridays?
Sure.
I'm gonna go to that this time.
I knew the guy who did the party under the bridge.
Oh,
I knew the guys that did the Freedom Party. I was I'll just put it like that. I was heavily involved in the scene in New York City, in a big way. Since from started in 1974, and by 1979, I was already in that scene.
This is the guy that used to serve me my drinks right here. Look.
I can't remember.
for the people that know, this is the guy who used to serve me my drinks right here. Whenever I would go, he would always be there. I think he's an African guy or something. But this would be the bartender and serving me.
I mean, you see all the Africans on 116th Street in Harlem, right?
Yeah.
They took over that. They started taking over that.
On the 25th too, all that counterfeit shit.
Oh yeah, 125. Yeah.
Yo, anyone ever seen this shit right here? Look at
There
this.
used to be a Conway right there. That was like their hangout on 116th and I believe St. Nick.
Hey, yo,
they hung out right there.
Yo, tell me how you got into the whole real estate thing with the you
I
were doing some
wasn't a
arbitrage
crazy
on
man.
it. Mhm.
I wasn't a realist. Basically, what happened was I bought that condo, and if I tell you, it'll kill people's hearts. They'll be like, Jesus Christ. It's basically one of those deals where I sort of knew how the deal was. I made an application for the place and I bought it. And in the time I had the money to buy it, it really wasn't a lot of money. Trust me, it was very little money. And I even, because I was below the age of 21, I had to have my parents sign on. So I just bought that place, and then I always kept the place. And by, let's say, the later 80s into the 90s, the neighborhood, it was always kind of good. It was a little enclave in Manhattan that was really good always.
What part of Manhattan were you in?
I'll tell you, man. It was the Lower East Side of Manhattan.
Okay, okay, all right.
So it was always, and when people think of the Lower East Side, they think of the avenues, A, B, C, and D. No, this is below Delancey all the way to South Street.
Okay, yeah.
So this was it was a very protected neighborhood in
So like
Lower
South Street,
Manhattan.
that would be close. You're getting close to the World Trade Center and all that, right?
That would be going a little further west, but
Right.
I'm going to give
Yeah,
you
I
a
mean, it's
landmark.
west, but yeah.
So you've been to Cat's Deli, correct?
Yeah. That's
Okay, if
that's
you go- right.
what's it like?
Yeah, it's Ludlow
14th
and
Street.
Houston. No,
What's
it's
that?
Ludlow and Houston.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
Ludlow and Houston.
But it's down like what,
So-
14th Street somewhere down there?
No. It's below Houston. Houston's basically Houston Street.
Is that L Street?
No.
Okay,
Houston
all right.
Street is basically
Right.
First Street.
Right,
It's
got it.
First Street.
Right.
So once you pass Houston and First, let's say you go, Cat's Deli would be on, Ludlow is, I don't know what avenue Ludlow would turn into,
I
but
get
let's
you, yeah.
say it's like Avenue B or Avenue A. Once
Right.
you pass that, then you're going up First Street, Second Street, Third Street, and you're going up by that Con Edison plant that's on the river right there. Okay, so basically the Lower East Side is below Delancey
Right.
and about all the way to the Bowery.
Right, I knew something, yeah.
And Delancey turns into Kenmare as it gets closer to the Bowery. Right. So I grew up in that neighborhood. So I bought that apartment in like 1980. And by the 90s, the neighborhoods, the Lower East Side had become somewhat gentrified. And then it was just, that
And
totally took off.
And let me ask you this question. When did you sell it?
In 2019, when I left.
And so this wasn't an apartment, it was a condo, correct?
Yeah, it was condominium.
Right. So, like, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer it. Like, how much did you sell it for?
No, I put it in the chat. It was a little under $1 million.
Look, and you probably bought it for what? If you don't mind
Under
me-
10,000.
Damn, that's a killing. And you were also arbitraging the apartment in Park Slope?
No, just the one in Manhattan. I moved to Brooklyn because remember, parking in Manhattan and all of this stuff, because of my business, and because when I worked for the city, it was just easier to drive around and work in Brooklyn.
Right.
So it was just better for me I could basically live free in Brooklyn because the rent I was getting in Manhattan, I could take that, rent an apartment in Brooklyn and have a little extra left over.
Yeah.
Right.
got it.
And then plus, remember, I grew up in that neighborhood. And frankly, I was like, I came back later on. But frankly, you just get, I grew up there. So I was just kind of tired of, you just get, I was, And Brooklyn really, you know this for yourself. Brooklyn turned into a hot place to be.
Yeah.
So I moved to Park Slope in the middle 80s. I was in Sunset Park in the early 80s. Once I got that place, I kind of rented out. And I was in Sunset Park, which was I had a huge place with a big backyard and parking and everything.
Yeah, it's an expensive area. Yeah.
It's okay. But then Park Slope was the expensive area.
Yeah,
Then
it's
when I moved down there, that was my first wife. We moved down there. And I'll give you this example. I lived on 7th and Garfield. Next to me was a lawyer for the Securities and Exchange Commission. He lived next door to me.
Yeah.
And that was a black dude.
Yeah.
That was a black dude.
Now, New York is it's a pocket of neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's a small pocket of neighborhoods that are like, when my neighborhood, if you go to that neighborhood where I sold that apartment now, I mean, you could probably get they're about $1.2 million, or maybe you'll get something for 9 and change, and you got to bang it out. You got to do a full gut renovation.
How do you think the rent freeze is going to work? Give me a second. I'll be right back. Tell my audience, how do you think the rent freeze is going to work in New York?
Kind of people are going to be, especially people in the boroughs, the Bronx, out in Queens, they're going to be really screwed because they're working on small margins. You know this.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
they reassess your property. Your property could be worth $800,000, right? Like, I'm just throwing a number, and then they'll reassess it next year at 1.2. You know what the tax bill for that is?
Yeah, it's very expensive. One of the things I want to explain to the audience, which is very operational, which really is economically unsound. And I can give you an example. I've told this example many, many times. I had a lady friend who lived in the Bronx. And for those of you who don't understand,
Where did she live in the Bronx exactly?
Bedford Park.
Yep. No.
Right. D train. And so every year they would send her lease, choose 1 year, 2 year.
Yep. That's how New York works.
Mostly she would choose if you're in rent stabilized.
Yeah, the 2 years. You're going to do 2 years.
Well, yeah, if you plan on living in New York, you choose a 2 year. It may be a slightly larger increase, but you're fixed in for 2 years.
Yes, sir.
What Mondami has done, and I wish I could explain this to you.
It's pretty simple to explain to the audience.
Well, I want to show you in a financial way.
I mean, typical increases for a 2-year lease in Manhattan are 6%.
Yeah, let me show you this way. Here's what I'm going to do.
All you have to do is say your rent's $1,500. What's 6% on that? On 2 years, the next lease is going to be 6%. So now it's $1,500. Add 6% onto that's 60 and 60. That's 120 more bucks. I'm sorry, on 1,500 it would be like 90 more bucks.
Well,
that's all it's going to be.
Well, what I want to show you, here's what I'm talking about. This is from a landlord's point of view. This is finance here. Because a 2-year lease includes more future cash flows, its net present value, NPV, would be higher than a 1-year lease at the same rent. However, the NPV of the second year's rent is reduced by your discount rate, the time value of money, meaning the total net present value of a 2-year lease is strictly less than double the 1-year lease. That's probably a little complicated. But basically, built into this formula is that N right there, which is the, I think that's the R, I think is the rate of return, and the N is the R is the discount rate. The N is the number of years. This is very, very important. Cash flow, CF equals the periodic lease payment. So it's cash flow, CF.
Right.
That's on the numerator. Divided by 1 plus the rate of return. So there will be 0.00, correct? For a 2-year lease. And what is it? It's not the coefficient. That's the whatever it is up there. That's the, I forget the term. That's the number of years out, right? Now, in a normal world, the rate for the R for 1 year would be less than the R for 2 years.
Gotcha.
You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Right? Now, what Montgomery has done is he set the R equal to 1 or 2 years. In other words, he says he's shifted the time value risk to the landlord. Because
correct.
Because the tendency is, why the hell would I sign a 1 year lease when a 2 year lease has the same 0% rate increase?
Exactly.
You understand? This is what he's done. This in finance, this is how this is explained. Down on the real world, they only see free rent. But this is how you value buildings. Buildings are valued based upon these type of formulas.
Right.
What is
When
the
they're
net?
assessing the value of the building. I
Right.
understand what you're saying.
Right.
Yes.
What is the net present value of the cash flows in the numerator divided by the rate of interest that you're expected to receive over a period of time, which is represented by N.
And
if
remember, rents in New York City include gas, hot water, and heat. Right? That they all include that. You don't pay extra for that.
And so the lower that R goes, at this point, it's down to 0. Right? Then the
Leave it
cash
to a
flow-
Muslim.
Then the cash flow is worth less. And that is how that works out in New York City. The rate of the cash flow is not growing.
Well, if you look at the demographics of New York City, I'm talking about, let's say, income-wise, and then racial demographics of New York City, the people that are for this, and the Democratic Party, of course. And I understand it all, and I get it. And I made a comment before about how it was before 2019 when the laws changed to get an apartment. But long story short, the people who New York would do a good thing to. And they did it over the years. They've pushed a lot of blacks and Hispanics upstate. That's why you talk. There's a lot of talk on this panel with guys who are in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. That's when all the Latinos moved up that way.
Yeah.
They moved up to Newburgh, New York.
Yeah,
they moved up
Newburgh,
near
yeah.
Kingston, New York. They moved into Rhode Island. They moved into Massachusetts. They moved up there. And they moved into the New England states because it was cheaper. And that was on that line, you could get up there through Metro North as well.
Yeah, that's
up
true.
near Ossining, where they have the prison, all of that.
Yeah, that's very true.
So what I'm saying is, New York would be best, especially in the better boroughs like Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan. They're doing it, but it's slow, and eventually NYCHA will be taken over by private people. It's slow, but it's happening, and they'll be best to move. Look. You cannot afford to live in Manhattan. I used to say it all the time when I was in New York City, and I've only been here 6 years now in California, loving it. But my point was, I used to tell people, if you want to be that guy in New York City, and you want to be taking out girls, and I'm just saying, and then you have a car, $380. That's the number you need to be making a year. $380.
Yes, that's a lot of money, yeah. Or if
Is it really a lot of money?
Yeah,
If you're
$380 is a
single?
lot of money. Yeah,
Because
$380.
Uncle Sam is looking for 40% of that, right? If I'm a single guy, Uncle Sam is looking at my $380,000
Most people
a
aren't
year.
making that kind
and
of
he's
money. Most people aren't making that kind of
I
money.
agree.
Yeah, so
I understand, but when it's all said and done, I only have about 180 left.
I think in New York, man, it's all about taking your shots. You enjoy what you can within your budget. Because if you were looking to, there's some very, very affluent people there. And if you
There's
measure,
no doubt.
if you
It's the most
measure,
affluent place in all of the United States.
by
People in
concentration,
California think
yeah.
they have money. Yeah, people in
but
California
I mean,
think they have money,
but I
they
mean,
don't.
like by
compared to
concentration,
New York.
rubbing shoulders and stuff like that. You can be on the train with a guy that's got $1 billion. In California, you're not rubbing shoulders like that.
Not a chance.
Right.
That's what I used to say all the time.
Right. And so I think the problem for the poor
Bernie
man,
Madoff rode the train. Bernie Madoff rode the train.
I think the poor man in New York, he, is likely to want to enjoy some of the trappings of the affluent man because it's right there in his face. He gets off the train and he's in Nobu.
Yeah,
Why
but the
wouldn't you
thing
want to
is
try it?
that
Why wouldn't you want to try it though? Like, think about it. When
this
you
is
have
the thing, though, John. When you really look at this is the thing, and I think that used to happen before, and I think the '80s was the cutoff for that, because the '80s was a time when there was a blending of when the yuppie, really, which was depicted in the movie American Psycho, which was really perfect. Just what was his name? Bateman.
Yeah.
That was really a guy who wanted to go downtown into the meatpacking district and go downtown to the Lower East Side and really become funky. Now today, if you're wealthy, you're not, and this is what I don't think a lot of people understand. If you're wealthy in New York City, you're probably a member of a private club, and I'll mention Soho House, but that's probably passe. I'm talking about a club that might charge you $250,000 a year to be part of that club. And it's a club. It has a pool, it has a DJ, it has a restaurant, and you're paying that level of money to be involved in that club. And there's like 6 or 7 of them around Manhattan. And it was always like that. I worked in that scene. Regine's, Club A, Le Club. All of these clubs were part of, this was rich man stuff. If you're coming in, your dinner's going to cost you, in 1987, 1988, your dinner and everything's going to cost you $500 in that time.
Yeah.
So it excludes people who don't have that kind of money.
Yeah, no, I tell you, I worked at Wild Got Show, which is right there, the 5th and what is it at 5th? It's right at Central Park. What is it, 5th and it's right up from Trump. So it's like 59th and 5th.
Yeah, 50. What was it called? It was called Wild what?
Wild Got Show. It's a big Jewish fucking law firm. I'll show it to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a law firm. I'm thinking about a restaurant.
No, Wild Got Show. And
okay.
It's a big Jewish law firm. It's like right on Central Park.
Yeah. So he's on Central Park South and right on the park next to the hotel. What's Trump bought it for? For
Trump,
10 minutes.
Trump's got a hotel right there. Right? And so this is Wild Got Show. It's right on Central Park. Right? Let me see.
The Plaza Hotel, right by the Plaza.
Let's see what Trump.
You're talking about right by the Plaza Hotel.
It's a few hotels over there. New
But
York.
Plaza, the Plaza has the corner on 59th Street and basically 5th.
Yeah,
They're on
it
59th and
has to be close.
And then you got the Pierre Hotel right across the street.
767 5th.
Oh, 767 5th? So
Yes.
that's lower. That's in the 50s.
Yeah, like 59th. I think it's 59th. I think it's right by the park though. Right by the park.
Yeah, I'm sure it's,
Yeah, like here's the park right here. So Columbus.
Well, I'm through roads, so I don't have any. I'm just talking.
Yeah, the park is Columbus Circle is what 59th.
Yeah, I know exactly.
It's off the
I know
D
exactly
train,
what you're
right?
talking.
And so,
well, you got the east side you got the west side of the park, which is basically
Right.
all the way. It goes all the way to 8th Avenue, which turns into Central Park West, and you got the east side of the park, which is 5th Avenue.
yeah. So this is where I work right here, 59th and Park. Is this 59th? Yeah, I worked at 59th and Park, and so that's a little bit east of Columbus Circle. If that makes sense.
It's Columbus Circle's on the west side.
Yeah.
And then the 5th Avenue is, Fifth Avenue is the dividing line of Manhattan between west and east. Once you go west of 5th Avenue, now you're on the west side, technically.
Yeah. And so this is where I was. 50. So I was right here. Look, this is where I worked right here. Yep. You remember the Apple building that was below ground? This is Wild Got
that
Show.
used to be a GM. That used to be a General Motors dealership.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, and that used to be FAO Schwartz over there.
Yeah, that's true. And so this is Wild Got Show is the law firm up above that Apple that was below ground.
Yeah.
This is the Apple store right here.
Gotcha. I know what you're talking about. I know
I
where
used
the
to
Apple
work
store
right
is,
there. And so here's Central Park. You can see all the tourists. We're in Central Park, right? Yeah.
What kind of law firm were there?
I'm not even sure. It's Jewish. Listen, them motherfuckers had their own milk, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it was like Jewish.
They were
it was like-
Hasidic. They were Hasidic Jews.
a lot of them were, yeah. I can't say all of them were, but they had like, it's not Orthodox, but it's
Well, they
what's
had
the-
on the
what's the-
black with the curls. The Hasidim. They either
some
it's
of
the
them. But I'm
same
talking
thing.
about the food. It has to be what is
Kosher.
it called?
It's kosher food.
Kosher. Yeah, kosher milk. That's what it was. It was kosher milk.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah,
what
so
the
they-
hell? You know, I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
they left early on Friday for sure.
Yeah.
They're out of there by 2:00 on Friday, right?
Yeah. Someone said same shit, DC. On BMW. Yeah.
That's why I said earlier that if I were to go to my neighborhood right now and go to the library today, whatever this is, what is this, July 9th or whatever it is, I would go today to that library right now, and there'd be two guys in that library. One would be Asian and one would be Jewish. And that's just the nature of the beast. They're in the library, and I was in the park whistling at girls. It's just in the genetic code. Sorry. I wish it wasn't true.
I think Trump owns the hotel right there on Fifth Avenue.
I think Trump used to own the plaza, and then Trump's got obviously he has his Trump building on 57th Street going east.
Yeah.
But I'm saying he used to own the plaza for a hot minute,
Yeah.
but he doesn't own it anymore.
You know what's so crazy? I was in the Bronx one time, and he had properties in the Bronx.
Well, his father made his money out in Queens with all those Trump, as you're going out to the airport, as you're riding, that way. His father did all of that. He had nursing homes and his father was smart, man. His father did middle income properties all over Queens.
You ever heard Trump's story about what his father told him when he wanted to go build a building at
I've met
Fifth
Trump
Avenue?
in person.
Oh,
I've
you
met
right?
Trump in person many times.
Really? How'd you end up getting in the same circle as Trump?
In the nightclub scene where I worked. I worked at Le Club. George Steinbrenner, Rudy Giuliani, mafia gangsters, Roy Cohn, they'd all be there all the time.
Yeah.
I would deliver, at the end of the night, they would say, hey, Mr. Trump wants you to give him a cassette or something like that. Can you deliver it to it? Sure.
Yeah.
So you're talking about like maybe 1981, 82. They'll put two $100 bills in your hand like it was nothing.
Yeah, I think let me see.
So, I know Trump for one, and that's why when people talk about Trump, I say you're crazy. Everybody knew in that scene in the 1970s, Trump never drank and never did drugs. His only vice was women. No drinking, no drugs.
Yeah.
Ever.
Trump's, let's see. You see this right here?
Well, I can't remember. I'm on.
Sorry. Yeah. For the people in the audience. When Jim Harbaugh left the 49ers, he hired Wild Goshen and Manges. I was at the office when he came into the office. When he left, if you guys remember when he left the 49ers, he negotiated a settlement with the 49ers to leave. And I was there when he came into the office.
Trump's pit bull was Roy Cohn.
Yeah, that's very true.
So Trump is, so what you were talking about Mandami earlier, Mandami is he's straight out of the new kid that came up from the 1990s. He's a soy boy raised by liberal, foreign parents. I believe they're from Uganda, but they're
Indian.
Yeah, I get his lineage. He was I would call him a trust fund kid, and there were plenty of those.
He had here's something interesting about Trump. This is what I remember reading about Trump. So I'll read it for you. Trump's glass and bronze design for Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue was a sharp departure from the aesthetic of his father.
Correct.
His father built thousands of middle-class apartments in Queens and Brooklyn. He strongly favored inexpensive, functional brick and criticized his son's heavy use of exotic, expensive bronze solar glass. While
Correct.
Fred focused on the efficient brickwork common in public housing and middle-class development, Trump's business career famously pivoted to luxury high-rises and flashy Manhattan architecture. I say this all to say, I've told you guys, my grandmother cleaned up for white people.
Good job.
She was a domestic.
That was a good job.
My mother, she had a full-time job, but we cleaned banks together.
Oh, that's a real good job.
And she could have probably started a business cleaning up for banks, commercial properties. But now I clean up my own properties for my own living. So in 3 generations, that's a lot of progress. On Trump's
I
hand,
often hear you talk about this, John. You talk about I often hear you talk about it. And I talk about this. I was never afraid of taking a mop and mopping out a toilet, right?
Right.
So even though I had different aspects of my life, I could morph into a regular guy who would mop a floor, and then I could morph into a guy that was drinking, wearing a Cartier watch and drinking, drinking Tattinger champagne.
And
I didn't feel, because I did what I had to do. But I think what happened with a lot of blacks, including myself, I had to break out of that stigma of, what I say about Trump is Trump was right, the son. The father was right in his time, but Trump was the new version of his father. Trump's first property was that hotel, I believe it was the Hilton, right above not Penn Station. What's the other one called? The East Side one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Grand Central, right? So that was his first hotel purchase in the 80s. And that neighborhood was a shit neighborhood at that time. Grand Central was a hellhole. But he bought that in like 1980, 81. And I can understand why his father, Fred, would frown upon his ostentatiousness, because he comes from a different time. Remember, Trump's a German. People forget about that.
Well,
Trump's German.
Well, the point that I want to make, though, is that Trump had the fundamentals of real estate from his father.
No doubt.
Which, even though his father was in more affordable housing, construction is construction at the end of the day. The foundation is what matters, right?
Agreed.
If you build a roof first, it all collapsed.
Correct.
If you don't, the first thing you don't want is water coming into your building. You start with the foundation, make sure that's solid. And his father was complaining about the glass of the building. But Trump, from his father, had learned that the foundation is what really, really matters. He had to have learned that from his father.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with, I hung out with a guy who, his mother was a real estate person and the father worked for the buildings department as an inspector. So they were married. It was a perfect marriage. A Jew and an Italian. And we used to call them Matza Pizza after Massapequa, Long Island. We used to call them Matza Pizza. And anyway, long story short, it's like I saw the way that family operated. They bought a property that basically had 4 units. The 2 brothers lived in two units. Each apartment had 2 parking spots, and they would rent out the other 2. So now you can live there. Now your kids, he had him and his brother, they lived there. They rented out the other 2. They made a profit, and that basically was their job.
I disagree.
Now, they subsequently live in Florida now, but I saw the way they operated. They set up their kids early.
Let me respond to coming here. I disagree with Ken Green. I think Trump could not have gone into Manhattan with his father's mindset of building. It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. Not what Trump was doing.
Right.
Trump in 1980 was the change in New York City.
Right. But
remember, you got to understand that 10 years before that, in 1970, they said drop dead New York. Remember, we went from a triple bond rating down to, I don't know what it was. But remember, New York was sort of bankrupt. And Mandami's not going to do that. But what Mandami has done, I call him Mandami. What he's done is basically, he's going to make those people that hang out on Bedford Avenue and take the L train and get off at Bedford, they're going to get knocked over the head by all them jigs over there.
But here's the thing. To provide luxury housing, which is what Donald Trump has made his living on.
Yeah.
He had to start at the bottom with affordable housing. This is where he learned the game. From his dad.
It's a smart way. Yeah, it makes
this is where he learned this game. His father discouraged him and said, stay in the game I'm in, but he had already learned the fundamentals. He's ready for the big league. And the big league in New York is Manhattan. Correct?
No doubt about it.
Right?
Correct, sir.
Donald Trump had earned his stripes in the little league or, the minor leagues, which would be Brooklyn and Queens.
Mainly Queens.
And so from that standpoint, this is the natural progression.
Remember, Trump grows up in Jamaica Estates.
Right.
Remember, he grows up in Jamaica Estates.
This is the immigrant progression. One father may start off affordable housing and the son may end up in luxury housing. This is what Trump did. And he had strong will to forego what his father was telling him to do. Say, hey, man, You trying to build these glass buildings? What about this brick? You see this brick work with what I've been doing. But Trump said, I want to go to the big leagues, and in the big leagues, brick doesn't work. Glass works.
Of course. Right. You want to build something that looks like the World Trade Center.
Right. And this is what
Right,
Trump,
you know,
he's
and we
not
get-
hey, hold on, he's not far from the World Trade Center. This is not far.
I mean, look, this is what, you know, like I say all the time, Manhattan is 2 miles wide and 13 miles long. That's it. It's not huge. And Central Park takes up a huge chunk right in the middle. So, I mean, I think people really don't understand how the system works. And Fred Trump was a smart man for his time. No doubt they were already, you know, extremely wealthy when they were children.
But
Fred
regardless
Trump was
of
extremely
whatever
wealthy.
they were, the bigger point is Trump did not, from an experience standpoint, Trump did not start at ground zero. He did not start at the basement, correct?
No.
From my experience, I did not start at the basement of what I do today. I've been doing
you
this
said your
shit.
father.
My
You said your
father,
was
my
the
mother,
most.
but my mother cleaned buildings. She was a landlord herself. I've been doing this shit for 35, 40 years.
Correct, sir.
Informally helping my mother, going along, my mother clean up, not
Right. I mean, this is the normal.
Right,
this is
right,
what I mean about black.
right,
This is what I'm
right.
saying.
So
If
what
you
I,
don't,
but what I'm saying is that a lot of blacks, and this is what I'm saying, and I'm going to tell a long wine story, not long wine, I make it very quick. I had a plumber guy come to my house. His name was Javier. And one day he brought his son to my house, and in school was in session. He's a Hispanic guy. I said, boy, you ain't sending this boy to school? He said, he don't want to go to school. He want to work with me. Today, the boy is a plumber.
mm-hmm.
You can quibble back and forth about education, but the boy made good.
I agree with you. I saw.
Made good.
I
Mhm.
grew up with that. I grew up with
Right.
plenty of guys like that. That were. My brother is a printer. That's when my brother started. My brother was a printer. He worked on those big machines, print. He still does that to this day. So I'm saying that when I grew, thank God I grew up in the time I did, I saw people that had what you would call trade skills, right? Now, I was never that type of guy, but I knew guys that were mechanics. I knew guys that I grew up with guys who were mechanics, carpenters, plumbers, electricians. And then the next level was whether it was down or up or across, the cop, the fireman, the sanitation.
But what I'm saying is that look at the Hispanic that I just gave you the example of.
Yeah.
His daddy was more or less, he wasn't a plumber.
Was he a
Yeah,
handyman?
probably, he's more or less a handyman. But it's a handyman, you can do some plumbing, basic plumbing. Right?
Yeah, I get it.
Install a toilet, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the O-ring. Yeah, I
Right?
get it. You could do,
So,
yeah, you do basic
the
stuff.
father was a handyman and the son became a plumber. Rick Chow was a convenience store, corner store owner. The son and the daughter became CPAs and accountants.
Makes sense.
Donald Trump's father was a residential middle class builder and housing provider. Donald Trump became luxury.
Donald Trump's father, Fred Trump,
Right.
was also
Right.
a bar and hotel
Right,
owner
but
in the beginning.
but
the
the point,
grandfather.
okay, so now you got even a third generation to build
Right,
off
they,
of.
they were
Right,
business
so,
people. They,
but
it is
but
what
what
it
I, but
is.
the bigger point I'm talking about is that black people
Mhm.
more or less start over each generation. Let me explain to you what I mean.
You don't have to explain. I know exactly
let me
what you
explain
mean,
to the
because I
audience.
saw it in my own family.
Let me explain to the audience what I mean. You know, Lisa, for instance, she's a nurse.
Okay.
None of her family's in medicine.
Right.
Nobody's in medicine. First generation medicine. Where are the connections that she would inherit? Where is the foundational experience that she would have inherited from her father or mother? Meaning,
It's non-existent.
She's starting over. Basically, she's starting anew. And I'm using her as an example for effect. But on and on it goes. You see young black lawyers. Was your daddy a lawyer? No. Was your daddy even in the professional world? No. We grew up in the project. Well, what about your mama? Nothing. But I'm a lawyer. Okay, but you ain't got $5 to pay me rent. Because they're all starting over. They're not building on anything. Where there are connections and experience passed down.
Well, I can tell you this quote I was told. I was told that, and this was told to me by my mother. She said, I want to see you as a guy in a gray flannel suit. And so they don't understand that, it's tough for a lot of black people don't understand and what you're describing. You're like, okay, now you go from being in the projects to being a lawyer.
Right.
Now you have none of the background pedigree that your other counterparts have.
You know, and as I've tried to explain to
and I
black
agree
people,
with that.
as I'm trying to explain, let's say you come out of the project, you smarter audience, black, and you make a lawyer. You went to Harvard and you graduated, you got your degree. But what was John Grisham's book about? The Rainmaker.
Yeah, right.
Working at a law firm is not about law as much as can you make it rain? And you have no connections. The only people you know live in the projects.
Correct. So this is what
connections do they call on?
But this is what black people, they were sold this dream in the 60s. They were sold voting and education. Now I understand that, but what they never understood is that when you get around people who have real money, don't get me wrong, Trump went to the Wharton School of Business, right? We get it. But what I'm saying is that that's not the most important thing. Trump didn't even have to graduate from Wharton School of Business.
Probably didn't even have to go.
The point I'm trying to make is Trump has all the connections, right? So he has all. Not only does he have lawyers, right? He has the connections to get the concrete.
And it's a very good example. This is what I want to explain to people earlier. The blacks were talking about Carmelo Anthony. He made money.
No, he didn't.
Well, let's assume he did. I said, well, why did he choose such bad lawyers? Since you blacks want to criticize the lawyer that his mammy chose, why didn't the money put him in a stratosphere where he would know good lawyers to choose? Since you said this one was bad, why didn't he know good lawyers? You don't have to be a lawyer to know good lawyers. If you got money, don't you run in a stratosphere where people know lawyers or you may know lawyers yourself? Correct?
Well, when I looked at the Carmelo Anthony situation, what I saw was two people who had lived in the parents. Now, that's not even his child. Remember, that's a child of hers from another guy. So we never saw the regular father. We never saw the real father. That guy you saw next to the girl, when I saw the girl and the guy, to me, this was my immediate perception.
Now, I don't want to litigate the case. My point
I'm not litigating the case. I'm talking about them as parents. I'm saying that guy to me came off to me as a guy that had some sort of underground business, if you know what I mean.
Well, but
he did not selling cars was not getting him
let's
to
assume
move to
that's
that
what
place in
let's
Texas.
assume he sold cars. Right? This guy wasn't a hustler. But he
there's
wasn't
no
a
way.
hustler. Let's assume he did. He said he wasn't a hustler. Right? Let's just assume, basically. We don't want to
not a chance in hell.
Okay, fair enough. But where were the connections? Like a white boy living in that community would have had some connections, at least for character witnesses. The boy had none.
Well, he doesn't have any connections,
Well,
John. You saw the family.
That's what I'm saying.
Didn't the mother have neck tattoos? Didn't the mother have neck tattoos?
I don't know.
Yeah, I saw her.
But what I'm saying is, where were the connections?
They don't have any. He's from New Orleans.
They didn't have any connections. Well, the connection in New Orleans. The bigger point is, like, they had money. It was a job. That's cool. But where was the foundation that connections come with? Like, connections come with a foundation. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, a good job, I can put you over in the corner in the office and just say, hey, sit over there and twiddle your thumbs. You're not going to make any connections at your job. But if you are making connections, you can go from 65 to 355. Otherwise, you just sit over in the corner with a decent paying job doing nothing.
Yeah, but Carmelo Anthony's, those two parents, remember, that guy that you saw with Carmelo Anthony is not his biological father.
Care.
What I'm saying.
I don't care. It doesn't
but
matter.
I'm just saying in general, those people, you don't even have to go that deep into it. When you saw what they did with the GoFundMe money, you could see what kind of they have a low moral character.
Well, but
that's it. And there's nothing you can do to change that. Those people, they could have hired a better lawyer.
Even with a low moral character, the black woman that shot the person in Walmart probably a low moral character, but
there's no doubt about it.
Right? But she's
a bull mammy, for sure.
But she's not playing race. She's smart enough not to play the race game. She's playing the self-defense game. Carmelo Anthony's family probably felt some kind of way living in that community, out of place, from day one.
They should have never moved to that community.
Just like you talked about when you went to the Jewish girl's house and her daddy was smarty-arty, and you were looking at the homework she was doing from the adult school, and that shit looked like gibberish to you. That's how Carmelo felt at that school.
Well, but Carmelo felt the difference is that I looked at it as a different way. I looked at it as an opportunity. He looked at it as he took it. This is what I mean about blacks. If someone's, it's like that line from that movie, from that joke where Kevin Hart goes in and says, now you're throwing big words at me. I'm going to take that as disrespect.
Right.
You understand? Black people, they take everything, especially if they don't know something, that can be you're insulting me.
So imagine this boy living
He could have learned from those white people in that town
he can't
instead of
learn
being a
shit. For
fool.
what? It'd be frivolous knowledge that he learned. He can't apply it. What's knowledge without the application? Nothing.
Carmelo Anthony could have.
I'm asking you a question. What's knowledge without the ability to apply it?
Well, it's just futile. It's futile.
You just be up on CT's panel talking about what happened in 1960. You can quote all these dates and shit. But what's knowledge without the ability to apply it?
Carmelo, you're Carmelo Anthony. That's what the problem is.
You're not being Carmelo Anthony. Right, and he can't
because Carmelo Anthony, instead of moving to that town and saying, like what Be Brave says, if Carmelo Anthony would have said, I'm going to assimilate myself into this, I'm living. Listen, if I move to Mexico, I have to assimilate to Mexican culture.
But he can't be Mexican.
I'm not saying you're going to be Mexican. I'm saying if you move to Mexico, you assimilate the best you can into Mexican culture. And he could have assimilated into white Texas culture if he wanted to.
Well, he
didn't want to do it. He grew out a tarantula head and acted like a nigger from New Orleans.
But he probably could assimilate into Memorial High School culture. But he couldn't because that's where his friends were. His friends were at Memorial. His friend, at least, was at Memorial. That's a lower downgrade school from Centennial.
I understand what you're saying.
Right. He was out of his class
with you.
Right.
But what I'm saying is you don't look, I was out of my class range.
Right, I understand.
But what I'm saying is it's not because I was smarter. It's just because I didn't take my first girlfriend's father that he was smart as an insult.
Right. But what I'm saying is that Carmelo at Centennial High School, every day he was insulted by his inferiority. You have to understand that. You have to understand.
Well, I would say this. To me, I'll say this. I would say that white people are some of the most benevolent people you'll ever meet. Right. So I would say this. If Carmelo Anthony would have said, look, now, and I know this takes a much different person to do. Look, I don't know anything about this. Would you be willing? Can I come and hang? Hey, Chad or Connor, can I come hang out with you guys? Can I hang out with you guys at the house? The guy that he stabbed. Can I hang out? Now they were a different class, but let's say, can I hang out with you and see how you're doing things? That's the way I looked at it as a person. I was like, I don't know anything about this. I'd like to see I get it now. Now I get it.
But I think in the Carmelo Anthony's case, honestly, the reason
he was insulted, John, is because the truth of the matter is he's emotional.
But the more and more I look at it, though, is why was he on that side of the tent? Part of the reason is because that was the lower class school. He was in the higher class school. I've already covered these things. His friend,
why he was in that tent. He was looking for trouble.
But above and beyond that, if trouble had never popped off, he still would have been there because he knew someone under that tent. That's what more or less his comrades were. Like, think about this. Not one student from Carmelo Anthony School testified as a character witness. Now one of his Now one of his track mates, now one of his football mates. Yo, Carmelo's a good guy. He's a captain and blah, blah, blah. Because they really probably didn't identify with him. He was more in line with the people at Memorial High School. That was the lower class school. That's where the Metcalf boys went.
Here's the deal. What I say, and I say this about Black people constantly. Look, we could go down into this minutia forever. The point is, this is the real point. The guys who have everything know everything. It's best to cozy up to those people and find out what they know. And that's like all of this doesn't matter. What really matters is if I don't know how to fix a car, I'm going to cozy up next to a mechanic. And I'm not going to take it as an insult when he says, "Oh, you don't know how to change the filter in the old days." No, I don't. Show me. Yeah. So I'm going to be that guy as opposed to being, "You don't talk to me that way." And I see many blacks, that is their first reaction. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. But the real truth is, you are stupid.
Well,
that's the real truth. And it's a hard pill to swallow for most black people and 65% of the community today.
Well, what you're talking about is right here.
It's just simple.
What you're talking about is right here.
When you're emotional and angry, you block out learning.
Right. What you're talking about is right here. Is on the screen. Is
you talked about it in that book about the underman?
Yeah, this is a quote from Booker T. This is a quote from Booker T. Washington. He says, "Never get to the point where you would be ashamed to ask anybody for information."
Thank you.
The ignorant man will always be ignorant if he fears that by asking another for information, he would display ignorance. Better once display your ignorance of a certain subject than always know nothing of it.
Listen, I can tell you to this day, I turn down what I know so I can learn more. Do you understand? So I'm not. I just don't understand.
Oh wait. You gotta hold your fire. Guess who just called me, guys?
The guy who just walked out, Johnny Boy.
The underman.
Now you offered him.
Hold on. You about to call him right now. Hold on. I'm about to call him right now. Hold on. Johnny Boy, tell him. Soldier Boy. Nigga, what the fuck you been? Nigga, what nigga? What you about to do what?
I said I just finished being locked up.
Locked up for what?
In so many words, being black.
Hey, you gotta go on mute, man. You gotta go on mute, my friend. You gotta go on mute, my friend.
I'm sorry.
You know, when I sent you the picture of the chick.
That picture of that woman, yeah.
Yeah. I walked out to go, give me something to drink.
Yeah.
And I got picked up.
What you got picked up for?
Basically talking back.
Talking back to who?
The police.
What was you talking back to the fucking police about?
They wanted me to spin around and lift up my shirt and all that shit, and I wasn't having it, so they took me in.
But where were you at when that shit happened?
I was at the top of 160.
And you on my stream, by the way. And so, what the fuck did they even approach you for?
According to what they saying, looking suspicious.
Suspicious? Who are they looking for, though?
I don't fucking know. It's 4th of July.
When niggas out there shooting fireworks or something, where you were or what?
Yeah.
God damn. How long was you in jail? How long your ass in jail?
2 days.
Jeez.
Basically.
Jesus fucking Christ. And what was you arrested for?
What they said was failure to identify, because I ain't got my ID and shit.
I'd be goddamn. Boy.
Anyway,
hey John, I rest my case.
I'm about to make my way that way.
Yeah. All right, man. All right. Well, I thought your ass was goddamn flew the coop on my ass.
Really?
Yeah, nigga, shit. Yeah.
I just got my phone back. It's about to die, so.
When the motherfuckers need your phone?
Yeah.
God damn,
I'm calling when I get there.
I ride through Southeast all the time. I ride through motherfucking Southeast all the time. Ain't never had a problem. Ain't no police ever goddamn.
Hey, John,
me in there.
John, you just heard your guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. Now, a guy like that should know, he should know better than to be in that area. He can't, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
He has no ability to discern the situation. And that's going to happen to him his whole life. He can't just say, you know what? I'm going to sit this July 4th out. It's not going to be good. He can't do it. And that's what I say. And that's going to be his problem his whole life. You can get him to be in your building. You can teach him how to do work and everything. But a year from now, 2 years from now, he's going to meet some bull mammy and he's going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time because that's his life. It's the same fate that will happen to Jay Prince. More money is going to make Jay Prince dead. That is a fact.
I think, honestly, what I will say about Jay Prince, I don't know much about him.
I don't care what you say about Jay Prince. You are wrong. I know Jay Prince's.
Well, when
Jay Prince is going to end up, Jay Prince is not going to make it 5 more years.
No,
not a chance in hell.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I am saying, though, is that
no way in time. No way. He's not going to make it 5 more years.
What I'm saying is that Jay Prince is a little bit, headier than Johnny
Jay
Boy.
Prince, let me tell you, Jay Prince suffers. What's the Kruger something effect? You're too stupid to realize what you don't know. Jay Prince suffers from that, which is nice because it gets you far enough. Jay Prince is like Jay Prince is the court jester, and I get that. But I
think that again,
Jay Prince is going to be killed by one of his baby mama's boyfriends. That's what's going to happen.
But I think the bigger point that I'm making is that Jay Prince, like him or love him, relative to say Johnny Boy, he has the ability to be the court jester. Johnny Boy doesn't.
No, I agree that John. I agree that Jay is better than Johnny.
But Johnny Boy doesn't even have the fucking ability to do that. Now, what's the downside or upside? Johnny Boy doesn't have any hustle in him. From the standpoint of JP can hustle anybody. Hey, give me a ride. You see him on CT channel. And white man, okay, sure, I'll give you a ride.
I agree, but still, this is what you always say, John. It's still all low-hanging fruit. And this is what I mean. It's like, yes, let's say when you talk about your buddy, what's the Asian guy that calls in that you always talk about, Mr. Kim, right? Mr. Kim who came, the CPAs and all of that. I get it, right? So it's like, see, Jay Prince, if he was a Master Kim, or even if he was Master Kim's father, then we could say okay. But Jay Prince and Johnny Boy and all these guys, they don't, they just don't have, like your buddy John. If that, you know what, I would verify that story that he's telling you, John. Honestly, I would verify that story because that story to me, I'm a New Yorker. It sounds like bullshit to me, bro. It sounds like bullshit.
It does. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Right, but my point is, when you look at these types of guys.
Hold on, let me call B-Bray. Go ahead,
Sure.
I'm listening. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm just saying this is the way they operate.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you, I see it with a lot. They just don't.
Where's my underman quote? I ain't an underman quote.
I can read it to you because I can't read it because I don't want to get off this thing. But
where's your underman quote?
But that book is very significant. It's true.
He's often in jail.
He's often in jail.
Sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a
Johnny Boy.
And so this is what I'm saying. John, what I'm saying is working for the city, working in New York City, I worked for 3 different city agencies before I retired. Right? 3 different ones. I saw all walks of life, especially my coworkers. And a lot, this, in DC and New York and Philly, there's a lot of blacks that working for these agencies, whether it's the post office or whatever. Okay, long story short. But what I'm trying to say is that the behavior goes all the way up to people who are in management. The mindset is still the same. They all have children out of wedlock. They all have the same problems that can be stopped. They just won't do it.
Let me tell you a crazy story. I brought my cousin up here from Alabama.
Okay.
And I read an article at the time. It was in the Washington Post. You can go back and Google it. That DC was having a hard time finding bus drivers.
Okay.
So I brought my cousin up here the first time, and he stayed for like 3 months. It takes a little while to get these government bus driver jobs.
Yeah, sometimes years.
So he left in the middle of the night and left me a big ass cable bill full of porn movies. But I brought him back again. Right? Because he dumb, he's stupid, but you don't have to be very intelligent to drive a bus in DC. And one of the things that I realized as a landlord is that most of these blacks in the inner cities can't get their license. You just heard Johnny Boy say he lost his. Most of these blacks, if they can keep up with it, is suspended. Right?
Okay, John, I love this. What were they paying for? What was the hourly pay for the bus driver?
Them nigga make $100,000 a year, but let me finish
Thank
the
you.
story.
Right? Thank you.
Right. And so he gets the job. He goes on, he gets the interview or whatever. And you know what the question was at the interview? He came back and told me, man, this is dumbass nigga out the country. Right? He didn't grow up in my little small town. He grew up in a country ass town outside of my small town. He said, one of the questions they asked him is, what would you do if a passenger calls you a nigger? Seriously, this is a fucking question on a job interview, right? It's all black run. And they're trying to weed out the worst of the worst.
Please tell me his answer, John, please. I know this is gonna
I
be
can't
good.
eat more than I ain't gonna, I just keep driving my bus. And that's what they want to hear, right? They don't want to hear you gonna respond to Chilla the Builder type shit. And so the blacks knew that to hire blacks in a sensitive position like this, where they may chimp out, you need to test them in the interview. How would you respond? Is it like catch them off guard? How would you respond to somebody ask you a nigga, call you a nigga?
Carmelo Anthony's quote, touch me and you'll find out. Right? That was his quote.
And so my cousin was like, hey, I just let it roll on. And he a country nigga, fat. So he ain't gonna fight anybody anyway over no words. He end up getting himself killed. And so
I don't believe that one, but I think all niggas will fight.
But no, he fat and he, docile.
Okay.
And so that's why he can't date black women, as an example. But anyway, so then the other thing that I noticed, if you know anything about DC DMV area, the training was in like PG County. In the far reaches of PG County, which means that no white people, it'd be very difficult for a white person to get there at 5:30 in the morning. Very difficult. So the blacks in more or less created not only jobs, but a situation to get the job and maintain the job in an area where it'd be very difficult for white people to
right. So it's conducive to blacks to have this job. It's conducive.
But it's also conducive to weed out whites. Because the white person like, damn, I got to be in Prince George's County at 5 o'clock in the morning. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Like, nigga, what? Like, shit is hard for the blacks to get out there. But the most determined blacks would make it out there. My cousin did.
Now, is he still working for that? Is he still driving?
No, nigga, he think he a white boy. He think he's smart. He saw me being a software developer and he driving the bus. He want to be like me. Smoke and drink all day. He think that nigga literally thought he could be a software developer. I'm like, nigga, you ain't me, motherfucker.
See, John, I mean, sometimes I sit here.
Nigga, right?
When I watch you, man, sometimes, John, I just roll because I'm like, in a way, I love you, man. You're really, but in a way, what you do, it's like it's bad because what you're doing is exactly. See, you probably have. It's not probably. You have a higher IQ, so you can manage tasks better. And this is what I mean with people. I used to hear people talk, and they were like, "Well, how you?" And it's like, no, I just do. I manage the task at hand, and then I move on, right? So I have that kind of mindset. But most people, like if this story is true about Johnny Boy, he could, he got to drinking and got stupid.
Man, listen,
the same thing that happened to the Native American. The Native American drank that firewater. And then he lost everything. Simple as that.
Let me tell you what Johnny Boy, the day before Johnny Boy supposedly went to jail or whatever. This nigga called me like,
I mean, it's unlikely for a black guy to leave a chicken in the house.
This nigga asked me, he asked me like, he called me, and I'm like, I'm on my way to Virginia out to Lisa's house, and lovely Lisa. And he says, what you drinking? What you want to drink? So he's at the liquor store, or on his way to the liquor store.
Right.
So, right. And he had just gotten that money from the government agency, the $45. And when he stood outside and got his head baked, waiting in line with his hands cupped for $45.
Jesus Christ.
So his immediate stop was to go to the liquor store and buy some beer, presumably for both of us to drink. But bro, nigga, I buy my own drink. Just come sit your ass down and I buy the drink. You just get your necessities, get on your feet. That's
right. You want him to
bro.
come and
Nigga,
absorb.
I don't need you to buy shit for me. You know?
Yeah, but see, you're asking him to come and absorb, and he just, and I understand, John, but what I get it, and you got to live your life, man, but look, I say this and I stick to it. 65% of the Black community today in 2026, and this has been going on, honestly, since probably the later 1940s, it's over for them. They're never, it's over.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think that the 35% that have that are rocking, you're gonna have to separate yourselves from, I never had to deal with it. And where I live in California, I don't have to deal with it at all. I don't, maybe I think the Black population where I live is maybe 4%. So I don't even see how, but it's not, and that's it. And people will confuse that. I don't want to be white. I like the way they structure societies. So I like to live in their societies, but I don't want to be white.
See,
that's the only thing.
I'm probably a shade to the right of you. Like I'm too much of a nigga, man. Like when I go out to Lisa, there's no wrong, right or wrong. I'm not saying anyone right or wrong. When I go out to Lisa's house, this shit all quiet. Nobody's gonna steal my bike. I like that aspect of it.
Okay.
But then there's the other aspect of it, like shit, I can get on my bike and ride to the liquor store. Right around the corner.
I understand.
Ain't no fucking
See, because truthfully, inside, and this is what I mean that Brave didn't understand.
This is what you're saying.
Right. This is what Brave doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Brave doesn't understand that coursing through your genetic matter in your body
is
a nigga. Coursing through your blood is a tree climbing, after the sun goes down, dancing around the fire, banging on a drum, fucking women in the hut Negro that will never die, even though you're a software developer, even though you're a landlord. Coursing through your veins is that nigga that want to smoke weed and drink beer. And it's hard for the average guy to understand that. Now, what you've done is you've said, okay, I can manage these tasks. I can work with all of this technology online, and I can put out a podcast. It might not be as perfect as other people's, but you can do all of these things, be a landlord, and manage your drinking and your alcohol. Obviously, as you get older, it's going to be more difficult. But
again, what people don't see, again, one of the reasons I ain't got to beg you motherfuckers for money, aside from my pride and dignity. You heard my lovely lady Lisa come up here. She be like, I feel a certain way about you, John, if you up here begging. And so the other thing, one of the things you don't see is, like passion. Not a lot of Black people have passions about anything. But what you don't see is like, man, I wake up like 12:30. I go to sleep maybe like 10, whatever, 8:30 sometimes. Wake up like 12:30 and I go clean up. Nobody sees
right. You and I have very similar qualities. You're like me. I'm very much like that. I used to I'll go out during the day. I'll fuck around, have some, excuse my language, I apologize. I'll go out, I'll have some drinks by the beach, which is very close to my house, and I'll hang out. Now I'll go sleep like you. I'll wake up about 12:30 and I'll take care of whatever business I have to take care of for the next day. I'll go to sleep at maybe 2:30 in the morning and I'll wake up. Usually I'm up, to be honest, 6:30, 7 a.m. The latest. Right? That's just I've always been like that. So, but I'm telling, in my own genetic code, I had to manage the female desire, because God, I love Jesus Christ, bro. I mean, that was one of, it still is, but now I'm 65, it's a little different, but and drinking was never a huge problem for me. I could manage it, but
not a lot of Blacks have a problem with drinking. In my
but the problem of, I managed the idea of people whether it was, people will make remember, and this whole Black thing, I'll sum it up into this. Being that I was of lighter skin, right? I'm this guy. Remember, you're not accepted by Black people, right? So Black people are like, oh, light skin, so, and then white people, you're not really, I mean, yeah, white people are just better to be around because of the way they, I'm not saying they're, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
But
what
when
you
I
mean.
say
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But the point I'm trying to say is that if I'm around black people, it's, I used to always say this, I'd rather be at a Klan rally than a black picnic.
Yeah, I've worked with white people.
Because black people will make your, it's just,
I've worked with,
man, there's just something in the black community where it's just, they never stop. You know how the Italians say breaking balls?
Yeah.
They never stop breaking fucking balls, bro. They never stop breaking balls.
I've worked with, and one of my, I would call him a decent friend of mine. He was a white guy. And what complicated our relationship at one point was a black woman was suing him. He'd hired her.
She was suing him for what reason?
Racial and sexual discrimination. She was a black ass butch.
Yikes. The worst one of all.
And so,
not a stud.
And so, I consider him a genuine friend. You know what I'm saying?
And what kind of business was he in?
We were, this was in government consulting at the time. And so one day he saw me talking to her outside of a meeting. And he came up and he asked me, why are you talking to her? Something, because he was concerned about, like, is this nigga gonna team up with this black bitch against me? I imagine that's what he's thinking.
I mean, it's a genuine concern,
hell
right?
Yeah, it's a genuine concern, man. Shit, this is your livelihood. That was his livelihood. And, like, he's facing racial charges? Hell yeah. I understand exactly 100% where you're coming from. But it was just a genuine, benign conversation. Like, I can't remember what it was about. But he was that concerned that I may team up with this black bitch in a lawsuit. And so,
you gotta, I mean, John, our reputation, this is what I mean, and this is what black people don't understand. I don't think they understand the reputation they have.
Yeah.
Right? And when I say they, I mean me. I know maybe this third person, but I'm saying that it's real. I can tell you anytime, even here where I live now, when I have an interaction with a black person, it's usually negative because and you say to yourself, I can't believe this is the small percentage that I have here. It's just, look, the reputation is earned.
Yeah.
And I can see this for that 65% I speak about. They are not going to put their tail between their legs and say, look, like Be Brave says, I'm not at the top, I'm at the bottom. So I have to act accordingly.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem lies. I'm not saying for you to be in the street, oh, yes, sir, massa. That's not my point. I'm saying that I'm going to be treated. I can walk into any restaurant here where I'm at, and I'm going to see the most beautiful blonde white girl, and she's going to be like, good afternoon, sir. How are you? What are you having to drink today? She's going to be in a service position. Do you understand? And it's very difficult for black people. What I've seen is them to be just cordial.
Let me respond to Sin 7 saying that. She said most black people don't see themselves as alcoholics. I started off by showing you guys a menu of a black restaurant or a black bar. Let me see if I can pull it up. And I'll show you what I mean. Hopefully I can find it. I didn't close it. What bar did I have? St. James? I had St. James. Yeah. St. James. Oh, let me reopen this. All right. Reopen, close tab. Hey, St. James. Let me pull it up again. Fuck it. All right. Is this it? All right. St. James. I'm just going to pull up a black bar.
Okay.
Washington. And I had it up earlier, and Be Brave was commenting about.
Now, when you say a black bar, this is for professionals or just around the way people?
Well, if you look at the prices, you're gonna see, right?
Well, remember, I can't see any of this because the way I'm.
I'll explain it to you. No problem. Let me pull it up for the audience though. And so what we were looking at was the drinks. Yeah, I didn't finish this, so let me see. Where is the drinks? Where are the drinks? Where are the drinks? Here are the drinks. And so if you look at the drinks here, say at a black restaurant, and I'm going to contrast these with the drinks at a white bar. The reason why I'm pointing this out is because I am the urban landlord, John Gall, and I have to rent to the people that work at places like this. Understand where I'm going with this, right?
You're talking about the service people who work there,
Right,
correct?
service people, they rent from somewhere. They rent from people like me. They don't make a lot of money.
Gotcha.
Right? And so imagine if you work at a black bar where the bulk of the profit is formed off of drink sales. And you got drinks that cost 21, 16, 16, 24, 15, 19, 15, 17, 18. You're not going to sell a lot of drinks. You do understand that, right? You're not gonna, special occasions maybe, but you're not selling a lot of drinks at an average ticket price of $20. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
So downstream from all of that is the employees who ain't gonna make a lot of money because you ain't selling a lot of drinks. Correct?
That is correct.
Right. And so then when you look at the type of drinks that they have to offer, a West Indian old fashioned, a pineapple chow. So this is a sweet drink. You got pineapple in it.
Right.
Sorrel margarita. Sorrel has a
that's it's another Caribbean sort of thing.
right. Espresso martini. So these are all Swedish type drinks.
Yeah.
Spiced cranberry and passion fruit rum punch, Swedish type drinks. Sweet.
Yeah.
Negroni, this
another sweet drink.
Right?
Yeah.
Another sweet drink. Passion me up. Fruity, lime, probably Swedish type drink. Sour and a paper.
Basically nutcrackers. They're basically nutcrackers. They basically are. Those are nutcrackers.
Now, let me show you one of the other spots that I like going to, that I used to go to this out of New York. And I'll show you their drink menu.
Now, this is where in New York City?
Where the hell was that? St. Anne's. Williamsburg.
Okay.
I think it's Williamsburg or let's see, where is it? Where is it? Metropolitan Avenue. It's Williamsburg.
Metropolitan is either North Brooklyn or Willie B. It's
Right,
Williamsburg. Yeah.
So here's
I know Metropolitan Avenue.
So here's the menu for St. Anne's. They have a restaurant here in DC, by the way. And so imagine if you had to rent to someone that works at the Caribbean restaurant or someone that works here. So let me show you the menu from this place. This is a landlord 101 for you guys. Where's the menu? Let's see, wine. I need the drinks. Let's see, where the drinks? Where are the drinks? Is this all wine? Damn, they got a long wine list. Where are the drinks? Well, let me just show you another restaurant that has drinks. I can't believe I have the menu on here. It's fucking amazing. Anyway, let me see. What's another good place? This is my favorite. One of my favorite places. I think it's a fucking gay bar, but whatever.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, here's this place right here. Jane.
Okay.
Now look at the cocktails here. I'll zoom in. I'll read them to you. A gin soap felon.
Yep.
$18. A la playa. $17. Should we be bad? $18. Crop top. $17. Mezcal.
Is this a speakeasy type of place?
Bar, speakeasy,
Yeah, that's what it kind of sounds like with the names of the drinks.
Well, you've seen the creativity in the drinks, correct?
Yeah,
right?
totally. Yeah,
right?
different class of people going
right? Well, it's probably the same income, but different classes, right?
Yeah, different class of people. Right.
People go into restaurants for different reasons. I've long said that blacks go to restaurants to like get full. I just want to get full. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, right?
Right. Versus,
they're not going for the atmosphere and experience so much.
If you deliver them a small little plate of pate, they'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, I'm trying to get full around here, right? Does that make sense? Right?
No, yeah, they're not the tapas bar kind of people.
Right. That's a very good example. Tapas.
Yeah,
Does
it's a
everyone
total
know
different.
Yeah, does everyone know what tapas is? Tapas is about what? Tasting a lot of different things.
Yeah, it's more of like it's a European style. You're not
Right.
eating large portions. You're
Right.
you're grazing all the time. You're
Right.
grazing.
Right. It's about the rest
Yeah,
of
you've
our
traveled around Europe, so
Right.
especially if you're around the Mediterranean, you know how they eat, the Italians. You
You
had
know-
your Eastern European guy over there talking about Croatia and all of that.
Right.
That guy was funny too. Jesus
In,
Christ.
in, a, in a high income neighborhood, your whole fucking neighborhood is like a tapas menu.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like as I was saying, in parts of Soho in New York or Manhattan, you go to one place and get your bread. You go to another place to get your coffee. You go to another place to get your croissant.
Absolutely.
This is how rich people live. And hell, this is how upper middle class people live in New York. Like nobody's buying bread off the aisle in Pass.
I mean, you have it. I would have bread. Obviously from the supermarket. But of course, yeah, I'm going out.
But
at least 4 days a week, and you're getting whatever you get. Yeah, you're eating out all the time. I did all the time.
But I'm saying, like when we bought, my lady was African. He is African.
Right.
She ain't buy no fucking light bread out the grocery store. the like a bread like nature.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. Right. I know. She's right.
Like bread is like that's not what the type of bread that they're accustomed to.
I understand.
Or if they went to the grocery store and bought bread, it was from the bakery.
Yeah, I mean, that was a common thing, especially when I was growing up. Yeah, you go in the morning, especially on the weekends, you pick up that Sunday paper, you get rolls, you get bread. But that was a different style of living in New York City. Everything, I walked everywhere, even though I do. I get what you're saying, John. I think that Black people, what I saw in the past, I think that Black people.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like,
I don't know if there's really,
if you look at those two menus that I'm showing you,
yeah,
and this is the point I'm trying to hammer home. White people have that unconventional, refined, old-fashioned.
Yes.
Blacks want to spice it up. West Indian old-fashioned. It's that copying and trying to mimic white culture that's driving Blacks fucking crazy, bro. You understand? Just come up with your own drink, man. Just come up with your own drink. Like, what is old fashioned?
I think it drives.
What does old fashioned come from? Is that
an old fashioned is basically a whiskey.
Is that Hemingway?
Well, it's a whiskey drink. It's an old
what I'm
whiskey
saying
drink.
is that Hemingway? Does that stem from Hemingway?
I don't really. I don't know if it. I don't know if it stems only from him. It's possible.
Listen. Old fashioned origin.
You can go. It's Inception.
Look at this. Old fashioned. Somebody. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. The old fashioned was popularized in New York and brought to the famed Waldorf Astoria, you know what this is, by James E. Pepper himself, cementing his fame on the East Coast. This would have been aristocratic, like people, bro.
Yeah, of course. That's what that's.
Come on now, goddamn.
Yeah.
In the 1930s, bro, these are aristocratic whites. You understand?
I mean, you see, this is what and I'm glad you mentioned that, because when you really think about it, when you look at Harlem during the Harlem Renaissance period, right? Whites came up to Harlem because they saw that. They were like, wow, these people are really up here having a good time, right? Now, for all the problems it had, there was a certain vibe that was going on at that time. And I think, whatever the case may be, I think what happened, and to me, I think it happened way before the 60s. I think the 60s was the nail in the coffin. But I think what happened was the lower end of the Black community began to set the tone, and it never turned back. Well, and that's it. So JP is going to be a person that, well, look at JP. He's moving it. So that's just the norm now.
I don't know if I necessarily see JP as the problem, to be honest with you. I know a lot of people.
I'm not saying that he's the problem. I'm saying that he's indicative of like, you cannot have a successful society or group of people with JP being 65% of that community.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
I don't think that JP. I think if JP was the 65%,
he is 65% of the community.
But here's the thing: from what I know, he's not violent.
Hey, John, would you give me 1 second to say? Well, not 1 second. Give me 30 seconds to say this. I'll just say this, right? I'm going to say this that'll describe everything. When I started for one of the first agencies I worked for, the city of New York, at the time there was no direct deposit at this time. You come to a location and pick up your check. So when I would come on duty, I would sign for a certain amount of checks that were left over from the other tour. Everybody understand that?
Yeah.
So let's say I have 100 checks to give out to people. I used to look at the checks and I would say, what is this deduction? I'm talking about 1993, 92. Out of 100 checks, out of all the checks, I would say the percentage of checks that had this deduction out of all the checks that you would see coming out of this agency would be close to 75%. You know what that deduction was? It was child support. So this is what child support does to Black people. Child support is 17% for one child, 36% for two children.
Well,
so this is, and let me just finish this and I'll be quick. This goes on to the child is 25 to 26 years old. It's not 18 like most people think. It's It's in California, it's 25, and in New York, it's 25. So what would happen is the guy who gets late with his child support, the first thing you lose is your driver's license and your passport.
Yeah.
Those are the first two things you lose. And when you have children illegitimately, this is a huge factor.
But what I say to the Blacks, honestly, I've been a landlord so long. I used to see the child support letters come in my houses. I could probably show you some right now. The Blacks that have moved on, but the child support letters still come to my properties.
Of course, that's his last location.
But what I'm saying to you is that, and I agree with you, but I add a caveat to it is that I ain't gonna say most. I think there's a large number of Black women that are putting their men on child support because their back is up against the wall. They have no other choice. They know.
Who cares what the reason is? Let's say who cares what the reason is.
That's fair. But what I'm saying is, and then there are others that are just being spiteful because maybe they feel like they can get as much money out of him as possible.
Okay, so let me finish with this story then. But I tell you this, they used to say to me, they would say, "Oh, Mr. So-and-so, you don't have any children?" I'd say, "No." They're like, and I'm telling you, and listen, I worked for a huge New York City agency, one of the biggest. They would say this was coming out of the mouths of Black women that worked, and there were plenty of them. It was even 60-40 basically, or 50-50 for sure. They would say this, what I try to do is get at least one kid by a cop. And I would get another kid that works in the agency I work in. You're talking about a girl who was getting a check of between maybe $800 and $1,300 a month for 25 years.
Yo, bro.
So this was not something was just
bro. Listen,
just what it was. Listen. This was a whole system they had in place.
I told this story a while back on my channel, here. I used to own an apartment building, and there was this Black man walking up to my apartment building, and he had like a brown T-shirt or Harvard or something. I can't remember Penn or Harvard Brown. I think it was brown. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? And he like, my baby mama living in this building. I said, I'd be damned. And he probably was doing fairly well for himself, so she was hitting him pretty good for child support. You know what I'm saying? Right. I
bet she was. Yeah. I got stories out of the ass of this from guys I know. Guys that were making 500. I had a neighbor of mine when I lived on the Upper East Side for a while, for about 13 years, while I was renting my place downtown as well, before I moved here. And guy was a neighbor of mine, Jamaican guy, was in the business of, let's say, companies like Libby's, these kind of people. He was moving containers of juice concentrate around the world. So he was on that level. And also condiments, right? So he was on that level. You met a girl, she was a teacher, really pretty woman. Listen, the kid wasn't even 2 years old, put him on child support. That child support payment, he showed me the paperwork, $5,400 a month, bro.
Yo, hold on for a minute. We got Keon. Keon, I responded to your email the other day, man.
No. Yeah, because Sada, he got a lot going on. I actually contacted him. I think that you actually be perfect for over there. It'll be a great show. But it seems like that he's got a lot going on. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
No, guys, I apologize. I don't mean to. I've been watching so long, and this is my first time talking. I apologize for being this chatterbox, but it's just, it's when I watch it, I've been watching this for a long time, and I'm not some guy who was married for 50 years and I'm out of the loop. I'm in the loop. I've never left the loop. So I see what goes on.
Yeah.
And it's like this idea that I think, listen, I've seen guys, remember, I spent 25 years at that agency of my life.
Yeah.
And so I saw guys start off with hair, slim, muscles, and then when they were done paying child support after 25 years, they were bald, fat, and had diabetes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I saw guys get destroyed. I saw guys find out 15 years in that they did a DNA test and it wasn't even their kid.
I've seen that too. Yeah.
I mean, it's just
we have calls on this channel all about this shit.
Listen, it's rampant. So what I'm saying is, I watch the cousins in my family. I watch the way this system works. I think one of the biggest, it's easily 50% of the problem is Black men having illegitimate children. That shit is horrifying. It just ruins everything. So that's the first part. I had a friend of mine when I was living on the Upper East Side. This guy was involved in the entertainment scene, and he had a huge party, but he had 2 children from back when he was a teenager. And I knew him for a little while until the situation came up. I'm like, how come you're never driving the car? And then he had to tell me, I don't have a license or a passport.
I want to comment on that. This is what I was going to say, man. Like, I got 2 baby mamas. I don't have from that.
But you have money, John.
Nah, it ain't about money, bro. Trust me.
It ain't about money.
Nah, it ain't blah.
Since when?
Nigga, like, money is just one aspect of it, but it's a very small aspect.
Okay.
Trust me.
I
I got
agree.
children.
I
I got children, nigga. Trust me.
No, I agree with
Right?
you.
Like,
I agree.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't have any children, so I'll keep my
because
mouth shut.
money ain't everything. Money ain't everything. A lot of blacks think that money is everything, but it's not. It's
You have to excuse my genetics, man.
Yeah,
I
no,
apologize.
but it's the ability to be able to, resolve conflicts with women that is going to matter more, because you're never going to have enough money. If you want to lead with money, you're never going to have enough. Particularly in New York City. Nigga, you think you're ever going to have enough money in New York? Fuck no. Unless you're the top of the top dog. You just saw what Dalton School costs, $70,000. You get a woman that want to go.
I mean,
there,
I'll be
you
honest
never
with you,
have
John.
enough money,
I'll be honest with you, John. In my whole life, since pretty much 1979, 1980, I've really worked for people, and where I saw that, they had a house, and they had 3 or 4 houses, and the one in the Hamptons was maybe $10-15 million. So they had, I saw that money was a big fixer of problems.
I mean,
you're talking about guys who made $150 million a year.
Well, I mean,
I know.
I don't need extreme. Hell yeah, money can solve damn near everything.
Yeah, that fixes a lot of stuff.
But most people aren't living out on the extreme, so there's gonna.
No, I agree.
Right, so there are going to be other characteristics and traits that are going to take you farther than your money, because that's going to be your limiter, right? That's going to be your your constraint. Most people, money is their constraint, right? Right. Even the football. There's a clip recently of the football players. The basketball players, they even make more money. They say they spend 42 nights on the road or more, and they're able to pacify the woman by sending her to the mall. But what happens when they retire? Now it's all up here that they got to use to maintain their relationship.
John, and I know that entertainers and athletes who get married, it's a failed system. It can't work.
Very well could be. It probably failed because during the early years of their marriage, they're able to send her to the mall to maintain the relationship. So that shit was kind of not even real.
Well, the truth be told about athletes, they come from the lower class. Most athletes come from the lower class.
But whatever. But the lower class was primarily who we're talking about. But when they have to settle down and maintain that relationship and not be put on child support and, like Marcellus Wiley and all these other blacks, Klay Thompson. You gotta talk your way out of this shit. You understand? Like,
this is one thing that I'll say. Remember this is one thing that I had to explain to a lot of my black friends too, that they don't understand, right? And this is a hard pill to swallow, but I used to explain it to a lot of my black friends. I used to say, look, man, remember the white girl, the Asian girl that you're getting, not all the time, because people will be like, it's not low, but you're going to get a lower end of that girl, right? Because think about it. The white girl that is in the higher end, or just if she's like the bell curve, right? Like the bell curve. If she's in the middle of that bell curve, she's going to marry Connor. It makes sense.
Yeah, you know,
right?
but,
So the white girl or the Asian girl or the Spanish girl that you're getting is going to be from a lower end mindset. I'm not talking about the anomalies or the outliers. I'm saying in general.
Yeah.
So, and then the second factor, which is the biggest factor, is Black men are not respected.
Yeah, I've been
right. So you don't get the benefit
fuck?
of the doubt when you do not get the benefit of the doubt like a white guy gets when things go left in your business.
Yeah,
You don't get that. You understand what I mean, John?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, totally.
So that's what I'm saying. You don't get to stumble as a Black guy. I'm not saying that don't get me wrong, because people be like, oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Black men, if something goes awry in your career, take, for example, the guy who owns the Weather Channel. I forget his name. Byron Allen, right? Byron Allen, right?
Well,
he married the.
I think a better example would be Justin Alexander. Justin, what was the lieutenant governor of Virginia?
Oh, the guy who I forget his name.
Who killed himself and his wife.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the better example would be him, and the reason why I say this is because I know people like him.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
I've had calls on the channel like him.
See, John, you come from a way better class of people than I do. Your father was a business. It's different.
He was a hustler, man.
Well, but he
anyway,
parlayed the hustle
right,
into a business,
I'm the
which
third generation
which
of this
means
shit now. But
was Donald Trump's grandfather was a
right,
hustler.
it's the point I keep making. But is it Justin, whatever your name, Justin, whatever the fuck his name.
Was it Justin Scott?
I don't know his name, Justin something. But anyway, he went from being lieutenant governor. The first year out of office, he made $400,000. He ran for office and lost. The first year he made $400,000.
Mm-hmm.
The second year he made $11,000.
Yikes! It's a hell of a pay cut.
I want to say I'm correct. The next year he killed himself. Now
that's just about right. Actually,
but what I'm saying is that like, bro, you ascended to a lieutenant governor of one of the wealthiest states at the feet of the nation's capital. It's Virginia.
Yeah.
Some of the wealthiest companies in the world are right there hugging Washington, D.C. But he made no connections, no network.
Yeah.
His family didn't have any, so they couldn't pass it on to him. He was just picked out of the cotton field to become a lieutenant governor. And so he gets to be the lieutenant governor and he leaves office. He can't parlay that into any success the first year. But once the shine was off of him, he made $11,000, then he killed himself.
Well,
and so that is what I'm saying. Like, where was the network? He didn't build a network. Bro, if I made lieutenant governor, I'd have a $500,000 lobbying job.
Well, that type of you would, but truth be told, this is what we have to really like. I mean, we keep dancing around the issue, and I know maybe Brave doesn't agree with it, but the issue is truthfully.
I ain't got nothing to say. Y'all keep talking. Go ahead. Shit. Go ahead.
No. I don't want to. I apologize because I'm just some new jack up here. Maybe I'll just log off and listen to you guys.
No.
But I appreciate everything, man, and keep doing. But John, you're to make it. Yeah, you would do that. You would do that. But that guy is not you. And it's the same thing. When I looked at Jasmine Crockett, I said to myself, it's interesting the way she chose to bend to, okay, I'm from this county in Texas, so let me bend this way. And you saw that. I think that was a bad move. But I don't think she could help it. Do you understand what I mean? I don't think she could help it.
She doesn't have any ideas of herself, so she is.
Right. So the bottom line is that when you really look at it, like it's almost like Pastor Manning says, you can train him to be a lawyer.
Yeah.
You can train him to be a doctor. Right. But like you said, he's not going to be like my first girlfriend's father. Right. That's in his genetic code. He was an Ashkenazi Jew. He probably had an IQ up near 130, 140.
He may his long back go all the way back.
You want to know the truth about that guy?
The Constitution.
He was the president of the Legal Aid Society.
Right.
So this is the type of guy, and trust me, I know these people. He didn't do it just for the money. You know what I'm saying, John? Like you say, the passion. This guy really, this is what I mean. It's a different person. And I think you know, if anybody's listening here that want, you know, when Frank Zanu, he's an African guy. When he really speaks, he's telling the truth. Look, you're not, yes, some cats will fetch, but most cats are not going to fetch. You're going to show me the one cat that's going to fetch the ball for you. Black people are not going to fetch. We have a certain niche, and there's a certain percentage of us that are out of that niche, but you can look around the world and you can see all of the countries in the Caribbean, all of the countries in Africa. It's not for a lack of having stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just the way we are.
Let me get Keon in here. Keon, what you got to say about all you heard so far?
Well,
You
first
probably
of all,
knocked down
black
your
power.
alley, but, go right
The
ahead.
black man is God. The black woman is God. And there's nothing that ever been created ever in life that's better than a black man and a black woman. Is how I feel personally. So this whole entire conversation about how a black man can't fetch. What is you talking about? The black man.
I
was the
said
first
cats
person
can't
to
fetch. I said cats can't fetch. That's different.
Okay. This whole entire notion about the black man can't do shit for himself is what I hear. Is bullshit, personally. Because at the end of the day, the black man was the first person to do for himself.
Just prove it.
It's not about. I don't have to prove a damn thing to you. I don't give it. I don't care about proving nothing to you about a black man being able to do for himself, because they did for themselves throughout history, throughout all the times that we had here, multiple times. So it doesn't. I don't have to prove nothing. You look it up. Google it. Okay. Why do I have to keep proving to black people how good black people is? That's a bullshit. I don't feel like I have to do that. You should sit up here and see it through the lenses of whatever fucking rose glasses that you have, that black people has always been able to overcome the bullshit that they always been put in. So it doesn't matter about proving shit to you. Motherfucker, just look into reality.
So you're saying that you feel as though, I just want to get this straight. You feel as though that not only were black people put in this situation, using your words, but they have been, I don't know, maybe I'm not quoting you right, but they're resilient enough to get out of that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you ain't got nothing against
I mean, I disagree with that. No, I
How?
just disagree. I don't think that black people were put in any situation.
So you was taken from your homeland, you not put into a situation? I'm confused.
No, I don't believe that. No.
What you mean you don't believe it? That's what happened. It's not about you believe it or
I
not.
understand that they were taken as slaves. When what happens is when a more powerful group comes in and they take you as a slave, that's just the laws of to the victor goes the spoils.
So they was put into a situation.
They were conquered. So they were conquered, just like the Japanese were conquered, just like many other groups were conquered. So you take, for example, you take Singapore and you take Nigeria, both got their independence around the same year, 1963 or 65. And you look at Singapore and you look at Nigeria. It is what it is.
So you would let a man make millions and millions of dollars over your back and sweating and tears and blood, and you wouldn't say a damn thing?
I'm not letting the man do
You
anything.
let a man bend your ass over? You know, that's what it sounds
I'm
like
not
to
letting
me.
anybody do anything. If I hold a gun to your head and you refuse to do what I say, and then I just kill you. That's it. It's that simple in my mind. So if
And
I'm
that's
telling you
okay?
to do something and you don't want to, yes, it's okay. I don't deal in moral issues. I'm not dealing in morality. I believe that's okay. If I come in and I take your stuff,
Yeah,
and
and that's the problem. You're a grown ass man who's talking about you're not dealing in morality. Yeah, because you like to submit to other grown ass men. That's why you don't deal in morality. That's why you don't deal in right or wrong, because you like to submit to other men that's powerful than you, instead of sitting up here and saying that's a wrong fucking gesture for you to sit up here and take these boom batting ass black people, monkey ass black people from their jungles and put them in this goddamn America so you can submit them and subjugate them to this bullshit that you call America. Yeah, it's okay. To you in your mind, that's okay. And I don't understand how that's okay, but you can explain to me. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I think it's the same issue that has faced any other group. I think when the Turks conquered the Armenians and forced their women
does
into
the Turks got to do with us? What does that got to do with us? Why is it an argument to bring up other people's struggles? Why is that an argument?
I think if you're talking about slavery, I'm saying that the Turks enslaved the Armenians, right? I'm saying that the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, enslaved many groups. And if you really think about it, the European was late to the transatlantic slave trade. That was a more Muslim African deal before the European. So I'm saying that, you know, just like we live in America, right? There were native tribes here that were here, the Apache, the, you know, whatever groups that you want to go to. Think about all the natives that were here. And we bought the land, we fought some of the people, we took it, we killed off the people, and now we live here. You want to give that land back to those people? Do you think that was wrong?
Notice how you always bring up another group or another race of people when we're talking about black people. I'm just saying. Notice the bullshit.
Duly noted. It's duly noted. I'll
Noted.
just say that I think that if black people would have been, let's say this, right? Let's say if the Europeans would have come in and the black people, think about a European slave ship or a ship that came into Europe in the 1400s. I've looked it up. I've studied it. There were about 75 men on those ships.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And it took them approximately 6 weeks to get there.
There was
We're
only
talking about in the
75
14 and
people on the slave ships.
I'm talking about the men who came in on their boats. The crew was basically under 75 men.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm coming in, you're seeing me for the first time. I'm in West Africa, and you see ships out in the water, and we're from our tribe, whatever tribe you're from. Maybe you're Igbo, or maybe you're whatever, and you see these ships over your shoreline, and you see two ships. That's only 125 to 150 guys on that ship. If you can't take 150 guys and protect your people, that's it. You get taken over. It's as simple as that.
Okay. So
If
can I
somebody breaks into your house
shoot
and they
7
overpower
people
you,
before they
that's
stab me? I mean, I'm just confused. Do we not understand that there was an advancement in technology at the time for you to be able to be
so you're
taken
saying
over?
the white man was technically more advanced than the black man?
Okay, sure.
Are you saying that? Yeah, I'm just asking you.
Sure.
So then, I mean, if I have a gun and you have a knife, the oldest expression is
But
don't throw a
I
knife to a
believe that
gunfight.
if black people had the gun, they wouldn't sit up here and try to conquer white people. That's the problem. And that's why they're the devils.
You're living
That's
in it
why
right
they're
now.
the devils, because they chose, when they figured out this technology to be able to kill another person, they actually decided to kill another person. They actually decided to take over people while killing other people. That's the problem with the white devils that we sit up here and talk about every goddamn day. And this is why I have a problem with black people sitting up here trying to defend them. Like, for some reason, just because you heard a black woman on channel Fox News who was sitting up here talking all ghetto and shit, for some reason that makes you so mad to the point where you want to defend them bitch ass niggas that sat up here and shot your ancestors in the fucking head and took their baby so they could sit up here and whip their ass to make them get caught and build this $1 million, $1 billion, $1 trillion country that we live in today. And y'all defend that bullshit. That's the problem. That's the problem, in my opinion.
See the word, and I understand where you're coming from. You know, no disrespect. I'm not defending it. I'm saying that, you know, it's like a pack of wolves taking down a prey. Am I defending the wolves? It's what wolves do. So I don't see, you know, to me, what I see is just that within Africa, there was, you know, you can talk to anybody. There was thousands of tribes within America, within the, you know, the continent of North America, from Canada all the way down to, you know, Tierra del Fuego. There were many tribes that were, you know, the Inca fought the Aztec fought the Mayan. We were always fighting. This idea that white people were these evil people and black people were these people that were just kumbaya.
No, I'm not saying, no, you came into our chaos, as you try to portray it, and fucked it up. That's what I'm saying. Rather, regardless if we was taking it, that's our business. You came into our business.
This question. Let me ask you this. What do you think? Now, this is just to get your perspective. What do you think would, let's say, the maybe 40 countries that are in sub-Saharan Africa, what do you think they would look like without European intervention in 2026?
Better than what they are
Europe
today.
Would have never.
Better than what they are today. I definitely think that. I think if we stay separated and the Europeans and the Caucasus snow roaches that they are stayed in the Caucasus Mountains where they came from, I think we would all be better off. I think we all be better off, because there will be no wars. There will be no Israel bullshit, Syria bullshit. There will be none of that. The simple fact that you came into our space, into our place. And you know what? free Carmelo. Because again, this is the same situation. You came into our place thinking that you can dictate a motherfucking thing in our place. And now we got this bullshit. Free Carmelo. I'm just saying. Free Carmelo.
I mean, I have to just respectfully disagree with you. I think that I don't believe that I just don't. I mean, the history doesn't agree with you because when you think about it, the reason that Italians and Spaniards have Spanish is basically, especially the Catalan Spanish spoken by Spaniards, the Basque regions and things like that. That's all due to the Ottomans. The tomato is due to the Ottomans, who were black Muslims from North Africa. And
black
deeper
and
into
brown, but okay, sure.
okay,
I wouldn't
black
say
and brown,
black.
whatever. These were people of. This is what I.
They was Arab. They were Arab. Like then, okay.
Well, let me
go
just
ahead.
say this, right? Let me just say this one thing that a lot of people never understood, but I'll just say it. Remember, white Caucasian people are only between 7 and 8% of the total world population. That's it.
Yeah. It shows you how much technology can change the whole entire culture. I mean, it is what I'm not. Look, I never do. Look, you white people finding out certain shit first. I would never take that away from them. Them using that shit or them using that technology to then take over the world or then to destroy certain groups of individuals. That's what I have a problem with, and that's why I think you're trying to ignore. Because you think it is what it is, because that's what nature is, because they're the wolves and we're the prey and all that other goofy ass shit. That's dumb as hell. At the end of the day, you chose to do that. You could have chose to try to make the world a better place rather than it was Africans, but they didn't. And that's why they're devils. And that's exactly why they're devils, because they chose not to make the world a better place. They chose to enslave us. They chose to destroy us. They chose to kill us. And then they chose to make money off of us and then put us in the same goddamn place they made money off of while we sit up here and struggle every goddamn day. That's the problem that I have with white people. They ain't got nothing to do. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. Shout out to the gods. Shout out to the beautiful black people out there. Even shout out to John Gold with his goofy ass. What you talking about? What you talking about? Even shout out to the people that's confused, backwards, bamboozled. Shout out to them. Because at the end of the day, we all are one and we all come from the same source and essence. And we all came from the same struggle. So I could give a damn less about what your thought process is. At the end of the day, you's a black man. And that's what I defend. That's what I love. And that's what I want to see progress in this lifetime. I could give a fuck about a white man. I could care less. I'm sorry for you out there, but I could care less about a white man when we're talking about the beautiful and intelligent and wonderful black people that comes out of us on a daily basis in America. That's all I'm talking about. Go ahead, John. I don't know if John's there or not. We're waiting on John to come back. Hopefully he come back. John, if you there, I can't hear you. But go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Jonathan. Well, I don't know. If y'all here for Black Power, that's what I'm here for. So I guess I'm here for that. I hope John come back because I need an adversary to talk against black people like he always do. You know what I mean? I can't just sit up here and talk that positivity. Niggas don't like positivity. Niggas don't like, you know what I mean? They don't want actual shit that actually grows a community. That's not what they want. They want people to argue back and forth and cut people's heads off and do all the other shit. So, John, I wish you would come back so we can argue about how black people are actually better than what the fuck you think they are, just because they sit up here and make your apartments dirty and all that other shit. Jonathan. Oh my God, bro. I guess. You know, it's another thing too, right? White people really ain't all that great. Like if you think about it, like what the hell have they done? Chinese people is way better than white people. Like think about it. We only care about what white people has done to us because we're in that proximity. These niggas in China is making robots that will beat your ass. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying this confidence in this image that we have about white people. Where does it come from? Huh? Like, where does that shit come from? Why as black people are we always comparing ourselves to just white people? Why don't you sit up here and compare yourself to a Chinaman that sat up here and made a robot that can whoop your ass? Huh? I'm just saying, man. 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 At the end of the day, there's way more ethnicities out here that's way better than the white man that you sit up here and try to worship every motherfucking day. Fuck that bitch ass nigga. Yeah, he made the best country in the world, but who gives a fucking flying fuck? There's a robot out there that can whoop your ass that's made by a little ass Chinaman, and you want to sit up here and compare us to white people? Fuck is you talking, man? Thank you, John. Come back. I love that you came back. What's up, John?
Guys, we're gonna have what's it called, an encore today. Johnny Boy out of jail. He's right around the corner. So we'll return back a little bit later. Not long. I'm gonna send his ass to the liquor store. Maybe give him something to eat. He been eating that jail food. The other man, he's always in jail, as they say. And so we come back and we have a stream. Johnny Boy out of jail. Anyone interested? Ask him any questions. Let me drop the link before I stepped away for a second. Anyone interested in asking him any questions when he comes up? Stuff like that. Guys, if you haven't supported the channel, guys, you got to give it to us. We bring you some of the rawest content on YouTube, real life stories, particularly from a landlord's perspective. I am the landlord. I am bringing you these the inner stories of these people's lives. You see them out on the streets, and you see them behaving a certain way, but then behind closed doors, I'm exposing to you how they really live. So guys, make sure you support the channel, support the stream. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. Much appreciated. And we'll be back a little bit later with the Johnny Boy right out of jail. What do y'all guys think about that? What do you think about that? Mike, you still there? Mike leave? Maybe Mike now. Anyway, guys, what do you think about that? Johnny Boy, straight out of jail. Let me know if you're interested. If not, we do something else another day. He ran out of power. He powered down, huh? Give him watermelon and Henny. He's good. How many of you guys think Johnny Boy actually went to jail? I'm curious to know. Let me call Johnny Boy, see where the hell he is right now. He said he was on the bus. Let's see.
I keep on searching your phone.
You're on my
urban landlord.
Yeah. All you gotta do is copy and paste. You gotta put the $sign in front though.
Oh, all right.
Where you at right now?
I'm about to get off the bus on Willow Road.
Oh, all right.
You heard me?
Yeah, you gonna walk. Where you getting off at Lucas over there on Willow Road, or you gonna walk over here from Willow Road?
I'm gonna go there and then it all depends. I'm gonna try to figure it out.
The Cash App and shit.
Yeah.
But you were accepting Cash App earlier. Why can't you get Cash App now? What's your Cash App problem? What's your problem with your Cash App?
He never gave me Cash App. Let me figure it out. I'm gonna send you the course. Urban landlord.
It don't sound like he just got off the bus, does it? Does it sound like he just got off the bus? Yo, y'all remember that fat ass nigga that called the other day? This fat fucking nigga right here can't fucking figure it out. Listen to this shit.
Please leave your message for 2.
You didn't answer the phone. Sound like him.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man? How's it going?
How's it going, man?
Yeah, I got your message. You're looking for a room for rent on was it Facebook?
Yeah. Are you able to text me? I'm currently at work, so it's just not the best time. Sorry, but
Yeah. Where
if
you
you
work?
could, if you could just text me more information about the place.
Sure. When are you looking to move?
I'm moving to move in August 8th to 12th, anytime between there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll send you. What do you need from me? Address, playlist. Have you seen the places that we have?
If you have any extra photos, videos, anything like that.
Yeah. Did you see the videos that I sent you?
I don't think I took a look yet.
All
Oh
right.
wait, are you the one with multiple rooms?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get back to you but yeah, there was a few I was interested in.
All right, sounds good.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the addresses, if you could send them, that would be great.
All right. You have to let me know what side of town. We have southeast and
Sorry?
northwest. You have to let me know what side of town. We have northeast and southwest.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with DC, but I'm gonna be going to George Washington University. So I was just looking at pretty much any apartment. Do I only have to take one bus or one metro ride is okay with me.
All right, yeah, I'll send you some places. I'll send you some addresses that may work out for you.
All right, appreciate that.
You know, it's an MFB's college, GW.
Please leave your message for 2.
Shit.
Yes, my brother.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm sorry about that, man. I've been so busy today. I didn't get a chance to get around to you. I have that car moved today. Is tomorrow still good for you to rent the parking spots?
Okay, I can start by. I said make sure before the latest I can park the car got to be Thursday. So if you can move the car tomorrow, I'll go over there and say park the car.
Yeah. I have it moved by tomorrow. So
okay,
everything's be good. Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you move by tomorrow. You clean the side. Just
Yeah. I move everything out of the way, so you have to both of the parking spots are ready.
okay.
Sounds good.
So you're gonna move that. Okay. So you want me to? I'm gonna start out on Thursday.
Sounds good.
On the car.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, my boy.
Thank you. All right, my man.
Yeah.
I just run the parking spot, nigga. I chopped that dope up down in the dime bags, nickel bags. Really just run a parking spot to this guy. He just called me. There was a guy who was saying he needs a spot to park. Chop that dope up.
Please leave your message for 202.
Call you later. Let's see. Let me call this lady. Yeah, call this lady right here. You probably heard this voice before. If she answered the phone.
The person you've dialed can't take your.
She answered the phone. Oh. All right. Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just missed your call. I was dropping off. You can hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's up?
Yeah, I was dropping off a rider. I missed your call.
Oh, you not doing the DoorDash shit anymore? Why you doing that Uber? Isn't it more money to do the DoorDash shit?
Yeah, but I needed a car. I mean, I'm explaining it to you in a minute.
What you need a car for?
Hey, it was getting tough doing the DoorDash. With the heat, and remember, like the last 3 days, there was a heat wave.
I bet those Spanish boys out there in that fucking heat doing it.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I got more shit to do because I got to work and go to the gym. I got this fitness test coming up actually in like 2 weeks. I told you I'm joining the Air Force, right?
Yeah, that's right. You joined the Air Force. Yeah.
Yeah, so ain't no fucking way I'm gonna work like a 10-hour shift in the heat and then turn up to the gym. That's just not gonna work.
Well, that's right. I forget you going to the Air Force. That's true. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
driving
so-
now. Hey, what you renting a car?
Yeah, I'm renting a car. So, John, I'm gonna be honest with you. How I pay off the car every week, and the program that Lyft has, right?
I am
You
the nigga, the
work
urban landlord.
until you
John
pay
Galt.
off the car, and then
I
after
am
you
the
pay off
nigga.
the car, now you start making money. So I'm about to pay off the car in a few hours, and then I'm gonna have the $50 for you. So don't worry about that.
Did we say $50?
Yeah,
You sure that's what we're doing?
yeah. And hey, John, I sent you on Sunday. I sent you 50 for Monday. You know that?
Is that what we're doing? All right.
Yeah,
Hold on for a minute. Nigga, where the fuck you at?
Did you get the request?
Yeah, I just sent it to your ass.
All right, I'm on Willow Road. I'm about to check it now.
All right, look. Give me a bottle of Patron Blanco, nigga, and 6-pack of Miller Lite. Bring my change. Well, I'm gonna put your ass to work.
Patron Blanco.
Yeah. Don Julio Blanco.
And what else?
Don Julio Blanco and a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
6-pack Miller Lite and Blanco Patron.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if you guys heard that. He said the heat too much for him. The heat just too much. But he's in the Spanish boy, they had this ceiling and heat grinding. And there it is, folks. Anyway, guys, Johnny Boy on his way to the Looking Sun. John Galt will be back. We're gonna do a little outro session, probably not as long as today's session. And then so we'll be back. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you cut your notifications on. You get notified when we'll be back. If you haven't hit the like, share, subscribe, make sure you do that. And if you're feeling generous, make sure you support the stream. We're bringing some raw, uncut dope here. Johnny Boy coming home from jail. For those of you who want to know what it's like doing 2 days in jail in a black ass jail like DC government We'll let Johnny Boy tell it to you. Assuming he's telling the truth there. Thank you, Herman. Shout out to all the supporters of the channel, Herman, in their ways. Everyone else, I'm not going to go through all the names. You don't want me to say all that. Anyway, thank you all. Make sure you hit the like, share, subscribe. This nigga has a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, Young Dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living free. Now they sold out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the back in the day. The rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, Young Dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, Young Dog.